The light glows in a small cabin in the woods. A small, slight, young man coughs up blood, realizing too late that the wine he is drinking has been attacked. The poisation will allow the mana to stay uncirculated and will be completely gone in a few minutes. Incidentally, in addition to this poisanium, the small, slight man added another word. The hero is alarmed. Doesn't he realize? The war has long since ended, and the United Empire no longer needs his forces. Now his existence is causing problems, and it seems the hero has said he will return to the village to avoid becoming the cause of a revolution. That's exactly right. He's happy to get the blood off his hands. He lives a quiet life, despairing of magic and the sins he has committed. But the threat continues. After everything, he has always feared John. Should one be afraid of one's friends? A hero, an 8th level mage, capable of destroying his friend and the entire empire at any moment. Such a monster cannot be allowed to live. Well, the mage can't forgive him. With those words, Ragnar walks away, leaving John to die, and the house slowly collapses in flames. And the hero is shocked. He's angry at this criminal. How could he have been so trustworthy? Though, in the end, it was Ragnar who turned out to be naive. Every day John lived was full of complaints, but he didn't stop learning magic. Just a simple slash to the heart with a knife fixed with time magic before the evil fully spreads and the hero would be able to survive. Thus, by holding a knife to him, this action becomes his penalties. John is hit hard to the heart, and despite all the pain, reads the spell. At the same moment, the knife begins to emanate mana, and a magic circle appears beneath John. As he stands on his hands, he continues to read the spell. Now time must return. Closing his eyes, memories assault him. The death of a loved one, an encounter with Ragnar, a violent battle at the end of which he is the only one standing. Only black bloods surround the mountains of the dead and him, but the hero suddenly comes to his senses. What happened? His pain seems to have disappeared and his wounds have worsened. The situation is rather strange, but suddenly the heroes are back. It turns out to be a slight woman who is worried that the young man is fine. Can't be his mother. But she died, so the plan worked, although it's possible he just died and met her recently. The hero takes his mother's hand in his and looks around. It's a fairly quiet settlement, full of people. Children line up for inspection and soldiers control the blood. The flag of Ivoria Tora floats in the breeze. Well, it looks like John has gone back 30 years in time. In this world, at the age of 12, all children of the Empire of Greenweaver must perform a test to discover the mages who will become the Empire's pilots. The first thing tested is the presence of magic in the brain. It is responsible for the expression of magic. The second place is the heart. Magic. It is responsible for the creation, circulation, and storage of magic. If a child possesses both types of magic, they are immediately accepted into the Magic Academy. After studying, the child's status in the social sphere corresponds to the aristocracy. 30 years old. The hero seems to have traveled back too far in time. Aeon recalls the very blade that spells the language of dragons. He still managed to use the magic of time. The young man has stretched his life to study it, so that one day he might be able to avenge his sins and wash the blood of the fallen from his hands. However, in today's situation, he simply cannot look Ragnar's actions in the eye. John thinks back to himself in the blood at battlefield. After all, he did everything for his friend. He killed his enemies out of loyalty. And what was the result? The price was death. Ragnar simply used him. Well, things would be different now. John was ringing with someone. It's the soldiers. They're inviting the new kid in for an inspection. The hero will still return to his friend, but for today he must pass a test. After all, his magic level is 8th or even higher. As he approaches the tent, the lad meets a guard to whom he allies himself. His name is John Page from the village of Morrigan. The soldier recognizes the young man immediately. He is Vanessa's son. Then let him pass, but without the necessary questions for the mage. The boy gives the soldier one last look and steps inside. Once inside the building, John sees a mage who is tired to death. Damn, how much more should he check out? The commander standing not far away is ready to give him instructions. It's not even half just for today. And then John enters the room. The mega immediately changes his expression, puts on a smile, and asks John to enter the room. Well, the first thing to do is get your head checked. Spellcaster will send John some mana. He may feel tense, but that's perfectly normal. He shouldn't be worried. Great. Now Mega asks John to roll over quickly. Mana is present in his brain, which means life can change dramatically in an instant. If mana is also found in the heart, and here are the hero suspects, then just going to the Magic Academy is not enough. Here John goes back to the mage, at least to show something, but the mage is doubtful, however listens and watches carefully. The guy concentrates and then ruthlessly materializes a fire orb in one hand, after which he uses a second spell to materialize a water orb in the other. After demonstrating this trick, John boldly stops casting both spells in a quick motion. He explains to the mage that he only recently started doing this successfully because everyone present is in a state of severe shock. The boy? Did he realize that? But not really. Never. The magician then casts a spell and asks John again, looking at him with tan eyes. The hero realizes that brain-reading magic helps detect lies by reading biological reactions, such as heart heaven. The magician points out that if the boy lies, he and his family will lose their heads. In addition, even his neighbors will be fooled. John easily repeats that he has no reason to lie. The magicka laughs. Well, it seems this guy really can't hide. He seems to have told the truth. At this moment, he hears a scream near the tent. Ion suddenly turns over, and a thought appears in his mind that it seems to be his mother. He jumps out of the tent and a horrible scene happens before his eyes. The hero is in shock. One of these soldiers is stalking his beloved mother. The girl tries to remove her hand and asks him to stop it all, but the man is not paying attention. Vanessa has been a wife for 7 years and probably doesn't mind what's going on. In fact, the girl should be grateful that the soldier took an interest in her. Directly following the hero, everyone else comes out of the tent. The commander immediately asks what's going on here. The soldier tenses up, at which point the woman quickly pulls out her hand. Oh, nothing much, just some low-quality stuff lying around. Tent. And John is just pissed. What a gift that monster is to talk like that about his mother. But the hero stopped at the magician. He seems to know what to do. He speaks calmly of John's abilities. Now he and his family are noblesse oblige. The soldier must realize that being charged with such a crime would be very hard. The man will be immediately recognized as a criminal and will be kicked out without trial. The soldiers behind him are already ready to draw their swords. Scandal at once admits the mistake. He rises to his knees crying for forgiveness from the hero, and John answers him with irritation. It is not he who needs to apologize, but his mother. The soldier goes straight back to the woman, hiding with an apology. The mother looks at her son with will and gratitude, and then John decides to say something to this monster as a last speech. The hero wants him to tell his friends about the incident so they know what happens if they attack someone like his mom, Vanessa. The boy's eyes grow wide with joy at the man and promises that he will release this. The soldier understood everything and is grateful for the forgiveness. After that, Ion approaches the mage. He is very grateful for such actions. Really? To which the other responds that the church must protect her mages. Then the mage questions the commander. He must make sure the boy is safe. Soon they talk through the magical orb. The commander understands everything. Let the boy follow them. He will be taken to the house where the princes will stay. He will be safe there. Ion will take his mother in his arms and thank the captain. He will also support the magician in forgiveness. Vanessa immediately asks the hero if he's a magician now, and the cute little boy seems to answer. The magister from the tent will graciously support the hero in forgiveness with a smile and self-reflects. Because of this boy in the pot and Ivor's palace, it's obvious that he's going to be pretty comfortable because he just has incredible abilities for such a young age. Time flies by unnoticed and night falls over the city. A slightly drunk man is walking down the street. Turns out to be the same soldier. Shit, how could it be that this little boy was fooling him like that? And at that moment, someone appears behind the soldier in a cloche. John pulls out a paralysis on the man. The soldier is scary, and the kid starts talking. What was he calling his mother there? He warned him that he would be watching him, and the guy seems deeply disturbed. John is now going to tell him what's going to happen next. He was universalized from Cook's son, after which he died of grief due to alcohol. Then he fell on a bridge over a river and died by accidentally falling off it. Yes, the hero questioned whether he should stay that way. His entire past life had been devoted to learning magic in the dragon language, and he had made a promise to himself. If he could go back in time, he would not commit acts that would lead to the death of humans. But that proved impossible. His hands never seemed to get away from the blood of scandals. The only thing John honestly wants is to protect his loved ones. To do so, he is willing to do anything, even at the cost of new blood. So he asks not to be forgiven. It was this phrase that Ragnar told before John was killed. And it seems like the hero now understands why his head almost explodes. The hero didn't expect the paralyzed spells to consume almost all of his mana. John returns home and calmly opens the door and steps inside. He notices his sleeping mother and remembers his past life. After a year of studying at the Magic Academy, he and Anna were recognized as first-class magicians. That same year, Vanessa became seriously ill and died, never seeing her son, who became a magician. But this time, the boy won't let that happen. He will do anything to make sure Vanessa lives a long and happy life. He will do anything to make sure he doesn't lose his loved ones this time. A huge, luxurious finger is placed in front of him. This is the main church of the Empire, the Greenarium. In it, Emperor Terry asks Master Creator for his opinion. Nothing is known yet, perhaps he will come up with something. The 5th class mage, Havert Leon, answers him. The man asks to continue, and the mage continues. John circulates through the ships. A person becomes a mage when they understand how to control it at will. This is usually learned in the academy. This was the case with the Creator's Master and other mages as well. However, this boy was independently releasing magic, and his current abilities are the same as a first-grade first mage. Once there was a first mage who had to release his powers on his own. He taught spells on his own. That's the legend that circulates among mages. Terry remembered the story. The first mage was a creature dedicated to dragons. Hart replies that the existence of dragons was not conclusively confirmed at the time. But with no doubt about the existence of the first magician, someone had to have started magic. Well, for today, it's hard to believe Verificer's words. Guardian has to realize it personally, but it's unbelievable that the mage sent to Morrigan is lying. Therefore, we can say this with certainty. The boy is quite dangerous. Terry's idea of a knock on the door. Is that him? The prince who came? Well, let him come in. The door opens and a handsome young man walks through the door.
Hayden Trinriver.
The Emperor's star prince. His father apologizes to him for waiting for him, but the prince is more worried about why he called him. And the Emperor reminds his son that he hasn't stayed on Earth in 5 years. Now it is time to return to this world again. The man will present his son with 2 princes, 300 soldiers, and 3 third-class mages. The boy must go to the village of Morrigan and bring back a boy named John Page. But the prince doesn't realize who the little guy is. The Emperor is surprised. Well, better send another prince. Hayden quickly gets rid of all doubts from his father. He's definitely up to the task. He could be trusted. The Emperor stepped up and accepted his consent. But in this case, the boys must begin preparations at once. We have to go north. It will take time. Trin understood everything and immediately went to fetch the order. The Creator's Master must leave as well. But before he does, Terry wants to know if the man will prepare his men. Mages, for the most part, don't like long routes. Hart must believe them, and he must start now. Then perhaps when they leave, someone will agree. The Emperor will agree completely with the magic. He can leave. The door closes behind the older man, and the servant immediately begins to wonder if he plans to return. But the answer was negative. First of all, Hart wants to visit the place. John is waiting for a reply from the church and the finger. He remembered the words of that magician. Since the news of his relic was announced so quickly, it means that they immediately told it to the high priest. Everything is going according to plan. The Emperor is probably looking for mages to join them to the prince. Even though the palace master, the 5th class mage, has already quarreled with the 5th prince, he also needs people. Very soon, one of them must come to him. John understands his election. He can join the Emperor, the palace, or choose the third choice completely. But they can't use him this time. By the way, in the apartment, the mage is preparing to use the orb. However, he contacts John unexpectedly, scaring the boy badly. The young man announces that the hero has been invited to do the Emperor's bidding, but John doesn't understand what order he is supposed to follow. They arrived so suddenly and quickly. The hero opens the door and sees the inspector in front of him. Bear immediately guesses that the Emperor sent him to John. But first he must learn the necessary rules of the government. The boy, of course, agrees. He immediately demonstrates how to be supported by the Emperor. And frankly, the Magister wondered a bit. Did the boy do it all on the first try? Well, then it's time to declare order. The sphere begins to measure the bright moon, and then repeats the Emperor's voice. The boy recognizes John's talent and officially records his name in the magician's register. This registration belongs to the registrant to the court of Ivry. The Emperor also sends his son with him to the finger. The hero listens carefully, but also realizes how obvious their motives are. The magic would end. That was the rule of his magic. The princes begin their business at once. He stands up and one of the princes approaches him. It is Captain Morgan Arnold of the army. He will join the boy to the pot. The hero takes one last look at his house, and the party ends. In the finger, Lord Morgan Marcus Morgan notices that the heroes are on their way. This man is paying attention to his children. They must believe respectfully in mage. And so the carriage comes. The hero and his girlfriend come out of it. It's amazing. Elon Page is such a powerful mage at such a young age. He clearly has a special power, as even the Emperor has taken an interest, and it's definitely worth making contact with the boy. The Lord smiles and greets the Bear Emperor. There was a real commotion in the church. The bears were just talking about infancy. He's a real talent, and he's been practicing without rest for 2 weeks now. Yes, that's exactly what John is doing. He's focusing and unashamedly freezing the entire training floor. But the hero isn't satisfied. It's too little for him. In his past body, he was capable of freezing an entire pan. Now his body is too small. He has no mana, and something must be done about it. Suddenly, someone relates to the hero, a certain man. He asks for help since the Lord has disappeared. The boy hesitates. In what sense has he disappeared? The servant continues. The Lord went to hunt for goblins, but did not return. His guards and Mr. Ravi have also disappeared. The attendant looked everywhere but couldn't find anyone. There were hardly any signs, John thought. It was too soon for the Lord to perish. Citizen Morgan Marquez Morgan would die near the First War of Annihilation. It would be like slavery for an assassin from an enemy country, and his son would leave the city. The boy will pay for it with his life. Ion doesn't understand why the servant is asking for his help instead of Morgan Marquez. In his past life, the Lord loved to hunt, so it is unbelievable that something would happen to him. The servant replies that Lord Morgan Marquez has stayed behind on an important errand. Ion is a bit surprised that the magic in charge could have left the province he was sent to. It seems to have something to do with his appearance. Resigned Master allows you to leave the city only in rare cases. The most likely case is that a person has been sentenced to the Master of the Creator, and the conversation will be about the hero. He doesn't know it could happen, but his primary weapon is knowledge of the future. If something does happen to the god, the hero will immediately lose his advantage. The boy wonders where he should go. He is ready to seek out the god and restore everything to its governmental state no matter what. The hero was about to leave when his mother stops him. Vanessa heard that the boy was going to seek the Lord. She's worried about him. Could be dangerous, and John is still so young. The boy smiles and says he will be fine. He takes his mother in his arms and promises to come back. But then the girl takes off down the hall, the little girl crying and begging to find her father. The girl promises to ask the Lord for money, land, and servants, and the boy sees a mirror on the girl's arm. Is this true? John promises to find Marquez in the blink, but otherwise he asks to be given a ring. That sounds like mana. It will definitely help in the search. The girl immediately hands it over to the hero, and whoever places it in his hand feels a noticeable increase in mana. This item is familiar from Elon. It is a Morgan ring, a low-quality artifact that increases the wearer's mana. Perhaps the Lord didn't trust it to its owner, but to his daughter? From the bottom of his heart, he asks that he find his father, interrupting his thoughts, and after that, of course, that he return the ring. Is this not a gift from the Lord? Now the ornament helps the hero recover mana a lot, and he suddenly turns into a guard and they go ahead. The soldiers bring John into the forest. There are destroyed monsters lying on the ground, and blood drops everywhere. This is where the end of the track comes. The hero asks if the victims have been found, but no, the soldiers found none. Perhaps the monsters took them with them. The hero asks. It was obvious that there were over 100 animals. Marcus must be found as soon as possible before it was too late. A bright light immediately begins to emanate from the mock. Everyone present is simply in a daze. Is he trying to summon the spirit? And here it is. A small wolf cub appears in the clearing. Is this some kind of joke? The hero does not understand. In his past life, the wolf was enormous. It seems that the current mana supply does not allow the puppy to manifest in full size. The hero points to the blood and asks the wolf cub to take the trail. It sniffs and quickly takes off. John addresses the soldiers. They must follow him. At the same time, on the rooftop, Lord Marcos is fighting goblins. There seems to be no end to them. The monsters attack again and again. The same fate awaits the Lord when he dies in this place. The man will call his son. The child must return to the castle while the Lord holds the monsters. The child must report everything. There are too many goblins here for the Morgan Mountains. It's very dangerous here. The boy literally paces with fear. The boy does not want to leave his father's side. Turning around, the goblin lumbers toward Lord Marcus from behind. His son almost can't wait to prompt his father, but it seems to be too late. It is unlikely that Lord Marquez will make it through today after all that has happened. He's very surprised by what's happened. Who was that? And finally, he noticed the boy. Is that really him? And he tries to say something, but he can't hear anything else. The Lord will pass out. Margarita's voice brings the man out of the cloud. The girl looks at her father with tears of happiness. He asks her what happened, but the girl couldn't hold back her tears. She screams and replies that Marquez was saved by John. Lord Marquez and Ravi were unconscious for 2 whole days. During this time, Margaret was very much agitated. Suddenly, the door opened and a servant entered the room. At last, his lord came to his realization. Lord Marquez asks what happened to the others, but unfortunately, the 2 soldiers and the villain were unable to return. The attendant reports that Morgan has asked about this mage. Butler immediately promises to fetch him, and now the man is already meeting John on the street. The attendant informs the boy that the Lord asks him to come to his chambers. Marquez wants to talk to him. The hero finds the Lord and asks about his health. It's going to be okay. Marcus wanted to personally thank his hero for saving him. The Lord's son also laughed. John literally saved the ruler. The boy also destroyed mountains of monsters. Marcus can't bear it. As a token of gratitude, the man gives the boy a small box and asks that he open it. John can't believe his eyes. It's a mana ring. Marcus overhears the young man feeling mana in his daughter's ring. She had been in their family for a long time, but the Lord was unaware of her power. The ring was a huge help to the hero, wasn't it? John explained how it happened and what his advantage was in the battle. Well, Lord was glad to hear that. Now this mirror belongs to a young magician. Let him consider it a mark of diversity, but the hero is a little unclear in what sense it is a mark of diversity. Then the Lord explained that from that day to today, the hero was recognized as the Morgan family's eternal guest. So John accepts his gift. The Major invests in the ring, an eternal gift. This is millennial annual pledge that every great emperor must honor. Marquez continued. His family will always be happy to see him and ready to help him in times of need. The Lord and his son promised that this name and promise would be passed down from generation to generation as long as their family lived in the south of the Emerald River. Oh well. A little while later, John was walking through the woods with the soldiers. The hero asked the captain how far they were from the village of Lloyd. The man cheerfully replied that they were almost there. The major remembered and recalled asking the Lord if there were any alchemists in the province. The ones who could make elixir. He replied that there was an alchemist named Ledio living in the north of the village of Lloyd. He is original from capital, but moved specifically to gather special mushrooms. Well, the man had never met him in his past life. At least now he will help make an elixir to restore the missed mana. Immediately, the soldier asks the major and the captain to take a look at what's going on because the entire town is now under fire. John's eyes spread. He was literally surprised by what he saw. At the same time, the crew captain immediately went to his sword. These are slaves. Their weapons are covered in the blood of ordinary people. They want to take some kid to Lockwood. His father attacks the attackers, but is immediately hit in the face with his sword. This happens because he was too talkative, as one of the bastards pointed out. The bad boy screams as he tries to get away from the pull and help his father. This teeth pull irritates the leader of the traps. This boy will only die after his father dies, and the boy, in tears, watches the scene as the trappers pull out a sharp and long knife. The leader will lead the boy to a better place and the father can rest in peace. The son screams loudly, unable to do anything. But suddenly, an icy thing comes through the trap. Through his tears, he doesn't realize that just happened. All the trappers panic, not realizing what the hell is going on. But then one of the men noticed a young man on the mountain. John pulled out his ice guns on the criminals. The panic continues. All through the forest, shy cries of pain and fear are heard. After battling the slaves, the young magician climbs the mountains, where he sees the city. Well, it looks like the ring has really helped him. It seems that with its help, John has risen to the level of a third-class magister. At the same time, they fight a follower of the slave battle in the city. Many are crying for their loved ones. The captain turns into a master, but the hero stops him and asks if they have any wounded among the people. However, thanks to John's actions, there is none. It's cool to hear something positive, but now there's something else that's bothering him. Is this man alive? But John hesitates and shouts, trying to bring the very person wounded by the leader back to consciousness. Magic quickly approaches the wounded man and asks him to check himself. But as soon as John looks at the wounded man, he immediately loses the ability to speak. White skin, seemingly without blood, and green caps in his hair. Could it have been alcoholism? Another name for this disease is the curse of God. There are people in whom alcoholism is present only in the brain, which consistently stimulates it and causes pain, unable to circulate and be pulled from the body. In this condition, the person spends every second of his life until death. The man wouldn't have been able to penetrate mana into his body on his own. It must be the work of an evil mage, and his condition seemed to have worsened. John places a hand full of mana on the wounded man's head. There is only one way to improve the pain. Remove the remains of the stagnant mana and take new mana. Mega did just that, and the man visibly felt better. He cries hard, this time because of the pleasure. John gets up and asks him to check the wounds. He is grateful again, and they do as warned. The junior magister is already just walking away, when suddenly someone grabs his hand. The girl is only interested in one thing. Will she tell him that his father is really improving? The hero doesn't want to fool him, so he warns that the effect will be short-lived. What? John Deed only improves the symptoms but doesn't cure the disease completely. The girl is very upset. Does that mean his father will feel bad again? But the only thing known is that this man has to choose between constantly getting mana or dying. Crying wells up in the boy's eyes. If that is the case, the boy will confidently warp Rander's flora and save his father. Douglas quickly leaves, but someone yells after the child, asking where he's gone. And John is very surprised when he hears that name. Douglas, yes, that's the name belonging to the greatest alchemist in Imperial history. In the future, he would become the Imperial alchemist known as Douglas Heyman. Based on his general attitude, he managed to reach a high position. At that time, his objects of hatred were mages. It is now clear why an alchemist in love with mana follows a mage and the magic flower that grows in the north. This flora does have an effect on neutralizing magic, but other than that, it is a powerful evil. Casts a boost spell on itself and, supported by the boy, blocks its path. He tries to convince the boy that the robbers may still be running out of town, but the child refuses to listen. If he takes his time, his father, and without completing the sentence, John uses a sleep spell on the boy. He slowly and quietly passes out, still repeating something about the flower, and finally Douglas falls asleep, lazing against the mage's shoulder. John cries with joy. It's a very good thing he's made it over time. That's right, if you don't consider age, this boy looks a lot like Douglas from his past life. If magic hadn't arrived in time, the boy's father would have been killed and his son would have been caught. However, it was Douglas who prepared the evil that killed John. He was conscious of Ragnar's plans and acted on his orders. Maybe it would be better to cut everything off at the root now. No, hasty decisions could backfire for John. Douglas is so talented that he has risen from humble beginnings to the status of Imperial alchemist. It might be better to lure him to our side. But where are the guarantees that he won't betray us if the wizard frees him from slavery? But suddenly, John calls out to the captain. He immediately set off in search when he learned that the wizard had suddenly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, the knight's gaze fell on the child. The boy acted recklessly and had to be put to sleep, John explained. And since the captain has come, he should take the child to the village. But won't the wizard come with them, the captain wondered. No, John needs to go somewhere. A cool night has descended upon that very village. But the light remained on in the room. The father, having regained consciousness, asked the boy if he was asleep. Douglas replied tersely that he was not. The man was told about the wizard who had saved them. The father also knows that they have embarked on something reckless, and he promised that he would help find the flower mentioned in the boy's dream. The idea, of course, did not please the man, as there could still be bandits nearby. Douglas jumps up on the bed and cries out in fury. What was he supposed to do? Max said that his dad would continue to be sick. The father sighs. The boy shouldn't worry so much about him. But what can be done? Douglas has been searching for the flower for over a year, so how can Max manage to do this? Suddenly, their dialogue is interrupted. The man asks who has come. The guy on the other side of the door was informed that they need the Randiora flower. In that case, the father opens the door. Upon entering, Max removes his hood and greets everyone inside. The boy sitting on the bed immediately remembers him. But the father wonders, could this really be the same Max? Ian Page introduces himself by name and places the item he found on the table. Is this really the Randiora flower? Max is ready to give it up, but in return, he needs to get an answer to his question. How do they know about the effect of the flower? Well, the thing is that the head of the family simply read about it in the directory. The man places a book on the table in front of him. It was given to him by his father. Let John take a look here and there. It only grows in the north and can neutralize mana. It has 12 dark-colored petals. The green leaves and stems of the flower are extremely poisonous. The flower wilts immediately upon being picked. Therefore, cultivating and harvesting the flower is impossible. The wizard is curious if their father was also an alchemist. Turns out that alchemy is their family business, as is the book. So, hearing this, John wants to warn that for a wizard with 2 types of mana, the poison of this flower is deadly. The father understands what is being discussed, but in their family, they have never made elixirs capable of harming living beings. The man is ready to put his hand on the honor of his lineage, the Hammonds. John doesn't quite believe the words, but he thanks him for the answer. There is something else. He lifts the flower, melting the icy cage, and it instantly withers in his hands. He apologizes as he cannot be transformed. Max only wanted to preserve his form by freezing him. Lady O was surprised. Could it be that the guy had lied to them? But John only wanted to prove that he could find the flower. Therefore, he proposes a deal. He will supply the man with mana and he will stop being dependent on his illness. The hero will also find a way to use the flower in medicine. There must be records somewhere, as Douglas and Ragnar somehow came to this in their past life. Well, in return, Lady O will go with him to the capital. But the man does not understand why, and for what reason he is. The thing is, John needs elixirs for himself and his sick mother. But the wizard can hire any alchemist he wants. Lady O is clearly not the best candidate, and John calmly responds to a logical question. He needs an alchemist who can move with him and create elixirs specifically for him. Douglas ran into the forest, thinking of nothing but saving his father. Therefore, the wizard is confident that Lady will make the right decision for the good of her child. Yes, the man sees that John is clearly not so simple, but in that case, he needs time to think. The young man understands this perfectly and agrees to wait. In this life, Douglas has not lost his father and has not become a slave. Ian Page will do everything to prevent the boy's talent from falling into Ragnar's hands. And so, the next morning arrived in the village, the captain addresses the wizard and reports that everything is ready for their departure. Ian Page glanced heavily at the alchemists. He is a bit pensive today, but what can be done? Well, they can start to move forward little by little, the young wizard reported. Are they still not ready? But suddenly the door of the house opens, and out come the father and son, ready for the journey. And what decision did they make? John asked as he approached. Well, there's no point in refusing, the father began, since his life depends on the mage after all. But he also adds that John must keep his promise. The mage simply smiles in response. Of course, he will do everything. Suddenly, Douglas asks his question. Can the hero really heal his father? John nods good-naturedly. He gives his word. The child sincerely rejoices and eagerly asks if he can call the mage captain. What? Captain? Well, if the kid wants it so much, John just can't refuse him. After all, he used to think that Douglas had been a jerk since birth. The heartfelt conversation is interrupted by a soldier who has arrived in a hurry. They need to rush and set off. The prince has already crossed the Kumos River, and John is surprised. The prince is already so close. That's right. The garrison was informed about this earlier in the morning. So why does the mage find out last? The young wizard quickly heads to his horse. He will borrow it for a short time. John doesn't quite understand how to handle the saddle, but he is confident that they will get along. Approaching closer, the mage touches the steed and uses taming. A spark of mana ignites in the horse's eyes. John somehow communicates that he needs to go to the provincial castle. The horse knows the way. The beauty obediently lowers herself, allowing the hero to climb onto her. Meanwhile, the mage asks Captain Arnold not to forget to pick up Mr. Lidio. He will go first. Meanwhile, the prince and his entourage are already traveling through the forest. The young man recalls a conversation with his father. The king gave his son several tasks. The master of the tower, Havert, has been actively communicating with the fifth prince lately. Since many aristocrats listen to him, it must be important for the prince to have Havert on his side. The king is confident that Ragnar will use the mage to secure worthy allies for himself. Therefore, the son must ensure that Aeon Page stands on his side, and this must happen before the ivory tower can take any action. The mage needs to be lured away at any cost. He will be a great asset for the prince. He sighs heavily, recalling this dialogue. Damn, Aeon may be a mage, but he is still just a child. What use is he at all? Besides, all mages are subordinate to the ivory tower. Why would he switch sides to the prince? Why did the master of the tower choose Ragnar in the first place? When he becomes emperor, he will definitely remove everyone who deliberately ignored him. A terrifying horse addresses the prince. The second captain of the Imperial Knights, Oliver Raywood, believes that at least now, a message should be sent to the castle of Morrigan. The prince remarks with boredom that they seem to have already discussed this, but the captain is sure that it will definitely take time to prepare for their arrival. The prince decides to change the subject. Maybe that way he will leave him alone. The captain's family lives not far from Morrigan, right? Then, how much further do they have to travel? Oliver Raywood replies that they need to be on the road for about 2 more days. The prince smiles in response. Well, then the captain can send them a message. He wants to see how the Northern Guards and the shields of the Empire will receive the august personage. The captain was not pleased with such treatment, but what could he do? It was his duty. Meanwhile, Oliver Raywood thanks the prince and begins to carry out the order. After receiving the news, there was a real commotion in the castle. Marcus demanded that not a speck of dust be in the room. And why wasn't he warned earlier? He did not expect such a quick visit. By the way, what about the other families? Have they arrived? The butler replied that almost everyone has come. The Megfidons and Raywood will be here soon. But what about Mac? Is there any news from him? Marcus asked, no, not yet, and that's bad. The guard reports that His Majesty the Crown Prince has arrived. His retinue has already stepped onto the territory of the castle. After a while, the carriage finally stops, and the prince himself steps out. A man standing next to the duke nervously asks, "Where is the mage?" But the sad lord is already about to respond when the quick sound of hooves is heard. It is him. The majestic horse stops right in front of Marcus. Poor John clearly did not enjoy this ride, but he still finds the strength to apologize for being late. The hero is overjoyed at the return of the hero, while the others quietly whisper behind their backs. Is this little one really the mage? Marcus places his hand on John's shoulder. Since the Emperor's order was addressed personally to him, he should stand in front of everyone. The young mage comes face to face with the prince. The prince addresses him with a single question. Is he Aeon Page? Yes, it has been a while since the prince has seen him. The mage manages to glance over and see what is happening with the prince. The girl from the group looks at him and smiles kindly. Her name is Cecilia. She is a spy for the Coldwood Empire. And so the evening arrives. At the ball, the prince is addressed by his captain. His Majesty should know his limits. Well, what can you do? The only food here is wine, he replies melancholically. The prince does not understand why he even traveled such a distance. It is so boring, and he did not like the mage. The guards silently observed. He wished he could go rest soon. Not far from the group, Cecilia stood alone with a glass of wine in her hand. The girl thinks that the Emperor's task has become increasingly strange lately. Why does he even need this boy? The fact is, a few days ago, she received 2 orders. First, verify whether the rumors about Iowan are true, and if so, kidnap him along with his mother and deliver them to Cudwood. What is so special about him anyway? All right, I need to find out. Cecilia goes outside to find the mage. And here he is in fact. First, it's worth checking what the boy is capable of. Cecilia instantly casts low-level magical arrows. They crash to the ground with force in the blink of an eye. The girl is perhaps a little surprised. Did he set up a shield? Yoan was distracted from his tasks, so he seriously asks who she is. And what does he think of himself? The girl replies to him with a slight smirk. She is actually also a mage from the Ivory Tower. She just came to say hello. That's how everyone greets each other there, attacking from behind. Yoan asked calmly. Cecilia is a bit puzzled by such a question. Let him watch his tongue first. The girl is actually older, which means she should be treated with respect. However, the young mage abruptly interrupts Cecilia, addressing her by name. The girl is greatly surprised by how he knows her name, and even her last name. Who the hell is he anyway? Of course Iowan would know. All the spies from Cudwood are given that surname. The mage can name everyone who works with her. Iowan slowly begins to approach the girl and speaks. Yal, the stable master of Molten. Robin, the Emperor's secretary. Ario, a soldier of the 9th Squad. Cecilia listens in horror to the mage, but he just continues. Isabel, a maid in the palace. Ah yes, she hasn't become one yet. The girl knows that they are all connected. Yoan is certainly aware of this, and the girl sighs, and immediately flames ignite around her, while in her hand, Cecilia creates a powerful fireball. She has no idea how the boy knows so much, but he would be better off pretending to be ignorant. Cecilia throws a powerful fireball, but at the spot where Yoan stood, a bright flame erupts. Is that all? But not so fast. The young mage appears not far from the girl. He is the only one who knows about them. In Iowan's hand, a bright shining orb has formed. Cecilia does not understand why he did not report everything. Although what is much more important for her now is to understand why the hero is unharmed at all. What the hell? Mac raises the sphere above his head. He knows it too, and the girl's gaze turned upward. A true horror appeared in her eyes. A huge number of icy needles immediately falls on the girl. He knows why Cecilia is searching for him. Max, with a cold gaze, unleashes icy spears upon the poor girl. Cecilia barely manages to set up a mana barrier, but it seems too weak, as cracks appear all over its surface. The girl slowly but surely falls into a panic. At that moment, Yoan creates a huge fireball. With the same calmness, he unleashes it upon the poor girl. Things are bad. Cecilia cannot attack while maintaining the barrier. But if she doesn't dodge now, she will simply perish. It seems she will have to take the risk. Cecilia lowers the barrier and rushes to run, but the icy needles wound her severely. She barely manages to escape the powerful explosion. God, is she really alive? The girl collapses to the ground in exhaustion. Owen must have used up all his mana. People will be running here soon. It's good that the mage has no compromising information on her. Even if he says something, no one will believe him anyway. Even the Ivory Tower will be on the girl's side. But for now, she should first restore her strength. And Iowan has come very close. He is still smiling. The girl realizes that he could easily expose Cecilia at any moment, even right now. And Tailish laughs. Is he really that overconfident? But Yoan has evidence that even the Cudwooders are unaware of. Cecilia is angry and does not believe a single word he says. But suddenly, someone approaches from the side. The guards have arrived, and the captain doesn't even have time to ask what happened before the girl's ally rushes to her aid. And Iowan, as if nothing happened, replies that he did it. The soldier asks the boy to explain himself. Well, the mage recounts that he saw a girl talking to some masked man. But Cecilia is just in shock, wondering what this little brat is even talking about. Ian continued, upon seeing the young man, the group immediately tried to kill him. Clear. Understood. So the hero was just defending himself. But how can the guy prove his words? They were both checking something on each other's bodies. Ian noticed. He believes they were marks. The commander is surprised. He definitely understood something. The guard immediately demands to inspect the girl. But her colleagues from the tower come to her defense. Doesn't the captain see that he is crossing all permissible boundaries? Does he not trust the mages from the tower? But the knight is unyielding? The guy immediately draws his sword and points it at the mage. The air prince is here, and the incident occurred here as well. Therefore, the captain needs to find out what happened and how it is related to the mages of the tower. A colleague asks to at least be allowed to heal the girl at the beginning, but the captain refuses. First, an inspection. Cecilia is clearly very unhappy with what is happening, but after the inspection, nothing suspicious was found. The mages immediately pointed out their correctness and rushed to heal the poor girl. Meanwhile, the guard casts a glance at the hero. Did he really lie? But Iwan insists that he did not. Everything he said was the truth. Therefore, he approached the girl and placed his hand on her back. Immediately, a blue light begins to seep out. Cecilia does not understand what this is. Damn it. Or at least, she is just pretending. The mages standing nearby were simply in shock because a mana mark had appeared on the girl. Cecilia was angry. What is that boy even doing? Owen saw how they were running their hands over that area of the body, apparently checking for marks. All cold walkers are sent to training camps where they are marked. Only the trainers know about it. In a past life, after a year of torture, one of them broke and told Iwan about this. The captain turns to the mages. They know what the mark is, but they are seeing it for the first time. What about Iwan? And he has no idea what it means either. The knight pondered, meaning that no one knows what this mark is, but it clearly indicates something greater. In any case, the girl needs to be healed now, and they will conduct the interrogation later. The captain orders the mages to prepare the manaterma for the girl. After that, the knight turns to Iwan. If it turns out that the boy is right, the man will definitely tell his highness about it. The prince is genuinely astonished. The boy defeated a third-class mage. Who would have thought? And what is Oliver's impression of the young boy? The captain believes that Iwan is indeed different from all the mages he has seen before. His speech and behavior are not like those of ordinary people. Well, it seems the prince needs to meet him in person to confirm this. He requests that the boy be brought immediately. Oliver promptly carries out the order. After a while, Iwan bows upon arrival. Was he summoned? Yes, that's right. The thing is, the prince heard that Iwan discovered a spy from Coldwood all by himself, and then he even achieved victory over her. Although she was a high-class mage, it was a worthy victory. For a mage, to be honest, it is an honor to hear such praise from the prince. He smiles good-naturedly. The hero deserves his reward. If there is a specific request, he can voice it, but Iwan immediately understood that the prince wants to test how greedy he is. However, since he himself suggested refusing, the mage has no intention of doing so. Iwan asks the prince to allow him to take a look at the ruins of the old ivory tower on the way to the castle. The prince is puzzled. What ruins? What could possibly be interesting about them? But the mage replies that in his childhood, he was told stories about them. That is why he wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Iwan could have asked for anything, yet he wished for such a trifle. Although, what can you expect from a child, the prince thought. Alright, they will stop there on the way. Iwan smiled. It was as easy as pie. Under the ruins of the old tower, there is a dungeon where a book of dragon spells is hidden. It is written in the dragon language, which played a key role in the study of temporal magic. Such a manuscript cannot be found anywhere else. In his past life, Iwan discovered it shortly before his death, but he was never able to fully understand it. Iwan smiles nostalgically. How much new information will he be able to learn this time? Iwan is riding in a carriage with his mother. The lady is happy, as they are going so far for the first time. Mac cannot help but agree with the words of his beloved mother. Also, in the carriage is Lidio with his son. The man is trying to charm Vanessa. The girl definitely needs to take a tour. After all, he has lived in the capital for a long time. The mother sincerely thanks him for such an offer. But Iwan does not understand what other excursions there could be. At that moment, someone knocked on the carriage. The knight reports that they have arrived. The second vice-captain of the Imperial army, Paul. Before the heroes lie the very ruins of the towers. The knight says that they will stay here for a couple of days. His Majesty has allowed them to move freely around the territory. But first, they should be shown the place where they will be staying. John sees a small village. Its leader immediately approaches to greet him. It is a great honor for them to receive the Air Prince, and His Majesty responds kindly to the old man. The young mage observes what is happening from the sidelines. It seems the prince is behaving quite well with the common people. In his past life, he always appeared hostile and gloomy. Maybe it's all because of Ragnar? With other people not related to the village or nobility, the prince behaves differently. Now it is clear why the emperor wishes for him to be the successor. Douglas distracts John from his thoughts. When are they finally going to the ruins? Mac makes a confused face. What is the boy even doing there? Well, he just wants to take a look. All right, the basement only appears at dawn anyway. They can go together tomorrow. The boy was glowing with happiness. Could it really be true for him? He sincerely thanks Ian. It seems that the guys have become friends. This conclusion is drawn by the parents, observing what is happening. Lidio wants to ask Vanessa a question. Just one. Has Mr. John always behaved this way like an adult? After all, he is only 12. The girl looks away. Yes, the boy had to grow up early. He is just as good as his father. Vanessa feels guilty that John had to try to replace his father. Lidio pondered. Was her husband also a mage? Vanessa shakes her head. Fran was an ordinary man. Even before John's birth, he went to work and disappeared. 5 years later, his belongings were returned to them. Vanessa is restless. She does not understand. Recently, her son has clearly changed. The man, who does not understand, watches and waits for the continuation, but the girl quickly closes the topic. In any case, they will soon have to visit the ruins. As for whether John will be able to find the spell book, he will only find out tomorrow.
When the war was over, Ian was able to escape the gaze of the Emperor and the Ivory Tower. Then he wandered aimlessly through the expanse. Was it a mere coincidence that the ruins of the old tower came across his path? No, for some reason it seemed to Ian that he had to come there. And now, after all this time, here he was again. And it doesn't even seem to have changed. 300 years ago, there was a war here between the tower mages and the descendants of the Draconians. The Draconids and Gargoyles used black magic and had enough power to destroy an entire empire. But the high-ranking tower mages led by Mitchell Greenriver, former ruler of the empire, were able to repair the will of the dragons and destroy the gargoyles to keep peace in their lands. After leading the state to victory, the emperor gave up his title and devoted himself fully to his work in the tower. He also founded a new one in Greenvirium, where it stands to this day. The old tower soon fell out of use and lost interest, becoming a ruin. Being here and looking around, he's in place. The hero puts his hand on the rocks and casts a spell. In the same second they move apart, and in their place there is a kind of descent. So, of course, Ian decides to go down. It's pretty dark around, so he applies a light spell. Suddenly his gaze falls on a gargoyle statue. The guy remembers that when he first saw this creature, he was very surprised. Suddenly, at the same second, the gargoyle lets out a deafening scream. Ian takes a fighting stance. He didn't know even then that so many years after these events, a real gargoyle could be found in the ruins. The creature jumps up sharply from its seat and rushes straight at the hero. But the young mage was prepared for such a turn of events. He quickly recreates a powerful water ball and sends it towards the monster, throwing it into the wall with force. Last time he managed to get rid of the monster with a single blow, but with his current strength he would have to sweat. The gargoyle didn't just watch and wait. The creature once again prepares to rush into battle. The monster is watching Ian's actions closely, and immediately rushes at the hero in another attack. The mage immediately summons ice spears, which immediately pierce the gargoyle through and through. For some reason, it screams in hellish pain. But this is not the end, because Ian uses the spell again. This time he summons lightning. In one motion, the boy unleashes it on the enemy. Now the creature seems to be defeated and a passage should appear. And yes, just at this moment a new passage opens up in the floor. And it likes it because everything is exactly the same as in the past. The young man uses a soft landing and carefully jumps into the passage. A book lying on the table appears before Ian's eyes. Yes, he has finally found it. The dragon book is finally in front of him. And it's a very good thing he found it much sooner than he did in his last life. And Ian wonders, who hid it here after all? The dragon or the first mage? Well, at least in this life, maybe he'll be able to make out more notes and understand the book better. The boy picks up the tract, but what is it? It is completely blank. Ian starts flipping through all the pages in a panic. How is this even possible? Is it because he has already used it before? The hero slams the book shut with anger. Well, it's good that he at least remembers the spells he's already learned. Ian prepares to use his skills, but he can't say a single word. What's going on? The dragon language is completely dependent on mana, not pronunciation. So dragon spells can only be used once, and then they just disappear? Damn it, if I can't use time magic anymore, I can't go back to the past. Oh god, he'd hoped he could go back in time as many times as he wanted. At least it was good that he'd found out before it was too late. The burdens of life will weigh on him much more heavily this time than ever before. Ian is called Lord and told that they are about to arrive in the capital city. It is a majestic city with red banners flying in the middle of it. The gates actually open, letting the travelers through. And Ian looks out the window at the everyday life of ordinary people. They've finally made it. However, there is cause for concern. If Cecilia, who has been in a mana cage the whole way, escapes and contacts other traders, the Empire will immediately begin hunting for Ian. The first thing the spy will obviously report is that the hero knows spies exist. Hell, that's enough trouble as it is. Suddenly the convoy is stopped, and he can't understand what happened. And the road is blocked by mages. The captain is surprised to see what is happening. It is the master of the tower himself. The knight jumps off his horse and wonders why the mages are blocking the way of the crown prince. The old man replies that it is his majesty's order. The boy was clearly tensed by such a statement, but the old man went on and on. The investigation of Cecilia's case is being placed completely under the control of the tower. That is why the girl must be handed over immediately, and the man holds out the order to them. There's clearly no trust in this magician. Apparently, they are in a hurry, since they did not even let them enter the castle. The old man replies that it is better to deal with everything at once. Then the man approaches the captain and puts his hand on his shoulder. The knight can be sure that the tower will take up the investigation with all responsibility. They can be sure, but that's not the way Oliver likes it. But actually they have no other options. They will have to hand over the criminal immediately, so let them give her here. The old man was very angry. Until Venicilia is proven, it's too early to call her a criminal. Did they hear something about the presumption of innocence? And after all, the girl was still a tower mage, so she should be treated with the respect she deserved. Oliver clenched his fists in anger. Neither captain is happy with what's going on, and the knights around them are equally outraged. They brought the girl in, guarded Cecilia until now, and for some reason the investigation should be handled by the mages. One of the guys asks the captain, is such an order even legal? And only Ian is unfazed, because it was all predictable. The mages don't care about Cecilia's fate at all. Just the idea that the girl will be judged by ordinary soldiers irritates them. The mages will lock the girl in the deepest prison in the tower, where even the caught-walkers will not be able to escape, and they will look for a way to get out of the situation with their dignity intact. Vanessa doesn't understand what's going on, but the hero is quick to reassure his mother. He turns away to the window and sighs. At least one less problem to worry about. Suddenly, the hero is approached by the captain. The emperor said that before entering the castle, the hero must visit one more place. The hero is brought to a very beautiful and large mansion. But Anne was a little surprised. It must be some kind of a joke. After all, in his past life it was this mansion that Ragnar gave him, and the reason was his becoming a 5th grade mage. The prince approaches the boy and asks if he likes this place, because his father decided to give it to the hero. Ian immediately bows and thanks him for such a generous gift. He was 26 at the time, sort of, and now he got his own mansion before he was 14. Of course, this house is wonderful. The prince, on the other hand, offers to leave his family and entourage in the mansion until they're at the castle, well, because he needs to meet with the emperor alone. And Ian is a little worried. The solution is to take a quick tour of the castle with her mother. She had never seen it in her previous life. The prince does not mind, from which the boy literally glows with happiness and thanks him. The mansion is truly beautiful, and asks her mother if she likes everything, and the woman does not understand what he is talking about. And the boy has to explain, now it's actually their new home. Mother is incredibly defeated, but Ian is glad that in this life he was able to show his mother. No matter how strong a mage he was, the boy never got over the loss of his mother. She wonders how a mere man could live here. This place looks better than the Imperial courts. Ian adds that this mansion was used by the Imperial family, and each news is more and more surprising to the girl. The hero is sure, now everything is different. He will be able to give his mother what he could not give then. They will spend more time together, and the boy will be able to see Vanessa happy. But the only question on her mind right now is, will she be able to keep such a huge house clean? Is that all she cares about? Ian doesn't understand. From now on, her mother won't have to touch the dirty dishes and clean up. A little later, the young boy arrives at the palace. He is dressed in his best attire, and he remembers that he has not met the current emperor before. When the boy graduated from the academy and began to change the world, the disease had already taken him. However, the emperor was always spoken of favorably because of his wisdom and skillful political leadership. Ian hopes to emphasize a few useful skills for himself. Walking through the castle, the boy turns his attention to the opposite building. I wonder what the 5th prince, Ragnar, is doing right now. He is most like his father, But unlike the Emperor, he is completely ignorant of such feelings as compassion and mercy. The thought of this old friend and new enemy makes Ian clench his fists. What will happen when they meet again? But now the door is opened and the Emperor is waiting for him. The monarch sits on his majestic throne and Ian kneels before him. It is a great honor for the boy to meet His Highness. But the man asks the young man to rise. The Emperor has heard of Ian. He is only a young boy, but he has already achieved so much. The boy begins to be modest, saying that this is not the case at all, and the Emperor asks him to drop the formalities. He realizes that the boy would hardly have learned etiquette in such a short time, so he asks him to behave as usual. Ian sadly remembers that Ragnar said similar words to him when they first met. The Emperor asks if the boy liked the palace, and the prince smiles good-naturedly as he meets the hero's gaze. You bet, Ian is grateful for such a generous gift. Many people dream of such a thing all their lives. What else is there to say? His mother, Vanessa, is also very happy. Well, in that case, let's get to the point. Does Ian understand why the prince was sent for him and why the mansion was given to him? The boy doubted whether he should answer directly. Ragnaria liked the straightforwardness in Ragnaria, who apparently accepted her father. But perhaps it's not time yet. Until Ian got what he wanted, he should pretend to be a normal boy with simple thoughts and desires. You must answer as a child would answer. And he answers that maybe it's because he's talented, and the boy is sure that it's only because he's talented. The prince and Ian are tensely silent, waiting for the Emperor's speech to continue. Suddenly, Blondin reminds his father that Ian is a child. He just doesn't understand what's going on. The man stares intently at his son. To think, this is the first time the prince has stood up for someone. The king agrees. Yes, he only invited Anna because of his talent. Besides, all the attendants admired his abilities. The boy found the spy, and all children are rewarded for good deeds. So what does Ian want? He will fulfill everything. The hero realizes that this is his chance. He has already thought about it. If he were older, he could ask for something worthwhile, but now, maybe permission to see the castle. The Emperor is amazed, just that? But yes, he is. Ian just wants to see what the castle looks like inside. To see how beautiful it is and share it with his mother. The prince explains to his father how on the way the boy asked to see the ruins of the tower. I guess boys his age are very curious. It's only natural. Ian, on the other hand, smiles enigmatically. Well, the Emperor agrees after all. The servant immediately gives the boy a tablet. With its help, the hero can get into absolutely any room of the castle. He can also ask the guards to show everything. Ian thanks for such a reward. Well, since this is his only request, the Emperor himself will decide how to reward the boy. The man asks the maids to bring something in. It's a huge chest of gold, and the maids who bring it will go to Ian's palace right away. Well, at least Mother won't have to worry about cleaning up anymore. Once again, Ian thanked the Emperor for his generosity. As he closed the door behind him, he thought, was the Emperor really such a great man? The hero did not expect to receive sympathy in his direction, and the feeling that he was being tested did not leave him all the time. After all, the Emperor simply must be on guard in his dealings with everyone, including Ragnar. Mistrust is the basis of politics and government. That's what Ragnar always said. Okay, now in it, there's something that needs to be dealt with. The boy approaches the soldier guarding the garden, and the soldier asks him why the mage came here. And he shows a sign to enter the royal garden. The knight is immediately overwhelmed. Of course he's going to show it all now. The boy has to pretend he's sightseeing. So he walks up to the columns and finally, the mage remembers the prince telling him about this place. No one but the royal family could come here. This is where Ragnar's ancestors are buried. Someday he will be there himself, and sneaks in and the guard sleeps peacefully. But the boy decides to be reassured and casts a sleep spell. There seemed to be something near the tomb of the first emperor, but where is it? Oh, that's right. He finally found it. It's a mushroom with a heart of stone. Ian quickly slices it off with his ice spear. All right, that's probably enough for him. Suddenly, the boy hears a conversation. A guard is asking someone what he's doing here at this hour. And it seems that Ian guessed, if it is. Mac quickly removes the glowing orb and hides behind a column, listening to the conversation. A young man enters the hall, and a servant addresses a certain princess. Prince, there are 3 of them in the royal family. And, needless to say, none of them were Ragnar. The girl replies that this place is quiet and free of intruders. The lady came here because it is her duty, and Kevin should check the reliability of the sanctuary's defenses. They have a worthy excuse. The hero immediately realizes that this girl is Haley Greenriver, the sister of the crown prince. Kevin worries that someone might report their visit to the tower, to which the girl irritably replies that this won't happen. Doesn't the guy know how dangerous the tower is? And she immediately makes an angelic face. Haley is doing this for her brother and father, after all. and Kevin sighs he will continue to help the girl. She still remembers the techniques they learned last time. The girl is glowing with happiness. Of course she remembers. The mage suggests starting with light. Haley decides to concentrate mana first, and after a moment the girl casts a glowing orb. And he is amazed. Does the princess have magic? And the girl, to his even greater surprise, was disappointed. The ball came out too small. Haley Greenriver was a girl who lived her life quietly, like a bird in a cage. In a previous life, she left to follow her brother, the crown prince. It happened after Ragnar came to the throne and executed the guy. He's actually surprised, because he never would have thought the princess had magic. But why is she hiding it? After all, the independent study of magic, as well as hiding magical skills, is punishable by law. The princess mage simply can't not know this. Haley asks a servant to teach her a protection spell, well, like Volcano. But, to be honest, the kid doesn't really know how to do it himself. Suddenly the girl notices something. Kevin asks what's wrong, have they been spotted? Damn it, they are in trouble, they need to leave immediately. But the girl reassures her companion that only members of the royal family can get in here. A little later, Ian reflects on what he has seen. Who would have thought that the princess was a wizard? Haley must be hiding her abilities, because she knows that the Tower Master supports Ragnar. It took him too long to go to the shrine. As he was leaving the garden, a guard called out to him. The man asks if Ian has finished his walk. He smiles good-naturedly and says that he found what he wanted. Back in the castle, the boy notices Lidio and asks him where his mother and the others are. The man replies that Miss Page is talking to the maids, but Douglas is looking around the mansion. The boy is happy. This castle is unbelievable to him. Well, that's good for Ian. He asks if they can talk. Together with Lidio, they go into the same room, and the mage asks the man to make an elixir. Tom wonders what kind of elixir they are talking about, and then Ian pulls out the poisonous mushrooms with a heart of stone, plucked in the sanctuary. The thing is that they can paralyze a man and stop his heart. The lady is surprised. Does the boy want to manufacture poison? To which the young man asks if the man knows about interrogation magic, which it turns out he did. Lidio understood what it was all about. Ian needs an elixir to get around it. The man would be up to the mission. Lidio needs to do some research. Is it really urgent? The boy nods, informing him that it is. We need to make the potion as soon as possible. But suddenly the conversation is interrupted by one of the servants. Ian has received a letter from the ivory tower. The girl hands it to him on a tray and the young man begins to read it. It's a letter, an invitation to study in the tower. There will be a formal meeting in exactly 1 week. Since Ian is now the mage of the tower, they are hoping for his presence. A week. Lidio has only a week to make the elixir. Can he manage it? Well, I guess he has no choice. He'll have to stay awake and work hard to achieve the desired result. Ian relies on him a great deal. And so after this dialogue, a week has passed, and the boy goes to the tower. And he takes out an elixir made by Lidio. It should only be enough for 2 hours. The boy squeezes the flask and at that moment he notices the tower out of the corner of his eye. Mac realizes that even though the tower holds many memories, he still returned to it. A servant reports to Ian that they have arrived. As soon as the boy steps out of the carriage, he is suddenly greeted by the mage girl. She smiles welcomingly, for her task is to lead the boy to the master of the tower. Once inside, the girl immediately begins to conduct a tour. And Ian is in his thoughts. Years have not changed this place and are unlikely to change in the future. Freckles points Ian to a golden disc. It's a monolift. It can be used to move between floors, and it is the one used by high-ranking mages to get to the last floor. The girl offers to try it out. On the top floor, the master of the tower will be waiting for Ian. Having informed this, the girl says goodbye to the young mage. Immediately the disc under Ian's feet begins to glow and some runes begin to appear on it. A powerful flash of light engulfs the boy. But Ian is perfectly calm. He's worried about something else right now, and he quickly drinks the elixir. Meanwhile, finally arrives at the right floor. A large door appears before Ian's eyes. The boy opens it and enters an extraneous hall. He is immediately called out by the head magician. The old man thanks the hero for accepting the invitation here. Please let him pass. And besides the old man, there are also quite a few powerful mages here. And the chief magician explains to Ian, all newcomers go through such a rite. The hero approaches the chair. The boy feels the distrust of those around him. The old man explains that the hero's talent is truly good, but it seemed too unusual to all of them. All mages are much closer to each other and distrust simply has no place. The hero probably asks if he will be tortured, which only makes the old man laugh. Do they really look that intimidating? No, such methods are not for them. And it should just answer the questions he will be asked. And so the old man's eyes fill with mana. Well, it's time to begin. And the first thing the old man does is read out the simplest question. Is it true that the boy was born in the year 488? His father is a merchant and his mother a cook. The hero does not hesitate to answer such an easy question. One of the men asks why Ian needs the alchemist of Lidio. The hero immediately makes up a story. His mother is sick, she needs medicine all the time. On the whole, of course, he did not deceive. But why did the hero then go to the ruins of the old tower? It's simple, Ian often read about them in books and always dreamed of one day looking at them. Then the man asks about Cecilia. The hero remembers her, doesn't he? The girl still remains silent. However, the most important question is asked by the older woman. Has Ian studied magic before? If not, then why does the boy know such powerful spells as Fireball, Freezing Blast? And the old woman wants to hear a convincing answer. The boy calmly explains that he was just visualizing in his head what he wanted to create. Like fire, for example. The hero did it over and over again, until one day the fire didn't appear. Everyone freaked out. That's a load of crap. It can't be. But the old man is focused. Interrogation magic was used on the hero. The kid wouldn't be able to lie to them. Could it be that the first legendary mage was reborn as a child? Or was Ian just a top-class mage who could suppress interrogation magic? No, that's simply impossible. The kid is too young for that. Then who is he? And at the same moment, the red-haired girl rises abruptly from her seat. It's time to ask what they're all here for. The girl tries to calm down, but to no avail. Are they themselves not interested in the hero's answer? Helen asks her only question. Who is Ion anyway? The girl is tired of the hero's lies. The red-haired girl wants to know who he really is. Why is he leading them around by the nose? Yes, perhaps this girl has not changed at all. The hero recalls how in a previous life Helen was the youngest mage of the 4th class before his appearance, and for her fiery temper the girl was nicknamed the Fire Lady. Ion asks if the girl doesn't know about him. Did you read the information the old man gave you? Helen's attitude was literally out of control. The boy seems to be mocking her, but their conflict is stopped by the chapter. The old man seriously looks at the hero. The man wants to ask one last question. On the day of the inspection, Ian had a conflict with a soldier because of his disrespectful attitude towards Vanessa. The hero continues to listen to the old man in silence. Well, the very next day Jonathan died and there were traces of mana on his body. So here is the crux of the matter. Did Ian have something to do with this incident? The hero realizes that the head is considered the master of the tower for a reason. The man never relies on magic alone, always thinking critically and questioning everything. Ian stares intently at the man. The fact is that a normal person would definitely be confused hearing such a question. Although, hell, staying calm would obviously raise even more suspicion. And since it's the last question, should he shrug off the effects of the elixir? Or should he answer as he is expected to? The hero puts his hand on his heart. He knows nothing about it. All present are greatly surprised. Is the guy so brazenly lying to them? The man decides to play along with Jonah. The old man had no doubt. The boy is clearly not capable of such a thing. The head apologizes for such a rude question. By the way, the man lied about the mana traces. Actually, the man just fell off a bridge. It's not good to lie, but it's a rite of passage for all magic. And since nothing is known about Ian's power, it is important to clarify what the hero can do and what he will be able to do in the future. The rest of the people present are watching intently. A mana vault appears in front of the hero. The old man explains that this is the main source of the tower's power. Right now the color of the tool is transparent, but the more mana it absorbs, the bluer it will become. So the tower head asks the hero to channel his mana into the orb. Ian asks if he should pour it all in. Yes, everyone wants to see how strong the guy is. Then Ian walks over to the orb. The hero remembers that the vault can be filled up to level 3. In his case, however, it would be better to do it up to the 2nd. The hero puts his hand on the ball, and now he's going to show them what they want. Then everyone breathes a sigh of relief. But wait a minute, why would he even do that? In his past life, the hero was a level 8 mage, but his name didn't remain in history. The hero always lived as the situation demanded. Ian places his other hand on the balloon. He remembers himself in the blood on the battlefield. He doesn't care about strength, he doesn't care about power or honor. Magic is the only thing the hero cares about. Ian channels the power into the orb. The instrument lights up with a bright blue light and instantly shatters into shards. The entire room quickly fills with mist. Ian himself is breathing heavily. This ordeal had not been easy for him, and everyone is literally dumbfounded and amazed by what is happening. The Fire Lady doesn't understand. How is this even possible? Isn't he a mage of the 3rd level? The hero has clearly surpassed all their expectations, and Ian confidently comes out of the smoke. One of the mages beats his fist on the table with force. The rumors about the hero turned out to be true. and his level is above the 3rd level. The only one who's no match for him. And anyway, they all saw the look on Ion's face when he lied about killing the soldier. The man is just outraged. Does the master even know what that means? The tower just has to poach and rein in the boy before he becomes a true monster. However, training at the academy and a 5-year mana testing mission in the province the boy clearly does not need. The old man agrees, there is no point in the hero entering the academy, he will only become a problem for other students there. So since even they are amazed by his abilities, how will the students feel? Absolutely everyone in the room nods in agreement. The old man, to be honest, doesn't think it's important whether Ian killed that soldier or not. The main thing is that the interrogation magic affects the boy, which means you can always check if he's lying to them or not. The man hopes that everyone understands the importance of maintaining the tower's reputation. The stronger their magic, the stronger the ivory tower itself. By the way, wouldn't it be better to recognize the hero as the 12th Archmage and then officially announce that a level 4 mother appears? The head of the tower remarks that it would also be best to receive individualized training from a top-tier mage. Yes, everyone present fully agrees with the head. Well, if that's the case, then fine, but who wants to take over his training after all? And someone seems to be raising their hand. One girl agrees. Yeah, the hero clearly didn't expect to be recognized as an archmage so quickly and asked to come here again. And she calls out to this girl. The hero is happy to see her again. This pretty girl has heard that she too has been recognized as a mage of the 4th class. Actually yes, it is so, there is nothing to hide. The girl's eyes light up, it's just unbelievable. He's only 12 and he's already an archmage. Yes, the rumors about the boy are true after all. And by the way, the cute boy has just been appointed as the hero's assistant for the next year. And the girl really hopes they'll get along. The hero suggests to the girl to come on you. After all, she is older and more experienced. Compliments, of course, is not his specialty, but the girl is wildly delighted. Since the hero thinks so, the girl is simply obliged to make an excursion to the hero. And so they come to the academy. The girl tells him that the hero could be trained here, but with such impeccable skills, there is no need for a personal mentor. Ian realizes that, most likely, the girl will just brainwash him, suggesting that he go to the side of the tower. At this point, the hero notices his former friends. In his past life, he stood next to them. Absolutely all of these guys were killed by Colwood spies during the First Unification War. The hero remembers himself at their graves. He never expected to see them alive again, and smiles slightly. There's a huge gap between them now, but perhaps a chat will still be possible. The girl kindly shows the boy the room. The girl even used cleaning magic. The hero, of course, couldn't help but be excited. Is this really the room? The girl explains that 300 years ago, when the new tower was founded, there were 24 4th-class mages. The master allowed the hero to use this room for his practices. And the pretty girl asks Ian to wait, now she will bring a tutor for him. After these words, the girl leaves, and the hero touches the table and raises his eyes to the window. How long it's been since he's been here. In this life, the room went to the boy 7 years earlier, all because he is recognized as an archmage at such an early age. His path is set. It is imperative for the hero to strengthen his influence in the tower over the next 6 years. Aeon recalls how, in a past life, the tower went completely over to Ragnar's side. It is incumbent upon the hero to strengthen his position by this point. He will clearly need power to stop the tower master and his influence over the prince. The hero has a duty to subdue the power of the tower, which has been going after its master all along. He needs to gain respect for himself and a power greater than the old man. That's the only way he'll be able to take control of the tower. The hero sighs. Until then he'll have to pretend to be a little boy while he's too weak and young and can't even make it to 5th grade. At the same second, the door opens forcefully and he turns around surprised to see who is in front of him. Why did they send her in the first place? And Helen smiles. It's been a long time since they've seen the little liar. The hero is puzzled. Why did they send Helen specifically? The hero remarks, it was the same girl who had to collect the shards of the mana vault. The girl is even more pissed off. It seems the boy has gotten even more brazen. Well, it doesn't matter, he knows most of their program after all. Etiquette, history of the tower, theory of magic. In short, everything they teach at the academy. Even so, the tower master decided to introduce a personal teacher to the hero. Ordinary students would have a hard time studying with the boy. In one motion, the girl lifts the books from the shelves and grabs one of them, while the rest forcefully collapses to the floor. Her own book is also tossed aside by the girl. Let the old men learn from these books. Treatises aren't her thing. Helen leans toward the hero. He's the one who caught Cecilia. And the girl was good in battle. The fiery girl had high hopes for her. And the girl wonders if that girl had not turned out to be a spy, she would have surpassed the red-haired girl. Helen casts a hard glance at the hero. It's a good thing he figured out the traitor. And then the girl turns around. Now that she was his teacher, it was time to teach him something. There are several types of mages: warrior mages, assistant mages, and research mages. The girl considers the other types of mages to be trash. Helen arrogantly asks how the hero thinks the girl belongs to which class. The hero sighs heavily, of course, to the former. Helen smiles, because the red-haired girl is the best mage of her kind. The pretty girl stares greedily at the hero, no matter who says what. The girl's skills are on a whole other level. Helen approaches Ian. The fiery wench has her own approach to training, and it's time to get to it. It's time for them to go. The hero clearly does not like this arrangement. The redhead leads the hero to the academy courtyard. The girl wonders if the hero even understands what they will do. Now Ian will learn to fight without fear of death. The guy realizes that events are taking their course. The girl in his past life molested him. The eyes of the hero light up. This time he will show what he is capable of from the beginning. The mages gathered around don't understand what's going on here. Have they decided to fight here? But wouldn't that be dangerous for Ian? Helen smirks. It looks like enough spectators have gathered, so it's time to get started. Well, the first move will be the hero's. Ian epically throws off his cloak. The girl is sure she can handle it. Helen is shocked at the insolence. Should she start worrying? What's the big deal? Then the hero puts his hand forward. He's not going to give in. The guy concentrates mana around him, and Helen advises the hero to create a shield first. The girl is clearly fired up with the desire to win. Although none of this matters, the Fire Maiden will easily destroy any shield. The hero watches Helen's skill carefully. The boy immediately erects an ice block around himself. And that's his idea of a joke? Of all the accounts, he chose this one? The girl is tapping on the ice block. Is the boy just going to sit there and waste mana? Ice block is a powerful defense spell. But there's a problem: a mage imprisoned in it can't use other spells. Helen threw up her hands. Though what did the red-haired girl expect from the boy? Wait a minute, what's that? Does everyone around you hear that sound too? The girl turns sharply to the ice cage. This is simply impossible. The hero opens his eyes. Damn, how did he even manage to move in this block? Helen hesitantly approaches. But at the same second, a plant bursting out of the ground appears in front of the girl. Helen is horrified by this turn of events, and a powerful sound sweeps across the area. The lianas come down on Helen with force. The girl barely manages to dodge and applies flames. Damn, when will they finally stop appearing? At this rate, the girl is about to lose to him. She needs to find a way to get Ian out of the ice block. The girl frantically tries to come up with a plan. And then a plant suddenly popped up from behind. Helen only has time to be surprised as the vines entwine the girl's body. The hero comes out of the ice cage. Now it is clear to the girl why he is considered the reincarnation of the first magician. The Fire Maiden meekly accepts defeat. Now the hero can let the girl go. But no, it's too easy a victory. Helen is shocked. The girl has already lost. What does the boy mean? Ian raises his hand, and sparks immediately dance in his fingers, and the sky clouds over. What's going on? A hero wouldn't do that, would he? Ian summons a strong bolt of lightning. Helen is horrified. It's just a drill. The girl begs. No, she begs the hero to stop. But here comes and with a cold stare, bringing the lightning down on her. In Helen's eyes there is real horror. The mages around in complete silence watch what is happening. The girl barely regains consciousness. The lightning struck very close to her. However, she is alive. The hero takes a seat next to her. Helen is horrified and demands that Ian move away from her immediately, but the boy moves right up to the red-haired girl's face. Does the girl think she has anything to teach him? Helen lightning fast starts shaking her head left to right, and the hero smiles victoriously. The boy tells the girl, trembling with fear, that he's leaving. In fact, he turns around and begins to walk away with a confident stride. Ian asks those present to stand aside. He is very tired, and everyone, of course, immediately gives way to him. A little later, the Tower Master decides to check on Helen. The man asks one of the mages how she is feeling. Unfortunately, not so good. The girl has been refusing to eat for days. The old man is insanely pissed off. The red-haired girl lost to some 12-year-old boy? The man had asked the girl to break her to side with the tower. And in the end, Helen was broken herself. Yes, it seems that to curb the hero will not be so easy. He's not a house dog ready to be chained up. Yes, this is clearly going to take more time. The man opens the door, the old man apologizes for being late, and the prince stands by the table. The guy closes the book. That's okay. The prince made the appointment himself, and the guy smiles slightly. The blonde asks the old man to tell more about one page. And so in the morning Douglas is incredibly beautifully dressed and approaches his father. The boy is ready to go, but the man only smiles. Lydio tells the hero that he will take his son to the academy. The boy is glowing with happiness. They will be back soon. Calls him captain. The doors close behind them, and the hero thinks, today is the first day of classes. Douglas was accepted into the highest ranks of the alchemical academy. Obviously, the boy has talent, but Ian finds it easy to learn the material he has studied long ago, and he slams the book shut for the umpteenth time. And besides studying magic, there is nothing else to do. Then Ian gets up from his chair, as he has not had a moment's rest since his return to the past. Ragnar has not yet begun to act, but he will not stay long. The hero looks at his reflection. Ideally, he should start training his body to increase his abilities. But could he just let himself relax and do nothing? Suddenly there was a knock at the door. A maid, Ian thought. It is. The maid brings in a letter on a tray. It's an invitation from the palace. But Ian is a little confused about what the invitation is and where it is going. The hero takes the letter in his hands. There is a seal, and it belongs to the crown prince. To be honest, the hero is a bit confused. But nevertheless, already in the evening Ian arrives at the palace. The boy does not understand why the prince invited him to the event. Everyone knows that magicians who are not blood aristocrats are not invited to the light. The hero is perplexed as to what the prince was even thinking. For the first time, the prince himself took on the task of organizing the banquet. In his past life, the prince did not organize events, as he was not in close relations with the nobility. Because of his passive approach to life, the guy never made his debut in the politics of the empire and was not recognized in high society. Unlike Ragnar, the fifth prince was able to strengthen his position by taking power into his hands. Apparently, the emperor, the only person left on the crown prince's side, managed to influence his son. Well, perhaps it's only to the hero's advantage. Except that he had never attended an event like this before. Perhaps we should sit quietly and leave. The hero approaches the butler, and the man holds out an invitation card. The door opens, and an incredibly beautifully decorated hall appears before the hero. People whisper among themselves, noticing the boy, and he feels a little out of place. And the butler announces, His Highness, the crown prince has arrived, and everyone immediately takes a bow. The prince walks up to the balcony and thanks everyone for coming today. The boy reminds them that today is the first time they are opening the banquet in his father's place. But before we begin, the prince wants to introduce someone. Handsome turns his head toward the hero. Really? The prince explains that his special guest today is a fourth-class archmage. Hailing from the northern province of Morrigan, Ian Page, he is in the ivory tower. The hero is shocked at this turn of events. The guy seriously did it. The happy prince approaches Ian. In fact, all the celebration is organized just for him. And for his sake, the hero must be flattered. Hell, the guy put on this circus to show the nobles that the hero is on his side. Yeah, I guess it was the emperor's idea. The prince has heard how great he was in the tower, and the boy is laughing merrily. The hero just arrived and almost defeated a top-class mage from the start. Funny how the local old-timers felt. The first time they met, the prince thought it would be more difficult with Ian. He was very scruffy, but his outstanding talent is simply amazing. Of course, to go after the hero was suggested by the emperor, but the guy is glad that it worked out that way. But there is someone whom the prince would also like to introduce. The blonde asks the man to approach, and Ian is clearly surprised because the prince has decided to introduce his younger sister, Haley. The girl happily introduces herself to the hero. The princess is all glowing. Both of them talk so much, he is already a real celebrity. Today the girl came just to say hello. But next time, she'd really like to meet and discuss the hero's life. Well, Ion can probably only tell Princess Haley boring stories about monsters and magic. Oh well, the princess is not only interested in magic itself, but also in the lives of other people on Earth. In general, the girl smiles, which is why she wants to ask the hero about a lot of things. Soon the princess will send him an invitation, but for now the girl wishes the hero to just enjoy today's banquet. The hero thanks for the attention to himself, and the prince and his sister leave. Ian, on the other hand, is watching Haley carefully. The girl is not the same as she appeared in the sanctuary. Here she glows. The prince, though worried, is doing a good job. Well, Ian can leave before he gets bored. And as he walks outside, he spots Oliver. And he walks up to the guy, and he looks great in his tuxedo. The knight is embarrassed, because his highness ordered him to wear this formal attire. The men look at each other, and it becomes somehow awkward. Apparently, the hero went out on the terrace for nothing. Oliver says he knows what rumors are going around about the hero, about his victory over Helen. The hero recalls that the prince immediately mentions the incident. and he is surprised that even Oliver knows about the incident. The boy thought that the affairs of the tower never went beyond its borders. But if the knights couldn't get important information, then why would they be needed at all? Especially in this century. The current century, yes. Since the Empire's defense and greenwares are now in charge of magic, the knights have become aids and decorations that speak of their master status. Oliver is surprised that the hero was able to defeat such a fourth-class mage, Helen herself, the Fire Lord. The guy even starts to doubt that he too is really a little boy, and the hero makes an innocent face. Come on, he's not that good. Oliver realizes that the prince trusts the hero, even invited him to a banquet for high-ranking gentlemen. That's why the guy just has to find out whose side the hero is on. The knight does not care who Ian really is and how he acquired such an outstanding talent at such a young age. But the guy knows that the ivory tower supports the fifth prince. What about the hero? He is also in favor of them. Ion was slightly embarrassed. Such a question caught him off guard. Who could answer it so straightforwardly? Well, the thing is, Oliver just needs to know. The boy's eyes become icy. Who is his master's ally and who is his enemy? The hero remembers about Oliver. The boy and in that life protected the prince and even gave his life for him. And he does not yet know which side he is on, but such an answer clearly does not suit the knight. That is why the hero can assure Oliver of one thing: he will never side with the fifth prince in his life. The knight is greatly surprised by such an answer, and the guy quickly looks around. Ian calms the man. He applied magic, so outsiders did not hear their dialogue. The hero smiles good-naturedly. That answer would satisfy Oliver, wouldn't it? And yes, perhaps quite satisfactory. But can the boy ask the hero for one favor? Before the hero chooses sides, let him duel with the knight. Oliver needs to get stronger. A duel? The guy wants to figure out how to stand up to the mages? But Oliver realizes that one day his sword may turn against the hero. Yes, he does. The hero laughs, and Oliver is pretty tough. Still, Ion would probably refuse such an offer. The fact is that for him there is absolutely no benefit here. The boy takes off his necklace and holds it out to the boy. It was given to him by the Empress when he became His Highness' personal knight. The woman said it was magical and helped clear the mine. The hero is literally stunned. This is one of the lost Imperial treasures that belonged to the Empress. And Oliver is going to give it away? The jewelry would clearly be more useful to the hero. He's not kidding, but it was a gift to the late Empress. It is not so important. The woman asked to protect her son, and training with Ian will help to fulfill this request. The deceased lady would have understood that. The hero looks sadly at such a dedicated man. Well, okay, since that's the case, he agrees to the training. The hero accepts the necklace, and Oliver is only too happy to do so. And at that very second, there is a powerful explosion nearby. Such a turn of events absolutely none of them clearly did not expect, and it seemed to rumble through the palace. Oliver was horrified, for he was worried for his prince. This concerned him directly first and foremost. And running inside, the captain immediately called out to His Highness. Someone from the back of the hall answered and motioned for him to come over. It was the crown prince and his entourage. They were all terrified. Thank God His Highness is all right. Guards from other corners of the palace came running. Oliver immediately asked for a report on what happened, and one of the palace guards reported. There was an explosion in the palace compound. The cause is not yet known. They had already sent a message through the emergency communication system and were waiting for reinforcements from all posts. Ion needed to remember what this was about. The Emperor's emergency communication system, a system that links soldiers, country, palace, and ivory tower. Once activated, everyone is obligated to rush to the palace. And once the system is activated, it won't be long before the magicians and soldiers are here. But what if that's what the explosions were designed to do? Ion seems to have figured it out. We must hurry. That's why he created a mana barrier, which he used to cover all the gentlemen present. And then he asked Haley to support him with her mana. The girl hesitated, because she had never practiced such a thing herself. But the answer waited no time, and the young man instructed her to do so, leaving the dome. Ion hastened to find out what he needed. For this the boy turned to the maids. He sought one of them named Isabel. No one was hiding. That girl said she really wanted to visit the central palace. That's why she came from the second palace. That's what the mage thought. They want to find Cecilia. The Cotwalkers plan to use explosions to draw the guards from the ivory tower to get to the girl. They don't care about her life. They want information about Jonah, and he's not planning on letting that happen. As expected, the tower was quiet. No one heard the experienced magician's footsteps, so he could not stop him from approaching Cecilia's cell and saying hello to her. The girl didn't realize who it was at first, but when Daniel introduced himself, everything became clear, and he thought she was much more capable. But alas, Cecilia immediately rushed to the bars and asked to be released. The boy didn't mind, but first they had to clear something up, and the girl understood what it was about. She didn't say anything to anyone. Only the boy, Ian Page, knew everything, both about the cowgirls and the orders given to them. Daniel was actually surprised after hearing this. The young mage even knew about magical markings unlike Cecilia, and all the other codwalkers who had been told about it recently, Danielle added. The girl didn't know any more information and again asked to be released. Yes, the guy had no choice but to open the door for her to come out. But before doing so, there was something she needed to hear. At that moment, a sharp blade dug sharply into her thin neck and went almost through her. Cecilia, who had fallen to her knees, did not have long to live. The chiefs of the Codwalkers had to think for a long time about how they could get into the tower and what to do with the girl. She's a third-class mage after all, so wouldn't it be better to rescue her? But here's their final decision. Sleep well, my friend Cecilia. And you too, came a cold voice from behind him, to which Daniel turned sharply, and all in time to snatch his blade from beneath his robe and then throw it at the unexpected guest. Yes, he seemed to scratch Ian's cheek, but here the man didn't even flinch, only casting a dry look at his wound. So the guy had already killed Cecilia? Thanks for that. One less problem to worry about. Walls of ice appeared around the Coldwalker's legs, restraining him. Ian was incredibly lucky to meet Daniel here, because the boy had wanted to kill him with his own hands for so long. He offered to take him alive. Wouldn't that be better? But the ice kept chaining his body higher and higher. Now Ian will be able to avenge all his friends. Danielle doesn't understand what this is all about, but the magician explained, before that incident was still 10 years, and almost all of Coldwalker's body was already covered with ice. Ian went back in time and made a promise to himself to change everything. The mage's hand touched the ice, and then it cracked in a flash. There was no doubt in the young man's eyes as he looked at the body that had fallen to the ground. We need to find the mana seal around his neck, came voices around the corner. Ian had to hurry. The elder demands an explanation of what happened here. A broken grate, 2 corpses in the middle of the passage, and both of them with the markings of cowpunchers. Already 2 people from the palace had turned out to be spies, from the maid to the secretary. How could a tower of magic allow such a thing to happen? Let its master explain it. After all, the magicians themselves asked that the investigation into Cecilia's identity be handed over to them. So why didn't they check it out? How can His Majesty trust the tower now? He is revoking their right to investigate. They must hand over all information on this case to the Imperial Guard today. But the head of the tower would not argue. After the reprimand, His Majesty dismissed the mages, sitting down tiredly in his chair, hoping that it would not happen again next time. Alicay, meanwhile, motioned for Ian to come in. Here they meet again. The Emperor began, addressing the mage Ian Pajo, a native of the north. Thanks to the boy's skills, the Empire was once again able to protect itself from spies. If not for him, important and secret information would have fallen into the hands of the wrong people, and the secrets of the Imperial family would have become public. The merits of loyal and responsible people are never overlooked by His Majesty. That's why he wants to reward the young man, and he will do so by presenting him with this item, a robe that belonged to his ancestor, Mitchell Greenriver. He was the only wizard of Imperial blood. His Majesty is not supposed to give it to non-members of his family, but this time he felt that Ian could use it more. Therefore, the boy may believe that the Emperor is borrowing it for the rest of the young man's life, or until he renounces it himself. Michelle Greenriver is the first and last mage of Imperial blood, the hero who saved the Empire, a man who rose to the rank of Tower Master as a sign that his magical abilities were recognized. Have the young man try it on. It is worn on top of clothing, so there is no need to change clothes. Yeah, the robe looks really impressive. It's a little big, but it'll fit in time. And realized that the process could be accelerated. A little magic, and there it was, just the right size for a young wizard. The guests were amazed at the boy's abilities. Even the Emperor noticed how the robe suited him, especially the color, and was deeply honored by the attention. So he immediately knelt down and thanked His Majesty. The next few days, the palace was quiet again. The princess approached Mr. Ian and asked him not to bow when she saw him. In fact, she wanted to talk to the mage about one thing. The young man, ahead of words, decided to apologize for the other night, but the reason was different. Besides, Ian promises to keep the girl's secret. The princess may not worry about it. A figure came up behind him and majestically called Page a young man. It was a young man in a uniform, but of a different color, red. Thanks to the mage's efforts, the Imperial Palace and the Empire itself have been saved, he continued. Just as his father said, Ian is a true hero of their country. And it seems the young man forgot to introduce himself, though the boy surely knows of him. He, the 5th Prince of the Empire, Ragnar Greenriver. Yes, an old friend, immediately reflected in Heen's memories. Why did he do that to him? The way he acted then that night? Damn Ragnar. It may be late, but the 5th Prince congratulates the boy on receiving the recognition of the Ivory Tower. I didn't remember him that young, and Ragnar would really like to thank the mage personally for protecting the Empire from spies, and he's inviting him to dinner. What would he say to that? Page's fists literally clenched with anger. But suddenly a lady entered the conversation. He and Mr. Ian actually already have plans. For the other days too. Yes, the boy confirmed the words, indicating that he really had a lot of things to do. The 5th Prince was slightly annoyed, but he had no arguments against the princess's inquisitive gaze. In that case, unfortunately, Ragnar has to leave for his scheduled meeting. He was really happy to see her. A daze descended from Ian's face. After all, it wasn't often you looked your death straight in the eye, much less speak kindly to it. Finally, the prince left with his guards, leaving the pair alone. In fact, the princess didn't want to interject herself into the men's conversation. Patch stopped her and reassured her. Actually, it's all right. Meanwhile, he was thinking about his friend Ragnar. They met 2 years earlier than in their previous life, and he's still hiding his intentions. This time and will ruin his plans. He will do it before he can increase his influence and his power. Ragnar will not be able to move one step closer to his goal, and the hero will only have to watch his descent into agony with rapture. From now on they are on opposite sides of the barricades. 5 years have passed since then. The Imperial Library is fully illuminated by the rays of the sun, but the Crown Prince does not feel any better. Why can't we keep it simple? And who writes these complicated books anyway? Hearing the indignation, the librarian tried to clarify things a bit. These books were written by the first emperor of the state, and they listed all the qualities that the prince would have to possess to be a future ruler. But for now, for the young man, it's just a stack of incoherent words. He would have to read them all: history, culture, economy, politics of the empire, and so on. The prince tried to find excuses in every way he could, but after all, today was not a good day. The librarian decided to remind him that the emperor wouldn't like that, but no one listened to him anymore. And he was on his way to see if the final battle between Oliver and Ian would be fought today. The vice-captain confirmed the prince's hunch. Indeed, it will be quite a spectacle. Then they should certainly be there, and it was time for them to go. The training ground of the 2nd Squadron of the Imperial Knights. The captain already looked exhausted, but this is his last chance. No mistakes can be made now. Once again, an icy hurricane comes from above. In such cases, you need to be able to turn off the anger to change position in time to stay alive. But it's not so easy when fighting against a mage, because the stone spikes appear right in front of Oliver's face. And even here you have to try to think rationally. For some it would seem like a problem, but for others it would seem like an opportunity. The captain accelerated as fast as he could and started jumping over the spikes to get to his goal faster. And that's to be expected from an opponent stronger than you. Another attack, and this time a powerful fireball. Oliver thinks he needs to go all the way through. Swinging his sword, he shouts for all his might, then pierces the stream of fire with his weapon. He must touch the mage by all means. Just this once, please. Wait, Ian, the captain's coming. And here's the last gasp of hope, isn't it? This is it, this is the moment. Yes, the moment of truth, he's done it. Right in the chest. The young magician praises his opponent, touching his hand. Except it was the back. Nice try. Even though it's a beautiful fight, Oliver is still annoyed, because he hadn't touched Mr. Ian Page. The mage decided to remind him that if it hadn't been an illusion, the knight would have pierced him right through the heart. The men exchanged pleasantries, thanked each other and shook hands. The captain thinks he has gained much more than the young man, which Ian, of course, did not deny, because the knight's skills have indeed become a head above those of 5 years ago. Even the mage's attacks are now within his grasp. Oliver is flattered by this, and he asks permission to ask a question. The captain wonders what level Ian has reached in that time, to which the young man is of course modest, thinking it's not as big a title as it might seem. He is a 5th class master. In his previous life, Max managed to reach 5th class only at the age of 26. Although the rate of development is excellent, Ian has not yet managed to become a 6th class mage, because of the speed of body development and replenishing the mana heart that cannot be increased. At the moment, the young man's limit was 5th grade, but he shouldn't give up trying to become stronger either. Suddenly, someone from outside called out to him, the best mage and the best knight of the empire. Of course, it was the crown prince, who immediately invited the men to breakfast to celebrate their, well, relentless drive to become better. Ian begs his pardon, he will not be able to attend this event as his tower training ends today. Today he will be officially admitted to the duties of Archmage. He has to meet with the master of the tower. The crown prince was upset and saddened, but understood everything. After saying goodbye to Ian, he lets him go. The mage was grateful to his highness and did not hesitate to take off. Right over the heads of the men watching from below, the young man promised to return soon and disappeared into the clouds. Thanks to the robe the emperor had given him, Ian could fly. The prince was even a little envious. He still had one question for the captain. Training was over, what could anyone here say about all this? And Oliver picked up on two things. He could not touch Mr. Ian, and the difference in strength between them would only grow. However, the knight could say one thing for sure, that he would be able to defeat any other mage. And so the main office of the Ivory Tower. Ian arrived on time, as requested. The master keeps going back to the day when he was told about the talented boy from the north who came to meet him in the tower. It seems as if only a short time has passed, but today he is standing before him. And that means that the tower master has grown older. Reading the recent letters of recommendation about Anna, the elders saw only praise. Page's appearance is a gift to Celestia and the entire empire. Even newly graduated mages are trying to be like him. After all, Ion is literally a walking manual on how to be the perfect mage. And the young man asks not to praise him too much, to which he gets this response. Whether it is true or not, they will find out very soon. Today, as Ian knows, is the last day of his training. A normal student of the academy would have a graduation ceremony, and then he'd be sent to the provinces to conduct mana tests. But the young man's case is unique. And how does Ian feel about spending the big day talking to an old man? Page, of course, considers it a great honor. The host realizes it's the custom to respond this way, but he's pleased all the same. It's official. He congratulates Ian on becoming a true mage and presents him with this plaque. The mage can display it anywhere in the empire. Everyone from soldiers to citizens will have to listen to him. He might need it a lot in the future. Patch wonders, is there really anywhere that needs his help as a full-fledged mage? And unfortunately it is. The tower is short-staffed. They've lost Helen, and there's no one to do her duties. The master doesn't want to burden Ian, but he'd appreciate the help. Page is happy to help, especially as he's one of the archmages of the tower. Yes, he has high expectations. Since this is the first time, Ian can choose where he wants to go. The province of Radmir is the empire's largest seaport, or maybe the province of Benson, the largest iron producer in the empire. And the last place for the young man is Pyric province, where he had performed mana tests in a past life. The thing is, some mage died on that mission, so he was sent to replace him. If there are stories like that going on there, Ian chooses this place, which the tower's owner had no doubt about. It's the one that needs help the most. They had already sent 2 third-grade mages and Imperial knights, but the problem remained unsolved. Apparently, the monsters of the Great Meadows have gone on the offensive. This is the document that spells out all the details. I must try to familiarize myself with it and make up my mind today. If he refuses, we'll have to find someone else. No sooner had the tower master finished speaking than the mage took over the task without a second thought. He would go to the province of Pyric. In the evening on the same day, the palace is for guests. The young lad is in shock. And he's going on his first mission to that province? The thing is, there are huge monsters raiding there all the time. The mage was not pleased with these words spoken at the table, and all because his mother was sitting next to him, who started to worry and ask questions. Was it really that dangerous and that bad out there? Ian tried to change the subject delicately, saying something about the couple of months it would take to sort things out. Mac was leaving in a week. His mother was saddened again, but Ian promised to return as soon as possible. The boy got into the conversation again and offered to let the captain look at the elixir he had made before he left. The boy had tried hard, perhaps he could use that one. And the alchemist, Douglas's father, was embarrassed. Wasn't it time for his son to stop calling Mr. Ian captain? The boy at first did not understand what he was talking about, but he soon agreed to his father's wishes. Perhaps it would be better to call the wizard your brother? His father almost choked on his fork at what he heard. Even the other side of the table was surprised. Douglas said it again with all the politeness he could muster. Brother Ian. He'd been the one who'd made the potion to kill Ian in a previous life. And the mother at the table smiled. Now her son has a little brother, it's so sweet. Douglas's father was in complete shock at this point. Then what could he call Vanessa now? Never mind, let his son call him Mr. Ian, no familiarity. Even after growing up together in this very house. Mother seemed to understand why the grown man was so nervous. It's magical, no words are needed here. After looking at all this, Ian made a conclusion for himself. This was the kind of life he liked, when the whole family was together and everyone was having fun at the dinner table. But no, brother, Douglas realized. And so Ian was getting ready to leave. Lydia wondered if he was going straight to Pirik or if he had some important business to attend to before then. Yes, Max will first stop by to say goodbye to the Tower Master, and then to the province. And he hoped the alchemist hadn't forgotten where he'd set the mana traps. The alchemist only smiled and nodded. The man would give his life to keep the young man's mother safe. Douglas turned again to his brother, to the captain, and handed him his vial. He was aware that the mage already had an elixir from his father and this one was the same, but the boy made it his own way. And Douglas thinks he moved closer to Kian to whisper something in his ear. This specimen will work much better than his father's. Yes, Douglas is indeed a talented boy, so anything is possible, and the mage thanks the youngster. Although Douglas still had 3 more years to study at the academy, his skills had already been recognized at the Imperial level. He has also been promoted to the position of Imperial alchemist. Ian is confident that his elixir will work well. Also, the captain will ride a carriage instead of flying on his robe and attracting attention as the curious young man thought. Mother barely made it in time for his departure. She had prepared a meal on the road for Ian. On the top was food that would spoil quickly, but on the bottom was dried meat and dried vegetables. They could be saved for later. The mother also put a bean pie, the son's favorite. Max thanked his mother with all his love, and then hugged her according to all the rules of a loving child and etiquette. And he promised that he would be back soon, but now it was definitely time for him to go. Having once again bowed, he gets into the carriage, and then goes forward into the unknown. Sad thoughts do not leave the young man's head, and he deeply believes, or at least he should believe, that even where he and his forces are not, Mother will be safe. Still, a huge mansion with good security, a beautiful city with a low crime rate, and of course, mana worms that only Douglas, Mother, and Lydia can control. That should definitely be enough to protect the mansion. Ian barely puts these thoughts down and clenches his fists harder. Pirik province, he thinks, it's been 25 years. 25 years have passed since that day. A huge army of orcs is advancing from the side of the gorge, and they are all heading straight for the defenses. The captain orders to bring him 100 corpses of these creatures immediately, and until the order is carried out, no one dares to dream of death. A messenger guard rushes in from the other side. He brings fresh but sad news. They've been attacked by a band of orcs, right from the rear, and the warrior's face looked terribly frightened. Even the captain was shocked. How could those guys get past them? The second and third squads stay in place with the mages, while the first squad heads after the captain. They need to deal with the orcs immediately. Those were the orders of the senior officer. The cavalry went forward. The mushtorks are strong, but these monsters move according to a certain principle. For experienced soldiers, such monsters are not a problem. But the orcs can really take on the newcomers. The captain hopes they're not too late. Suddenly, it starts to drip from the sky. Could it be snow? But how? It's never happened before in the east. And then came a bright glow that appeared right in front of the squad. A split second later, huge ice spikes appeared from the ground. They were so large and massive in front of the soldiers, and inside them, the soldiers could make out the orcs. Each of them was motionless like a statue, chained to their ice prison. The captain himself, however, could not understand what was going on here, and only distantly showed someone's silhouette on one of the ice obsessions, which disappeared after a moment. Most of the goblins were struck by the rain of ice. The others were trapped in a trap that none other than Ian had created by freezing the passage. The captain ordered the wizard to identify himself as soon as he set foot on the ground, but instead, the mysterious young man offered his help, which, frankly, surprised the knights. His name is Ian Page, and he is the archmage of the tower. The captain of the squad was surprised at first, but then he remembered that he had heard this name somewhere, sort of like a young native of a northern village. That's why the mage is so young. It is said that he cleared Mount Morrigan of goblins as a boy. Then it is an honor for the warrior to meet him in person, as indeed it is for Ian to meet the best fighter of the East, Collian Pyric. The captain understands perfectly well. Perhaps the mage is very tired from the road, but still he asks to give him some time, and they should discuss something in private. The area of the region's defense fortress. The captain didn't expect the goblins to return. In fact, he didn't expect them to be back in such large numbers. And they were fighting particularly fearless today. It seems that a major change is taking place in the Great Meadows, and if not, then, the mage probably knows that the knights have petitioned the palace and the tower. In the former, they asked for battle reinforcements and necessary supplies to be sent, and in the second, archmage, because only a mage of the highest class can help in this situation. That incredible wall of ice that appeared as if out of nowhere was able to stop the monsters. It will buy a little time to make a decision, but as Colleen realizes, not much. They've been at war with the monsters for a long time now, but the invasions keep coming and there isn't enough food, and there aren't enough soldiers all the time. So if the petition had been accepted, they would have had the strength to continue the fight. But apparently the palace had decided to ignore the request, and since Ian had been sent to them, he must know how to go about it. The Archmage understood the situation. The ice wall would hold for 10 days. If the monsters don't decide to attack through the mountains, the warriors are safe. During that time, Paige will pay a visit to Great Meadows. He wants to find the source of the problem and fix it. That kind of self-confidence made the captain angry. They have been in these lands for a long time, but they have never been able to determine where so many monsters come from. The only thing they have found out is that there are many kinds of monsters, and they don't fight amongst themselves. They gather in groups and kill only humans. In addition, not only Green River is now under their attacks, but also the Cowwood Empire to the north and the Kingdom to the west. The roads in these states are too narrow and bumpy, so they have suffered the least damage. There is only one way in, the Canyon of the Great Snake. The monsters most often attack the coast from there. And the strange thing is that in the south there is a kingdom of Adjutant natives, and for some reason they are not besieged, as if something scares the creatures away from those parts. The command thinks that the south is the reason for such frequent and aggressive attacks on the Great Meadows, but the soldiers, alas, can't get there because of the constant monster raids on the canyon. Ion also found it odd, if only because it hadn't happened in his previous life. Invasions, sure, yes, but not on such a large scale. Then he would go straight to the Aboriginal Kingdom, where a great shaman was in charge. Surely he must know something. How beautiful the night sky is in these parts. Great Meadows? And how many bright stars? Surely that thing must still be here, Ion thought. An artifact belonging to an Aboriginal shaman, the Staff of the Great Meadows. It was carved from the rare wood of iron birch and the mage liked it. 3 years earlier, the Green River Empire, the Cowwood Empire, and the Kingdom of Rosso had surrendered the coalition, all to destroy the monsters in the Great Meadows. Since most of the monsters appeared there, the nations agreed to divide the territory of the meadows among themselves, except that in the past, Jonah the Great Shaman had disappeared and the natives had been enslaved. Therefore, nothing of what was happening now had happened. Of course, the magician's return could affect the course of events, just as it could be the reason for the incomprehensible invasions of the Great Meadows. In 10 days, the ice wall will melt, but until then, the source of the problem must be identified and a solution found. Therefore, if Ion does not return, but the knight immediately hurried to convince the Archimage otherwise and wished him good luck on his way. The neighborhood looked pretty calm, so Paige made the decision to set foot on the ground. This is the place where the Aboriginal lands originate, pretty quiet for a tense region. The north is crawling with monsters, but there's none here. I wonder why they're attacking Pirik and avoiding this region. There's an easy way to find out. A group of natives, unsuspecting, sat at their post. Who the hell are they? A young man who both distracted and frightened them. Ion admitted that he wasn't really their enemy, just a mage from the Green River Empire. But the question remained as to how he knew their language. However, Paige did not see fit to answer it. He would have to see the shaman. The men were surprised for some reason. Shaman King is a title comparable in importance only to the master of the tower. A shaman is a creature with the heart and brain of mana. Bred not by a wizard, however, the shamans have their king at the top of the hierarchy. Ian investigates the monsters that are attacking the north, and he's sure the head of the natives knows the reason why. At that moment, the warrior put his long spear to the mage's throat. Who the hell is he to talk like that and demand a meeting with the king? Get him out of here right now, now. If he keeps talking nonsense, they'll sacrifice him to the spirit of the Great Meadows. But Ian's expression changed to one of impenetrability. Did they really think he would listen to them? Without hesitation, one of the warriors rushed to attack. Now they would find out how the stranger would speak on the threshold of death. One swipe and that's it, the native thought. But that was not what actually happened. The Archmage cast an ice spear, then sliced off the tip in one precise motion. Heads will be next, Ian warned. He suggested we do without making too much noise. Have him taken to the king at once. A voice behind him answered the Imperial's call. What does he want here? And judging by the caftan, it is the king of the shamans. Yes, the elder confirmed the mage's hunch. And Ian was surprised that the man had shown up in person. On top of that, monsters are attacking 3 nations that have never been touched in all that time. So the king must know why that's the case, right? To which he only replied that raids are part of their nature. They don't know why it's happening. It didn't take a moment for the Archimage to realize that it was a lie, and he wouldn't be fooled. Let the old man tell him what was going on. The warriors stirred again. but the king calmed them with a wave of his hand. The shaman is surprised. His magic of deception didn't work on the Imperial mage. That's right, such cheap trickery will not work on him. Let it be as the guest wishes. And the shaman began his tale. Many years ago there was a prediction that the Sea of Fire would swallow the great grasslands, and the golden lands will be drenched in blood. The prophecy said that the aboriginal tribe that had lived on that land for thousands of years would be destroyed, and the people who lived there would be enslaved. Yeah, that's all the stuff Ian was thinking about the other day. So, the people didn't know what to do. The outbreak of war would mark their end. There was no way out. Life was back to normal, and prayer was the only hope to delay the inevitable. But one day a woman came to the village. She gave them a staff with power and disappeared unnoticed. Her last words were a warning that if a stranger came to them, he must be killed immediately. So the archimage must forgive them, but today his life will be cut short. Now Ian was one step closer to the truth. So that's it, black magic. It was banned 300 years ago and thought to be extinct. Who knew she was still alive and would find a magician here? This outcome seemed entertaining to Paige and caused a slight chuckle, because he wasn't about to say goodbye to his life, which wasn't surprising. But he could use the staff with black magic and he would take it. The shaman didn't mind, but only if he had the strength. And words quickly turned into actions. Ian used magic and asked his opponent to keep his eyes open. Meanwhile, at the wall, people are wondering if something is wrong. It's been 10 days since the mage traveled to the Great Meadows. Soon enough, the ice wall will melt and the lives of the warriors will be in danger again. And so there's nothing left to do but Adel listens attentively to the Lord's orders. He should tell everyone to get on alert. Gather all troops, all weapons and catapults. Bring the guards on the mountain as well. The soldier has understood and is in a hurry to carry out his orders immediately. Cullion is ready for anything. They must defend themselves. For the safety of the province and its people, the warriors must be their strong shield. And now the moment has come when the ice between the mountains has finally melted. Have the knights prepare the catapults. Everyone is at attention, but the captain, squinting, notices something in the fog. Again the same shadow, the same figure. And this time Ion Shaw, barely moving and leaning on a staff. They recognize him. Why, it's the archmage sent by the tower. This staff, Paige whispered, don't touch it. And his weakened body fell to the ground just outside Green River's territory. The first thing he noticed was the patterned ceilings, and his eyes continued to squint, but his thoughts slowly came to normal. Where did he find himself? In the local castle? From the looks of it, he was lucky to be alive. He must deal with the staff first. But someone drew the archmage's attention back to himself. It was Lord Cullion, who had just entered. He said that Ion had been unconscious here for 4 days, so he needed to know how he was feeling. The physician said he should be on bed rest. Paige interrupted the Lord. He was fine. What he needed to know now was where the staff was. Cullion didn't pull any punches and told him that he had asked the local mages to keep the item in that chest. He is, in a way, Mana's prison. The idea impressed Ian, who had already come quite close to him. The Lord wished he could stay out of it, but it was his business to be responsible for the lives of everyone living in Green River. And about the young man's health, the doctor said, Paige's body, as well as Mana's, are completely emaciated. Come a few minutes later and it would be certain death. But despite his condition, the Lord is obliged to ask, what nearly ruined the archmage? And what happened in the Great Meadows? It didn't take long for the question to be answered. This staff is the cause of all the troubles. It was created by the Black Magician. It was the one the shaman used to scare away the monsters. Cullion was shocked. Didn't the Black Magicians disappear 300 years ago? So the king of the natives? No, someone else made the staff, Ian answered Ford. But the archimage had not yet been able to figure out who. When the shaman died, the black magic began to dissipate and the monsters pounced on the new owner of the staff. It's a sort of curse to cover their tracks. Now Lord understood why the young man had been so delayed. But if the staff is so dangerous, why not just destroy it or leave it where it was found? Yeah, it's simple. Ian likes the artifact. That's all. Cullion could not express his incomprehension even with emotion. While the Lord was coping with his facial expressions, the archmage cleared the objects of black magic right in front of him. But at the same moment he felt something inside him, a sharp and clear sensation that sent shivers through his weakened body. And he immediately clutched at his heart, his eyes blurring again. Could it really be, he thought, the screams of the bystanders no longer reaching his mind? Could it be Mana's heart? But the mage's mouth was bleeding. The palm of his hand didn't help much. A few drops still fell on the floor. At this point, the Lord was genuinely frightened for the aiming mage's life and ordered to call a doctor immediately, but Ian asked not to worry. Nothing terrible had happened. He had simply shed his skin in a sense. Such wording surprised Cullion and raised questions. But the Archimage woke up and explained, the mana heart is not large enough to accommodate the volume of his mana yet. It happens, it's normal. He really was already fine. Yes, just as he thought, it was worth it to hurry up with the upgrade, since the amount of mana had increased significantly. Then, in fact, deep down, the young man was just waiting for it. After a while, the Lord again expressed his joy that the Archmage was alive. But it's still worth seeing a doctor. Now that Anu's better, we can get down to business. And here's where to start. When the young man was on his way to the Great Meadows, a package came from the Magic Tower. They were asked to show the orb to the Archmage, but he was unconscious. Anyway, it belongs to Ian now, and something else is due. The Lord reached into his breast pocket. A messenger delivered this letter from His Majesty. It was instructed to be delivered personally into Page's hands. The method of delivery certainly surprised the young man. His Majesty delivered a letter? Not the modern and fast way, but the long but proven way? What if it contained something the tower must not know about? Then Ian would start with her message. Touching the balloon, a letter appeared. The message is for Archimage Ian Page. Delivery has been delayed so as not to interfere with mission accomplishment. Your attention, please. That was the choice that had to be made. During the young man's absence, something had happened. Bandits had broken into his house. The expression on the magician's face immediately changed to one of aggression. Your family is protected by the ivory tower. You don't have to worry about them. They knew very well that and would be worried. So why did the tower master send this letter? Unable to hold back the storm of emotions, a stingy tear rolled down the young man's cheek. Okay, now a message from His Majesty. Dear Archmage and Page, if this letter has reached you, then luck is still on the ruler's side. With the blessing of the Tower of Fortune, His Majesty wanted to ask the young man for a favor. Since Max is now on a responsible mission, he probably doesn't know yet. Very soon, there would be a meeting in the free city of Demidor, and it was there that the fate of the lands captured by the monsters would be decided. And he was greatly surprised, since in his previous life it happened 3 years later. So, the meeting will be attended by the Crown Prince, the 5th Prince Ragnar, the Master of the Magic Tower, and Captain Duncan as well. And as you, Ian, are reading this letter, they have most likely already arrived in the Free City. The Crown Prince has no support at this meeting, so His Majesty asks the Archimage if he can be his son's right hand and guide him through this difficult journey. In return, the Emperor promises that Ian's family will be protected by his direct decree. At such a moment, the young man was in no way prepared to receive such overwhelming information. He needed to think and most importantly remember the negotiations in Demidora, a place where Ragnar's skills would be highly valued and where he would begin to strengthen his position while the Crown Prince would weaken. Ragnar will be able to prove himself as a great diplomat and force the lands to be given to the Empire. After these events, all the aristocrats will come to his side, and the Crown Prince will be condemned for incompetence and then practically rejected by the noble society. And it seems impossible. Could it be the events of the past and the present? That is, was it all planned by the Master of the Tower? Patch doesn't know how long ago or why the High Mage had such thoughts, but an invasion of monsters? Oh, and then there's the Shaman King, who received a staff with black magic from a mysterious sorceress, a negotiation that started 3 years earlier than in his previous life. Yeah, it's all connected somehow. Oh, and then there's the invasion of his home by bandits. It seems to be a warning of sorts for the young man, and Ian thought he was just suspicious. Turns out the Tower Master sees right through him. Page is eager to return to his family in the capital, despite the Emperor's request. But something special must happen. Magic not found in the books. Magic that even the Master of the Tower doesn't know. Ian can defeat him, but only by becoming a 6th-class wizard. There's something the Lord must do for him, namely fulfill a request of his. And here is a free city that does not belong to any country, Demidora. Many people have gathered in the central square. The Crown Prince asks to call Ian to him, to which the captain suggests that he be patient. The Lord needs to represent the Empire on behalf of his father. This chance can radically change his fate in the future. The young man agrees, but nerves and fear make themselves felt. The knight himself should be well aware that there will be various ambassadors and the Tower Master, as well as Ragnar. The heir has a bad feeling about this. At times like this, Ian's support would come in handy. But the High Mage is sure that the time has come. He's been preparing for this day for a long time. The young man must be rushing to the Imperial Palace. He thinks he understands how Ian Page thinks. Family comes first, no matter what happens in politics. So when this is over, the new prince... What's that? The town's nobles and visitors have taken notice of the sky. Something's flying up there. Could it be a huge bird? Only the Crown Prince guessed before the others. It was his beloved acquaintance, the Archmage of the Tower and friend of the Imperial family Ian. He was now clearly visible to everyone in the square. and the first thing Page did when he stepped on the ground was apologize for being late. He did it not to everyone, but to His Highness, the Crown Prince. Ragnar seemed to recognize his guest. His face was therefore concerned. The Tower Master was incredibly surprised. Had the young man neglected his family? Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace of the Green River Empire, a young alchemist waits for the captain's return. Because of the ban, he can't even go to the academy. The boring. His father points out that they should already be thankful that they were welcomed into the palace at all. And thank goodness for Mona traps to catch those brigands. The man is sure that if such dangerous magic was used, the scoundrels would be wiped out. So, Lady Page, you needn't worry. This is His Majesty's Imperial Palace. Is there any place safer? The girl agreed and even smiled slightly in response. An awkward silence reigned. By the way, a letter came from the Ivory Tower. Very soon, Mr. Ian would appear and say Tatum. Did he hear it, or was it an echo? But lo and behold, the Archmage in his blue cloak did indeed appear in the doorway and uttered the word. Was he a little late? Everyone present was shocked at how fortunate such a coincidence was, and returned to them with the same still sweet smile. The young man apologized once again for the disturbance and received his mother's approving and sincere smile. He would protect them now. Last night in the castle of Purek province. Now, about that Archimage's request. The Lord is willing to do whatever it takes to fulfill it, and he needs it to protect his whole self. Colleen was surprised, but the hero clarified he is going to use magic that will bring his body and mind into a state of sleep. If there's a problem, have them call the local mage and have him channel mana into Ian's head, then he'll wake up. No one has ever been able to reach 6th grade magic officially, so there are very few records of its capabilities. Even in his past life, after becoming a 6th class mage and evolving further, Page had to come up with his own personal techniques or look them up in very ancient books. He was going to use one of those spells right now. The magic circle was flooded with mana, and in a second 2 illusions of the Archmage appeared in its place, and the body of the master fell exhausted into Lord Purek's arms. He was still reeling from what he had seen. A puppet show. With magic of the 6th class and above, it is possible to make the main body a controller, after which it will fall into a state of sleep and summon 2 puppets that can not only move freely. And 5th grade level sorcery. Some of the work is still left to the warrior, and he really relies on it. The Crown Prince of the Empire was extremely glad that the Archmage had arrived after all. He was definitely calmer with Ian's appearance. The hero, by the way, was also pleased by this fact. And here was the man who was more surprised than the others. The head of the tower greeted the Mage of the North. He had already received a report on the successful completion of the tasks in Pyrrhic province. Ian had done a good job. The mage, for his part, admitted it was only part of his job. But why is the young man here? If he had already recovered, he should have gone back to the tower to attend to other urgent matters. Could it be that news of what had happened to his family had not yet? Ian didn't let him finish and said in a stern tone that he'd received a letter from the tower. And not only from there, but from the Emperor as well. In it, His Majesty asked the Archmage to assist the prince at today's meeting. And since that's the case, the Tower Master wants to see the document. It is indeed a genuine state copy. And it also bears the Emperor's personal signature. The High Magician knew that His Majesty would do something like this. But for Anne Page to disregard his family and come here, this is indeed a real letter, summarized the Tower Master. But still, the Archmage is not allowed here. Such an answer caused indignation on the part of the prince. Does the Supreme Magician really want to disobey the Emperor? The latter, in turn, tried to tactfully explain. It's all about trust between the 3 countries. The number of official representatives and escorts was agreed upon in advance, and they cannot change anything on their own whim. Diplomatic relations. How would the Empire look if it suddenly brought an Archmage of this caliber to its side? The prince should realize for himself how undesirable it was to be confused. Haiyan, of course, knew that the words of the High Magician were true. Right now, the 3 countries were on peaceful terms. But previously there had been endless wars and squabbles between them. According to the new agreement, which satisfies all parties, a representative of the country, as well as his escort and guards, will attend the meeting. There are already 3 Archmages from their side, including the Tower Master. If one more is added, the trust of the other participants will be undermined, and is well aware of the kind of trust diplomacy we're talking about. The High Magician is right in saying that there is cause for concern here. Thoth is glad to hear this, so he asks the young man to return to the capital as soon as possible. It was a pity, of course, that he had to give up so much time to travel, and promised to take everything to the Emperor, but just in case, he offered. If one of the accompanying Archmages were to leave, then he could take his place. Since it was His Majesty's personal order The Tower Master thought that there would be nothing wrong with a replacement, except who would want to refuse. I clearly sounded a voice in the crowd. This man is willing to gladly give up his seat. The attendants were surprised at such a bold suggestion, and especially the young prince. Does Ronan now realize what he's even talking about? The master of the tower asked him, but the latter was completely serious and unwavering. As representatives of a country, could they brush aside the emperor's order, even though the Archimagus understood the importance of diplomatic relations? But as a citizen of the empire, he dare not disobey his emperor's orders. His decision will help them fulfill two conditions at once. Ronan turned to His Highness and asked for permission to hand over his responsible mission to Mr. Ian Page. The prince was only glad, which even made him smile a little, and then thanked the Archmage for the decision in favor of the empire. He could return to the capital by his personal order. Also, the heir would give him a carriage. And before leaving, Ronan decided to address Ian personally. That representative of the delegation is now in his place. The only thing the Archmage asked was that the young man should take the job responsibly. Page had no choice but to agree and thank him for the opportunity. Archmage Ronan. He is one of those who can be brought to his side. Thoth is known for his honesty and straightforwardness, as well as his neutral attitude towards both the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. He is a simple mage who has devoted his life entirely to his craft. If Ian can teach him a few magic tricks, he'd be happy to take his side. In any case, Ronan should definitely leave now. Just as the Tower Master had said, archmages who were not officially on a diplomatic mission should not be here. The High Mage grimaced in his chest as he recognized this and clutched his staff tightly with anger. He had thought Ian was nothing but a foolish pacifier. Is he trying to take his place as Master of the Tower? What a sneaky young man that Page is. He walks around with that smiling face of his. The High Mage has been working for too long to gain the tower and the full power of authority and influence over all the affairs of the Empire. And some youngster can't just take his efforts and undo them. And it seems that he is not the only one, for Ragnar must already guess what this performance is all about. Demidora was indeed a free city, not affiliated with any of the three countries. Plus, they all recognized its necessity and officially recognized it, keeping it neutral for years. The 19th mayor of Demidora, Angola Neville. The man asks to approach him, and the Crown Prince is already wondering where the other members of the assembly are. According to the words of the head of the city, those were already in their estates for special-level guests. For the ambassadors from the Green River Empire, this is the manor here. And for His Highness the Prince, another one has been set aside. It is used only by the noblest of visitors. Such a gesture certainly pleased the prince, but apparently not surprised. If there was anything on the schedule for today, he turned to the Tower Master. The mage politely replied that there was not. Then they could rest today. Well, then this order applies to everyone. Ian, on the other hand, is going personally with His Highness. Ragnar looks at them as they leave. He wishes to speak to the Tower Master alone, so they retire to one of the guest estates. And yet, what is the subject of the conversation? The fifth Crown Prince did not procrastinate. He won't be asked to take responsibility for what happened, but the magician who's always hanging around his brother. He annoys Ragnar. Yes, he doesn't like all this. The Tower Master understands what we're talking about. The prince shouldn't worry, Ian Pagey is a good mage, but diplomatic skills will be important. Magic won't help him. The Archmage won't say a word because he simply doesn't know what to say at important gatherings. What can such a young mage say in a place where the greatest diplomats of the three countries are present? That one here will be just a decoration. Everything will go on as planned. The prince will be the centerpiece of today's meeting. Ragnar understood that, but a feeling of uneasiness never left him. All attempts to win Jan to his side had failed, and if left to his own devices, he would become a great obstacle for the future prince. He hoped that the High Mage would deal with him as soon as possible. The Tower Master only repeated his promise. Everything will be as His Highness Ragnar wants it to be. In the other manner at the same time, the atmosphere is much more cheerful. The prince likes this room so much. He also knows that Demidora has a good nightlife. They will need to be sure to go to some sort of performance, and maybe even buy some clothes especially for going out. Have the captain call the servants and tell them. But suddenly the young man was interrupted by Ian's stern voice. What does this page want at such a serene time? And why the darting eyes here? Max spoke abruptly and decided to mention the purpose of their visit. The prince would be speaking at the Tri-Country Gathering as the official representative of the entire Green River Empire. They didn't come here to have fun. The young man must forget about the night's festivities, because from this second on, they would be getting ready. And he couldn't stand it. They were starting right now. The prince looked pitifully at his knight, but he found no support in him. Oliver agreed with the Archimage. His Highness, as the chief representative of the delegation, would be given the right to speak first. If he says nothing, the fifth prince will have that right. The young man knows, his father told him, but he'll say straight out, the chances are very high that the fifth prince is perfectly prepared and can grab everyone's attention. Of course, he doesn't want that. The young man really doesn't know, but international relations, the army, the division of territory, slavery, he's never been trained in diplomacy, so frankly, he doesn't know much about it. Wouldn't it be better if he just kept his mouth shut? Much worse than him saying something stupid in front of important people. He's trying to escape from reality because of his helplessness. But Ian realizes it can't be done. It is the crown prince who is the most important figure in overthrowing Ragnar. The archmage uttered probably the most unwanted words in the situation. The young man should be the center of attraction at the meeting. Paige will give the crown prince a chance and help. He needs him to be able to prove himself and achieve something. And so that the young man does not lose his position and not give all the attention to the fifth prince. And he will tell all the necessary answers to the questions that will be discussed. So the prince will be obliged to learn every single answer right now and until the day of the meeting. 1 week later, the time of the meeting, Ragnar was getting rather curious. He'd heard that his brother hadn't gone anywhere for a whole week after he'd stopped by his place. So what had he been so busy with? The tower master thought it was strange too. But the guards assigned to the crown prince's mansion said that nothing special was going on there. Todd only occasionally strolled through the garden with a thoughtful expression on his face. And here at last they met. The brothers greeted each other. Ragnar immediately asked how the prince's last night had been, to which Todd replied, acceptable, without a single emotion. This pleased the fifth prince and even amused him a little. He'll go to the conference room first. They'll see each other soon. Two completely opposite figures. This day would be truly historic. The crown prince's fists were shaking with excitement. The archmage couldn't help but notice this as he addressed the young man from behind. He shouldn't worry about the past week, he had prepared perfectly. And he was sure the prince would be the protagonist of today's gathering. These seemingly obvious words encouraged the heir, and he confirmed them. And so the 19th mayor of the free city of Demidor, Angola Neville, asks to be allowed to introduce himself. He will say at once, the content of the meeting will be recorded, and it may be interrupted at his personal request. This fact must be remembered by all. Right now the meeting will begin, and everyone present is asked to pay attention. One of the men raised his hand in expectation of silence. As everyone already knows, the path to Great Meadows and their kingdom is thorny, so it's difficult to engage in trade exchange. This is the heir of the Duke in the Low Kingdom, Maxwell Veneth. As such, they would like to support a force of mages and elite knights rather than squads of soldiers, with money, not battle supplies. The Cowwood Empire has already agreed to support them, but let the others not think too much. If the Green River Empire doesn't agree, they are always willing to look out for a solution. They started by discussing military policy, Ian remarked. So let the prince answer how they were preparing. When Ragnar saw his interlocutor hesitate, he decided to speak first. He would speak about the supplies for the army, but the young man interrupted him confidently enough before he could begin. The heir wants to hear first the opinion of their warlord, Duncan Marcus. The expert is here right now. This is a great opportunity to get his opinion, isn't it? And the floor was given to Mr. Duncan, who in turn was graciously thanked and began his speech. And he liked it at first. It was pretty confident. The main thing was to keep it that way. The dialogue between the guests flowed portentously. And most importantly, the crown prince was not silent and answered any questions in his direction. It could be seen that this pleased the representatives of the Luo kingdom. The conversation even almost turned into a friendly chat, which started to embarrass the fifth prince a bit. However, the day soon changed to evening. This is the end of the topic. The archmage summed up to himself. We need to be blunt. They want to divide the territory into 3 even parts. But would anyone be able to guarantee their equality? The prince of the Cowwood Empire, Tector Cowwood, has spoken. In such a vast territory, resources and soil vary. Why should some get the good and others the bad? Tector is sure the losing side will try to reclaim other lands, which means war will inevitably break out between all of them. And here comes the most important topic at today's meeting, the division of the lands of the Great Meadows between the 3 countries. Prince Cowwood of the Empire has no interest in a feud. He would like to keep the truce for many more years. If anyone has a better proposal, let them announce it so they can come to an agreement without quarreling. Ragnar, burdened with a difficult decision, turned to the Tower Master. What's on your mind about that? And no sooner had the 5th prince raised his hand than someone almost shouted to the entire hall. He has a great solution. The other representatives of the No Small Things were dumbfounded by such an outburst, because the crown prince would speak it out. Yes, quite an unexpected turn. The mayor of the city supported His Highness's initiative. He was sure that everyone present would like to know what it was all about. The prince didn't hesitate. The point is that the Ivory Tower, aka the Tower of Magic, has invented a new method. It could detect resources hidden underground and calculate their quantity even over a large area. The Tower Master couldn't believe he was hearing this. The Luo Kingdom, on the other hand, became very curious. So, the Crown Prince is sure that those have at least once heard of the mage standing beside him. He is the youngest Archmage of the Green River Empire, Ian Page, and he personally invented the said method. A surprised exclamation ran through the meeting hall, and a vapor appeared on the face of the Supreme Mage. So they had the same strategy to use this magic method to their advantage? But how could Mallets know in advance what would be the key topic of the entire meeting? The Crown Prince didn't stop his bravado. This way, they would be able to create a resource map, which, in addition to everything else, would indicate the condition of the soil. With this, they will be able to fairly divide the territories between countries. His Highness realizes the distribution might be approximate and not perfectly accurate, but he thought that for a few decades all countries will focus on resource extraction, right? The fifth prince clenched his fists without holding back his anger and then looked sternly at his opponent, but not at his brother and heir, but at Ian, at the mage, whom such a reaction only made him smile. Well, that was the end of the matter. The streets of the city were quiet. Only Oliver was standing lonely and waiting for the heir when suddenly he heard an appeal in his direction. It was the prince with that satisfied face, with Ian walking behind him. The knight needed to see this. How His Highness had won everyone over at the gathering today. Too bad War couldn't catch the Tower Master's pouty face. The heir will tell everything in detail, but over a walk. They never got to enjoy the views of the city because of the preparations, after all. Then at least we should celebrate. And Ian's going with them, by the way. When else would he get a chance to have fun? Well, this time the Archmage had no objections. At last, the prince was glad to see it. By the way, Paige will be of age soon. His Highness thinks we can have a drink or two. He'll teach him the right way. But suddenly their fun is interrupted by a painfully familiar voice. It was Ragnar, who appeared on the horizon. What did his brother want with the Crown Prince? But the latter only bowed, putting his hand on his chest, and thanked him for today's performance. He had learned a lot from His Highness. The young man was at first taken aback by such courtesy, but then he had the courage to reply that he was glad he had been able to help Ragnar. It was good that he was learning and participating in such meetings. He must not give up and continue in the same way. So if he needs advice, let him go to the Crown Prince. After these words, Ragnar left, and the young man turned to the captain. Yes, today was indeed the best day of his life, which, of course, pleased his companions as well. In any case, now it was time for them to go. I need a break from a week of misery, and Oliver can stop standing at attention and join us. We're all friends here, so don't be so diligent. And Paige is trying a drink. The prince said he'd teach him. Suddenly, His Highness suddenly stopped talking. What's wrong with John's hands? They've turned pale. The situation attracted the attention of Ragnar and the Tower Master. A commotion that made everyone dumbfounded with surprise. Only the Archimagus uttered, "It seems that this is his limit of abilities." But what is Ian talking about now? The mage apologized, but it seems the prince will have to teach him how to drink already in the palace. The prince will definitely explain everything later. Right now his body is melting in front of the whole audience. And the last thing he managed to say to the prince was, "See you later." And after that, his body disappeared completely. The Tower Master instantly realized what was wrong and knocked his staff on the ground. Illusion. Was the Archmage an illusion all this time? But if so, Ragnar was as surprised as his brother. So all this time Demidor Ion Page had just been playing with them? The Tower Master was filled with anger, which was expressed in his clenched teeth. Well, here's what's going on in the province of Pirek, the main defense structure. A servant came into the room with the most delicious food at that moment. It was lunch for Callian, but the knight was a little short on words and asked to leave it on the table. Apparently all because Mr. Ian was still unconscious, the courtly young man surmised. After all, it had been several days since his transformation. Thanks to the magic, the mage's energy consumption and life force consumption have been reduced. Even the knight himself can see that he is slowly coming to his senses. Thinking about their own things, no one notices how the Archmage's hand begins to show clear signs of life. I remember Paige asking that if there was a problem, you could send some mana to his head, and it seemed like a good time to call the local mage. The warrior thought so, but a quiet voice distracted him from that idea. Ian came to his senses and asked not to call anyone. There was no need for more of this. At this moment the knight felt great relief and joy for his guest. The Archmage, of course, was also glad to see him well. The first thing Callian did was to worry and inquire about the young man's well-being, which was obviously not yet stable. Yuyan's head was cracking, his stomach ached, and he couldn't move. I should probably call a doctor immediately, the knight frantically muttered. But no, the mage stopped, he was just hungry. It happens to people if you don't eat anything for a few days. The condition gradually worsens, and you lose control of your body. Who'd have thought it? The next morning at the outskirts of Regressed province, the archmage was already on his feet in his usual attire, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps he wishes to stay at least one more night? Colleen realizes that he is busy, but they would not like to say goodbye to Ian properly with a dinner. Paige found the idea too welcome. He wasn't some benefactor, but a simple archmage of the tower. Anyone else in his place would have done the same favors he did. But here, Colleen personally didn't think so. Another mage in Ian's place would have simply slayed the monsters and returned to the tower. The knight wanted to be honest. At first he doubted Paige's skills. He thought the young mage was unable to help them solve the problem with the monster raids. But he was wrong. In just 10 days Ian did it, something the Lord's men had been struggling with for a very long time. The mage from the north definitely has a special power that no one else has. Anyway, Colleen then suggests another plan, which confuses the archmage slightly. Apparently, the latter has no clue. The knight had heard that 5 years ago, and had obtained the status of a military dignitary in Morgan province. So why don't they do the same here? Formalities can be omitted, the mage doesn't have to worry about that. Anyway, Colleen proposes to Ian and Paige to officially become an honored guest of the Regressed province. It's not an easy thank you, they have a clear reason. In the knight's opinion, even a 6th-class archmage can be pleased with such an attitude. It was beneficial for both him and the Regressed province, after all. Ianjo, for his part, didn't even think it was possible to make such official and important statements of the Imperial level so easily. But if Colleen felt that way, he saw no reason to refuse. The knight rejoiced upon hearing this. Then the only thing left to do is to solidify their contract. That's how they settle for 1,000 years. It will be over quickly. The mage doesn't have to worry about anything. And at that moment, Callion's sword touched the ground. From this day forward, the Regressed family will be ready to receive Archmage Ian Page at any time. Should he require their assistance, they are always ready to give it. The knight swears on his name that this vow will be passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps this formality had always bored Colleen. If only they could just say, the contract is done, congratulations. In any case, the Archmage thanked for such an honor in his direction. And lastly, the Lord asks Ian to notify them in advance of his arrival, so that they can show him all their hospitality. Paige will certainly do so at the first opportunity. But now it's time for him to leave. It was time for him to leave, because without a second's hesitation, the magician took to the sky. From this height, the mountains and rocks seemed no bigger than insects to the mage. He thought about how much had happened in the past few days. Ian had really accomplished a lot with his actions. He had even found a staff containing black magic that had been missing for more than 300 years. Back in the capital, Paige would have to work hard to revive it. The girl in her smart dress came down the stairs quickly. The first thing she shouted when she saw the familiar silhouette was Ian's name. The young man immediately recognized that pleasant voice. His mother, Vanessa, was there, and he was very happy to see her. But the girl, like any mother, began with accusations. And how could Patch just pick up and vaporize into thin air like that? Does he realize how upset she was? My God, he's gone too, the mother remarked anxiously. All skin and bones, couldn't the people in Pyric feed him well for such help? It saddened her to think how much her son had suffered. A lot has happened, the humiliated son reported. But he is sure he will soon regain all his former weight. By the way, he has something for his mother. And the Archmage ran his hand into his breast pocket. It's a magical orb that uses mana to communicate. Paige had asked the workshop to make it so that when he wasn't around, Mother could always contact him. There's also a second one just like it in his staff, and apologizes again for making him worry. He'll try to be there for her from now on. But suddenly the tipsy conversation is interrupted by a voice. The young alchemist is so curious to know what kind of magic it was. He studies many different things at the academy, but this is the first time he's seen such a thing. How did the mage manage to be both with them in the capital and in Demidor? Must be an illusion? A mirroring? Or something like that? Even an archmage finds it hard to cope with such a sudden onslaught and number of questions. How to explain it in a simple way too. He had risen to the 6th class, so he had access to such spells now. The boy was just thrilled. So Paige is the most powerful mage in the Empire? Even the tomboy's father was stunned. He knew, of course, from their first meeting, that the boy was powerful, that much. The Archmage politely and accommodatingly asked him not to give it a second thought. Nothing had changed. Let them continue to treat him as before. And the boy wanted to experiment with new elixirs tonight. Perhaps Ian would keep him company. But alas, the mage declined his offer. The thing is, he was invited somewhere. It's suspiciously crowded, and their faces are either funny or silly. Had Paige come to the right place? There he was, the heir exclaimed happily, inviting the wizard to the table. He must have guessed that today they were having a banquet in his honor. This news frightened Ian a little. He'd come in plain clothes, so what kind of banquet would it be? There they were. The knights were kind enough to call Paige to them. We found a place for him and ordered appetizers. And the centerpiece of the evening is here. The Crown Prince congratulates the wizard on his behalf on reaching the 6th grade. For this occasion, they've brought special drinks from the Imperial stockpile. The finest and the choicest, the kind you can't get anywhere else. And now they all want a drink, but Ian's face continued to remain fearful. He had hardly touched alcohol in his previous life. Ragnar was against it. He said alcohol clouded the mind. What about this one? The mage thought hard. Then, abruptly, his mouth tasted the elixir of pleasure. That's when the Crown Prince wondered what it felt like. Ian began rubbing his mouth with his hand. It was quite good, just as His Highness had thought. The other tavern guests were also curious about what Demidor was like. Perhaps the Crown Prince would share a story? To which the latter, of course, agreed. He doesn't have to be a man of his word. And it all started, and then the unheard of popularity came upon Ian out of the blue. Suddenly, from outside, a courteous voice invited the wizard to fill his mug. Oh, I think it was Sir Oliver. Patch could be calm, if only for a little while. The knight warned the young man that the drink was strong, so he should be careful. If Iana drinks it, the whole knight's troop may disappear somewhere at the command of his magic. But the Archmage reassured a concerned Oliver, and Paige had no idea that the Crown Prince was so at ease with other knights. Was that even in the order of things? Then the captain explained that everyone present had long ago sworn allegiance to His Highness. They are loyal to each other, so it's all good. An oath of trust. Then Johan wondered. Oliver's hunch was confirmed, just as he thought. Now the knight understood why the mage had no friends. Although he had known about it since the first meeting, Paige needs to remember their conversation from 5 years ago in Morrigan when he caught the spy Cecilia. At that age, Ian was already a third-class mage, and he had neutralized a dangerous criminal. But you could tell from the boy's look that he didn't care at all, that he was perfectly in control of his emotions, and his peers were not yet so adept at social behavior. Paige's face was expressionless, as if he were a knight who'd been trained for years. So Oliver noticed, too, Ian thought to himself. Then the captain realized that at such a young age, the boy already had a lot of secrets. Even if he tried, he could hardly make friends. The man sees right through people. The Archmage surrendered under the influence of the sweet alcoholic beverage. It was all true, though hearing it directly was a bit bitter. To be fair, Paige had one friend, but the end of their friendship hadn't been pleasant. Oliver wondered what kind of man he'd been. And here was something else he'd realized in the 5 years they'd been together. When he talked to Ian, the captain felt as if he were talking to a grown man. It's funny, the mage added and reached for his mug. To be fair, he's 48 years old now, and he keeps his youth by magic. He's kidding, of course he's kidding. Knight said himself that Paige doesn't get along well with people. He still hasn't learned how to joke, so the generous captain forgives the young man, and Ian graciously thanks him for it. Only the stars and the light in the windows illuminated the street. What time is it anyway? Ian seems to have had too much to drink. He'd never drunk so much in his previous life. He also heard a familiar voice, which meant he wasn't imagining it. The vice captain? But what was he doing here and with a face like that? According to the young man, he'd been drinking and had gone out to get some air. Just like Ian. He wasn't used to evenings like this. The vice captain of the knights is Paul Rance, and in a previous life, he was the most skilled knight since Oliver. Although he is of simple origin, but he is loyal to the crown and his country, so he became one of the crown prince's and captain's retainers. The young man was curious about the magician's drinking alcohol for the first time and what it tasted like. Unexpectedly, even for himself, Ian answered that it was pleasant, and he didn't mind spending evenings like this from time to time. Paul was genuinely pleased by this. The deputy captain was very grateful for the mage's help, as were the knights who were still talking about it. Even His Highness hadn't been seen this happy in a long time. It was all because of Ian. The warm words flattered Paige, but really he was only pushing everyone in the back and they all moved forward together. But the fact that the prince is happy, the magician will take that as a compliment. Paul Rance had never seen such a thing before. Ian's voice disturbed his thoughts. It turned out that the young man had never seen the mage smile like that before. Suddenly there was a noise, and the door to the tavern opened again. It was a knight frantically looking for a deputy. His Highness is calling the young man to him. If he continues to shirk drinking, he will demote him. There was no way Paul could have expected such a turn. He better go. That was the end of their brief dialogue with Ian. The young knight should be stronger this time, and His Highness would definitely pour more. The mage added one last time, smiling. This was the moment for solitude. What could be better in this weather than a little walk? Now Page's memories of his past life, they no longer lay heavy on his shoulders. The choices he made and the changes they brought, they are completely different from what they were before. No longer can Ian know where his decisions will lead him. His goal is simple, to protect the people he cares about and live a happy heart. The game starts right now. Ragnar should be ready. The 5th Crown Prince's castle. He is apparently very unhappy about something, because he is waiting for an explanation of what their plan is this time. Doesn't the Tower Master remember how Ragnar asked him to get rid of Ian before he became a nuisance? And now what? The old man made no excuses and agreed, but it didn't save him from the prince's wrath. The High Magician asked him to wait, promising to remove Page, and where did that get him? What's he doing now? Ian is their biggest obstacle in this situation. The Tower Master admitted his mistake. He only wanted to resolve things faster, but even so, they were too late. Who could have known that the mole was so cunning? The High Mage is no longer willing to make excuses, but for the last time, the 5th Crown Prince is curious. For the last time, the mage asks the young man to wait, because now they are ready. Let Helen introduce herself. That name, is it familiar to the prince? The same archmage who had been hiding for so many years, but the reality was a little worse. The girl lifted her hood and said hello. Her red eyes contrasted perfectly with her equally red hair. His Highness was horrified and dazedly took a few steps back. The Tower Master hurriedly reassured him. The girl was just a novice following orders. She would do anything for the prince. Now His Highness realized what he was up against, and the old man only confirmed his hunch. Helen is the forbidden black magician. Ian Page will soon fall at the young man's feet. Tom needn't worry about him. Everything will be just as he planned. The Crown Prince's place will be his. The top floor of the Ivory Tower. Now the High Magician is also aware of it. 6th grade. This news didn't bode well. The Tower Master was out of his mind. A magical aura covered his entire body. The leaves that were lying on the table turned into glass and shattered at the slightest contact with an obstacle. How dare this little guy? But his ardor was cooled by a sudden visitor. It seemed that the young man had heard his name called. No sooner had he entered the threshold than he was shocked by the general chaos. Could it be that something had happened in the Master Tower? But the old man's cheerful face said otherwise. And in general, there was nothing to talk about. The High Magician remembered the first time he had seen the young man. 20 years had passed since then. He had been a baby, an abandoned child wrapped in a piece of cloth who tossed and turned and reached for the mage with his hands. The Tower Master would never forget the joy he felt when he saw him. Who could have known that the child would not only be capable of magic, but would also become an official mage? How could you imagine such a thing? The old man was as proud of him as a father is of his son. The young man was pleased. The Tower Master's wisdom had made all this possible for him. To repay at least the honor of his grace, he would do anything. And the old man had a favor to ask of the young man. If he was not busy, let him come to his house tonight. The boy did not ask anything and bowed with a promise to come. Now the master of the tower would be waiting for him there. It was evening outside, but the lights were still on nowhere. As the door opened quietly, the kindly bartender greeted him, and then the face changed in an instant. Was this, what, the Archmage of the Ivory Tower himself, Ian Page? The mage was surprised by this, even the hood he was wearing then. But the man behind the counter explained everything cordially. There is no one in their establishment who has not heard of the Archmage. He was honored that he had come to such an inconspicuous place, but there was cause for alarm. What had Ian come to them for? The mage reassured the man, placing the pouch of coins on the table. It's simple, he wants information, and he's willing to buy it. Now the bartender sees, it is not fairy tales after all, but that the mages of the tower generously pay for their requests. For his sake, the man is willing to share the information, which was great, because Ian is interested in any information concerning black mages. The bartender was surprised at first. Shouldn't he know more about them himself? Then the Archmage clarified that his information was superficial and he was looking for something else. The information could be anything, but Page wanted to know what most people didn't know. Now the man seemed to understand him, waving his arms happily to the sides. The mage was very lucky, because they had been paying special attention to this problem recently. Does Mr. Ian know something about the Order of Dragons? Page began to remember what he knew about it. It's one of the religious communities of the Empire. They worship dragons as gods. It's not particularly popular or widespread, but it's been around for centuries. The story of the Order began with a small group of village believers. One tomb raider proclaimed himself the sole descendant of dragons, and then began to convince others that he possessed special powers. Many did not believe the criminal's words, but over time the small religious group began to grow. Now it is shrouded in mystery, and no one knows who is in charge, how many followers there are, or what their purpose is. Ignorance has spawned many rumors, and even talk of them being able to bring the dead back to life. The man doesn't know for sure if it's true that dragon followers exist, but one thing is clear from all the information and rumors: there is definitely a connection between the Order of Dragons and black magic. They also believe that some of the top members of the Empire are close to the Order. Black magic requires more than just mana and not just human resources. Hence, there are powers that can get them. Since the community is closed, it's hard to know how to get in, and it's not easy to determine who is a member of the Order. However, if they really can control people, is it hard to brainwash someone from above to achieve their own goals? That's all the man can tell us right now. They will continue their search, and if they dig up anything, the bartender will definitely send a letter to the Archmage. Ian was happy with that outcome. He hoped their investigation would be successful. The bartender waved goodbye and thanked Paige for his payment. Around midnight of the Archmage Tower's resting place. This question really puzzled the young man. Order of the Dragon. I haven't heard this name in my past life, but how is that possible? That one is several hundred years old after all. The Shaman King is the first clue to that. Conducted black magic through a staff that had black symbols engraved on it. If black magic requires more than just mana, the question remains open and complicated. Paige can't say for sure, but it's likely that the Tower Master knows about the connection between the Great Meadows and black magic. Perhaps he himself has something to do with the Order of Dragons. Things have changed too much compared to the Archmage's past life, and it's not because of Ian's return. The world has always been like this. The difference is too great and continues to grow. Could it be because of the use of the dragon language? Or maybe this is a side effect of going back in time. Either way, Paige felt like he'd opened a chest that shouldn't have been opened. Going forward, having memories of a past life was easy. But right now, the mage knew nothing, and about this one in particular. He would need to be prepared for anything. The Tower Master apologized to Mark for calling him so late. However, it didn't bother him in the least. So what did the High Magician want to talk to him about? The old man only snapped his fingers silently. At the same moment, the door behind him locked. We can't let others know about this, the Tower Master clarified. His question was this: the youngster would follow him. The mage, in turn, tried to tactfully ask where exactly. At that moment, the old man's hand touched a book with a burgundy cover. It would show them the way. When he turned the pages, they shone with the dark and deep colors of the raging ocean. A moment later, a magical portal formed in the middle of the room. The idea began to confuse Mark more and more, but the kind host of the tower insisted. His will was definitely not to be resisted. The young man went together with the high mage into the portal. It was dark and unnaturally quiet inside until the Tower Master used a spell. It was incredibly bright, blinding his companion. But then the light dissipated, and something indescribable came into view. A terribly gloomy room that at first glance looked like a prison. People. Behind the solid metal bars were haggard men. It looked as if they were about to fall off their skates. When the old man saw the young man's frightened face, he asked him not to be so frightened. Everyone here is just an ingredient. But Marco couldn't help himself and shouted in indignation. What is the Tower Master talking about? People? Ingredients? That's when the mage noticed a familiar face. Corius. He was missing his right arm. He almost died while practicing magic. The old man finished. Like almost everyone else here, they would die while working by accident or illness. Sometimes mages are brought to them from other states, and non-mages are just brought in off the streets. They would still end up horribly and have wasted their lives. Non-mages are pretty much the same, creatures incapable of even getting a first class. Other mages would have destroyed them with their indifference or something worse. The Tower Master saved them from disgrace. And before Marco could say a word, the old man repeated himself. Not just ingredients that could still serve the ivory tower. And then he raised the staff high above his head, and a bloody scarlet aura began to ooze from it. The young man need not worry, their fate will not befall him. The Tower Master promises. Mark is almost like a son to him. The staff struck the ground with a deafening thud that echoed throughout the hall. At the same moment, the aura wrapped around the young man's body, and then began to penetrate deep inside. The mage held on as best he could, coughing constantly, but in a moment his strength ran out, and Mark fell to his knee. He stood before his powerful master. Let him stand, the Tower Master said, and the mage obeyed unquestioningly. Nothing even seems to have changed. Who is he? The old man asked a question. To which the young man replied, the master of the Green River Empire's magic tower, Mr. Havert Leon. And he is Marka, the second-class mage of the Ivory Tower. From now on, his personal assistant and servant. The old man threw his blade at the young man's feet. Could he cut off his little finger with this dagger? The mage silently held it up to his hand, and then in a swift motion, he took off his finger. Now Havert can call him his son. At the same time, the magic tower is carrying out its service in the usual mode. But one thing that surprises everyone is that the tower's master has taken an indefinite vacation. Of course, he has a lot of things to do, and he's not the same age anymore. Or maybe it's because of Mr. Ian, the young man suggested. He was the youngest archmage who had already received the 6th grade. Surely that must have hurt the dignity of the steward. Still, what would happen now? A question that interested all the servants. The tower master is on the side of the 5th prince, and Mr. Ian is for the counter prince. You can't have the two main men of the tower on opposite sides of the barricades. And who should they be for? A voice from outside intervened. Like they have a choice. Whoever is taller will give the orders. The mage didn't utter another word and walked onward, all the way to the archmage's room. Ian kindly invites him in. Mark, Paige is glad to see him again. The young man brought what the man had asked for. Perhaps the alchemist had been looking for these books for a long time. They would be of great help to him. What of the tower master? The man inquired. Could he be ill? Marco reassured the mage then, informing him that nothing serious was going on. Admittedly, his hands spoke otherwise, and Annetta remarked, Yes, just an injury while exercising, the young man replied. The archmage smiled politely and wished him a speedy recovery. But something's not right here. Paige can sense it. It's like he's a different person. Marco used to behave more freely with him. He has the same face and voice, but he's clearly building a wall between them. It's just after the tower master took a vacation. And then Ian remembered something. He and the young man had first met 6 years ago in Morgan province. But if it hadn't been for Mark's help during the battle with the goblins, there would have been a big disaster. Mac agreed with the elder's words. Paige's hands trembled with inner indignation. Before the young man could leave, the archimage stopped him, then rose from his chair. Mark wasn't in the battle with the goblins. He had helped Ian during the mana test. Then the mage apologized for being a little remiss. But that wouldn't stop Paige anymore. He grabbed his staff and pointed it towards the young man, casting one of the spells aloud. Greater abolition, his words read. At the same moment, a magic circle with hieroglyphics formed in the middle of the room, and all its light was directed towards Mark, blinding the young man. Dark energy oozed from the mage's eyes and then all over his body, causing him to fall to the ground. And finally, the same unbearable coughing. Thank goodness it was over. Ian's first concern was to see if Mark was all right, but he had no idea what was going on. The young man's mad eyes said it better than any words could. The archmage did not hide it and explained in detail. He had been affected by dark magic, but Paige had only used a counterspell. Then, barely catching his breath, Mark spoke. They need to stop him. The tower master. And he asked, let the mage tell them what happened. Absolutely everything. Let him say everything he knows. The day in the city was nearing evening. A guest arrived at the tower master's house. It was Mr. and Paige. The servant added that he had come alone. Then let him come in, Havert Leon asked in a calm tone. He was hooked. The old man had cast a spell of black magic on Mark on purpose. A magician like Ian would easily recognize it. Now it's done. Let the tower master run out of ingredients, but it was worth it. It was necessary to get a 6th grade mage. Especially since there would always be new ingredients. The door to the hall slowly opened. The supreme mage had not expected his visit. A 6th class archmage with a person of his own. The tower master is honored. Ian started the conversation right away. He said that he had learned that the tower master was ill. So, of course, he had come to pay his respects to the elder. After exchanging flattering pleasantries, the tower master invited the archmage to sit down. The long silence was ended by the old man's words. Mr. Marco isn't feeling well. He may have infected him. It was true. It did not seem so to Ian. The tower master was glad to hear this, for he had always been so worried about the young man's health. But the archmage heard an incredible story from Marco, that Havert had a secret laboratory in the manor, where he was conducting inhuman experiments with black magic. The old man laughed at these words. Marco was delirious. That's impossible. Delirious, as if a spell of black magic had been cast on him, Ian continued, not taking his eyes off the tower master. And as if the one who had cast it was he, Havert Leon. The man Marco considered his father. The young man pleaded for him to stop. The old man continued to refuse. He does have a portal to the lab. It's created by an artifact that he got by accident. It's just convenient. However, a laboratory with black magic is nonsense. If Ian wants to, he can go with him to see it. If he didn't trust the tower master, he could go with him and see it for himself. Paige didn't mind, but only if Havert allowed it. Havert paused and invited him to follow him. As the head of the ivory tower, he couldn't allow rumors about the use of black magic to spread. The high magician walked over to the tall red curtain, then peered behind it as if for the first time. This was the portal in question. This is the power of the Havard artifact. If you apply the magic from this book, anyone will be able to use the movement magic that is available to the 8th grade. Ian listened attentively but also warily. But the Tower Master did not speak for long and invited the Archmage to follow him. The same darkness haunted the guest. In his past life, Ian Havard Lien had been considered one of the best masters of the Ivory Tower, a great Archmage who had begun the unification of the continents. An honest and dedicated man. He led Ragnar to the Imperial throne and was able to greatly increase Ivory Tower's influence over the country. Since Paige was also on Ragnar's side, he consequently respected and honored the Tower Master as well. Havert turned to Ian, and he too had once wished to be a hero. He had wanted to save the Empire with his own strength. He wanted to help the poor and suffering, but in time he realized something. You can't change everything on your own. And the power that could make the Tower Master a hero was not what he had imagined. Dark magic began to ooze from the old man's staff. Wrapping more and more of his bonds around Ian's body, the hero grabbed his throat. A power that would cause many mages to act under Havard. That he would save this empire from decline. This power is called power. And the 6th class Archmage will definitely be a part of it as well. Under the guidance of the Tower Master, Paige will help this country and its people. A young man like Ian, and an old man like him, that's what it takes to be a hero. Isn't that right? The Archmage bowed to his lord, obediently awaiting his command. Havard ordered him to rise immediately, and he obeyed. He looked soulless, as befitted anyone who had undergone such a rite. The Tower Master gloated unbelievably. It had been so easy, so insanely easy. Well, let the Archmage answer who he is. The Master of the Ivory Tower, Havert Leon, Paige answered concentratedly. And the young man's voice also changed to his usual, utter lunacy. And he smiled before his fist headed for the High Mage's face, and then knocked the old man off balance, throwing him several meters back against the wall. Havert couldn't believe what had happened. This is impossible, he repeated, covering his mouth with his hand. The Archmage turned to the Master of the Tower. Didn't he say that he didn't possess black magic? Since he hasn't surpassed the 5th grade, he doesn't know, but their powers are different. Even using dark magic, 5th grade is still 5th grade. And the old man really thought Ian would come to him unprepared. Such stupid mistakes are not typical of a Tower Master. He shouldn't have rushed now. Havert wanted to say something, but the Archmage's hand stopped him. Mana drain, said Paige, using the spell. Yes, the effect is not the most pleasant, but such is the necessity, Ian finished, removing his hand. Let the old man rest. He won't be able to move at first because of the mana drain. And age takes its toll. It will take a long time to recover, the young man said with a smile. The bastard, how dare he? It was barely audible behind him. Ian cast a light spell, and the first thing he came across was a treasure trove. Chests full of gold coins, gems and luxury items. A humble and decent Tower Master. Funny, the Archmage wondered, why would a man who had nowhere to spend so much treasure? Apparently, the tower owner just liked to collect wealth all his life and not think about sharing it with the Empire. Did he really expect to take them with him to the other world? There was no answer to the accusation. Not far from that place, Ian also noticed the bars the mage had described. They were full of skinny hostages inside. The men were in a terrible state, but some were still breathing. We have to wait a little longer. Paige will definitely help them escape from there and get proper treatment. Havert behind the Archmage gathered his strength and spoke. Ian thinks Marka is the only one like that, but a heavy cough overcame and interrupted the old man. He's got a lot of minions everywhere, and there are guys a lot better than that Ian guy, so... Paige listened intently, so, he repeated Leon's words. The Tower Master was angry and shouted for the Archmage not to pretend. The minions were probably already heading towards them and would never stop without Havert's signal. The old man had originally wanted them to focus on 2 things, Ian's family and the attack on the prince. The hero guessed. The Tower Master offers a deal, and the terms are simple. They will forget what happened here today. Especially since the Archmage has no evidence except that portal. And they'll believe Havert over Paige if he dares to tell them. Ian might not realize the consequences of his actions yet, but he'd better not cross the line with the Tower Master. He has no idea how much he will regret it. The young man was tired of listening, and he didn't need to, because he refused. This is something the dazed old man didn't expect to hear. He would deal with the mother of Ian Ikran the prince, but the Archimage did not fall for the cheap provocation. Let him try. The time was nearing midnight. Lady Paige sat alone on the balcony with her arms folded across her legs. She should go inside. A man's voice intervened. The wind is cold today. You could easily catch cold in it. But that's not what worries the woman. Her son Ian has still not returned. And for some reason, even through the orb, she can't contact him. Especially since he always warned her if he was late. The alchemist tried to reassure the lady, assuring her that everything would be fine. Paige is a 6th-class archmage respected throughout the Empire. Even the worst scoundrels would throw themselves at his feet and beg for forgiveness. So the girl should not even worry. But she couldn't stand the emotion and cried out in her girlish voice. And he is still a boy to her. The man fell silent in surprise. But then he politely said, "I beg your pardon," and bowed to the lady. He has a child himself, but he tried to downplay his mother's feelings. He should apologize again. Lady Paige is always thinking about the burden Ian is carrying. He doesn't rely on anyone else, but goes forward confidently on his own. How sorry she is that he has to suffer so much. She wishes she could share this burden with her son, and it angers her that all she has to do is wait for him in the palace. But the alchemist thinks otherwise. A lady shouldn't say that. The reason why Ian was able to reach such heights is because of his family. The alchemist had mana poisoning and only survived because of his son. That's what family is for. You can't turn your back on her, and even if she turns her back on you. This wise phrase surprised the girl. In any case, the girl thinks that she is useless, but always gives her interlocutor a sense of inner peace. And always nearby, she can always be returned to. That's what has made Ian the man he is. If a lady wants, a man can stay by her side until her son comes home. The girl's silent, good-natured look spoke for itself. The sky is clear and quiet tonight, and the moon is beautiful. Lady Paige noticed it too. Usually there were a lot of guards here, but today for some reason. Suddenly the man jumped up unnaturally abruptly from his chair, a change in his face. They need to get inside right away. He sensed something was wrong. And an extraneous noise came from the bushes. Now they were both quite alarmed. Someone's distinct footsteps appeared not far away, a pair of men in robes. "They must stop immediately," shouted a man from the balcony. But it didn't seem to work. But after all, if those overstepped the line, then... The alchemist quickly reached for Lady Paige in time to grab her and lay her on the ground. Right at that moment, a hail of lightning filled the palace grounds. A rumble of thunder rumbled throughout the outskirts. The crown prince noticed it too. It's not a natural occurrence around here. Oliver suggests we go back to the palace. His Highness doesn't appreciate the idea, though he's too young to understand the army's instincts. The more so, the young man has had such a hard time getting his father's permission to leave the palace and secretly observe the lives of ordinary people. He can't just go back like that, can he? He also had one question for the captain. And how would you like to get started? His Highness wants to learn swordsmanship. And why is it so hard for him to talk about it? It's because he wants to know the most basic things. How hard can it be? At least a stance of some sort? Learning how to coolly unsheath a sword, and Oliver drew his blade in a heartbeat. But not right away. The young man reassured him. But it was about something else. The captain asked the heirs to stand behind him. A second squad of Imperial knights to defend his majesty. The prince seemed to be the only one who didn't understand what was going on here. "Let him show himself," Oliver ordered loudly, peering ahead. The knight noticed the robe first, followed by a familiar silhouette. That's the archmage of Ivory Tower, Helen. The man thought she had disappeared somewhere a couple years ago. What does she want here? There was no response, which alerted Oliver more strongly. Freeze. Let Taz explain what she wanted first. Again the fateful silence, but this time it didn't last long. Helen uttered only a few words. "Hayden Green River. And those who get in the way, she will kill." Oliver, though prepared for any outcome, he was still confused. But that didn't stop him from attacking a split second later. All to protect his prince. Now the captain could clearly see the girl's red eyes and the mad look in them. The ease with which she had repelled the attack with her staff was unexplainable. Helen oriented herself back a little, preparing to show off something from her arsenal. "Fire blast," said a soulless voice, and balls of flame appeared all around, aimed in the direction of the captain. Oliver had no margin for error, but it seemed the captain was ready. With one chopping blow, he executed the pillar of fire flying in his direction. Even the possessed Helen was put into shock. Just those few fractions of a second were enough for the captain to catch up to the archmage in a flush. First, Oliver tactfully deflected the girl's defense, barely touching her head with his sword. And then he threw himself into a new attack, a chopping blow from above. But she used a mano barrier, a spell that formed an impenetrable dome. The blade bounced off of it in a matter of moments. It seems to be the first time the captain has seen such a spell. It was easy to tell from his shocked eyes. Oliver had hoped to learn how to resist the shield in his training with Master Ian. But that's okay, he can do it to her as well. The knight can't use his mana properly since he's a half-breed who only has a heart of mana. But the mana in his blood will help him deal with Helen. The captain will show the distraught girl the full power of the half-blood in the flesh. Oliver was separated from words to action in an instant. His next swift yet powerful blow left the dark mage horrified. The mana barrier fell right before her eyes. And then came what was to be expected from a royal knight. The sword pierced the girl's body, which she immediately grabbed, feeling a hellish pain. No, Oliver wouldn't finish her off. First he has to find out who the traitor is who ordered the murder of his highness. Helen could only pray for a quick death. The old man's secret is out, which means he needs to find options to stay alive. His minions are just the solution. The Tower Master wants to destroy the Archmage's mother and the Crown Prince unless Ian agrees to his terms. But right now, the old man is still in turmoil. What can this Archimage do? This is nonsense. Then the Archimagus decided to kindly clarify. Unlike some, his word can be trusted. Over the past 5 years, he has made connections with many people. The old man tried to interject, but was immediately ridiculed. Tower Master really thinks that Ian has been inactive all this time. When they were in Demidor, it was Havert who sent uninvited guests to the Archmage's house. But it won't happen again. The Tower Master's men must have fallen into mano-a-mano traps or even left the world. It's too late to negotiate, and Ian has nothing to ask of the old man. Havert Leon will be judged to the fullest extent of the law, and for his deeds he deserves to die. And let him believe it, the Archmage will see to that. Because of the ivory tower that the old man killed his soul and body for, Ian would also keep an eye on it. Also, Paige didn't intend to go that far. It was just what the current situation demanded, but the tower's reputation should be taken care of by its owner. The Archmage could see why Havert liked the 5th prince over the Crown Prince. After all, he too had once thought he should become a ruler. The old man was driven by lust for power and money, and the young man understands that. But the Tower Master was wrong to attack Ian Page's family. Everyone must be punished for their actions, right? Meanwhile, His Majesty's royal palace. The deeds of Havert Leon, the master of the tower, became public. He had forgotten his duty. He had dabbled in black magic, shouted the angry emperor. Used the bodies and souls of innocent people and mages for his horrible experiments. Even passing away would not wash away his sins and crimes. The old man cannot be understood or forgiven, so his punishment remains unchanged. From this moment on, Havert Leon is stripped of all his merits, titles, and sentenced to death. The execution, of course, will be carried out publicly. The Tower Master will go down in the history of the Empire as a terrible criminal. If his henchmen or relatives are discovered, His Majesty orders them to be disposed of at once. All those who knew of the old man's crimes will also be punished. The Empire will also find the mages who practice black magic and punish them. No one will escape investigation and punishment. His Majesty orders the aristocrats to cooperate. The Emperor is sure that there will be some of the Master's assistants in the tower who didn't realize the direct consequences. Have them stop using dark magic immediately and surrender voluntarily. The only exception will be Archmage Helena, who made the attempt on the prince's life. A slightly different fate awaits her. Despite the fact that she acted at the behest of the master of the tower and also did not realize her actions, it is simply impossible to turn a blind eye to the fact of an attempt on the life of the crown prince of the empire. In the name of the ruler of this country, His Majesty sentences Helena to life imprisonment. What happened is terrible, but this situation helped to shed light on the two heroes of the empire. Their great deeds deserve special attention, such as Ian Page, who denounced all the dark deeds of the Tower Master, Havert Leon, and the knight Oliver Raywood, who bravely protected the Crown Prince's life. Let him come forward. The Archmage is right now taking an active role in investigating the incident. The Emperor expects him to make great progress in solving the case. Also, His Majesty asks that attention be paid to the knight who managed to protect the Crown Prince from a 4th-class mage. Specifically, Sir Oliver. There he is, by the way. Let the hero not be shy and come closer. Captain of the 2nd Knight's troop, Oliver Raywood. He introduced himself as befitting his position. It didn't take long for the words of praise to come. This man is a true blessing to the Empire. Not only did he protect the Crown Prince, but he proved to everyone that humans were capable of going beyond their limits. Oliver Raywood will become an example not only for the whole Empire, but for the whole world. Of course, His Majesty would not leave the captain's deeds and merits to the motherland. Standing up from his chair, the man bowed. The knight of the 2nd Squad is awarded the right to control every knight of the Empire and give them orders. He also receives the title of Lord of Swords. The last words caused a stir among those present. This title had long been unable to find its master. It had been hundreds of years since anyone had been honored with it, since magic had overshadowed the greatest deeds of knights, but Olivia Raywood was able to show the importance of this title. He had proven his loyalty to his imperial family and homeland. His Majesty hopes it will continue to be so. Indeed, the title of Sword Lord suits the man well. Imperial Knight Olivia Raywood, may he bow his knee to the Emperor. Then the captain silently obeyed the order. It could almost be called the most important moment in any soldier's life. In the name of the first protocol of the Emerald River, His Majesty officially orders the title of Lord of Swords to be passed to Knight Ulver Raywood. Was he ready to accept the title that had been seeking its master for hundreds of years? The captain, without a second's hesitation, swore by his title and name. He would lay down his life in defense of the empire. The crown prince, full of indignation, turned to his father. He didn't understand the reason for passing such a sentence at all. How could an Imperial Tower Master be executed? That one should think again. Doesn't His Majesty realize what kind of blow this would be to their empire? The Tower Master is a 5th-class archmage. Executing him is akin to executing 100 ordinary magicians. But that won't solve the problem. Once the punishment is carried out, all neighboring countries will know about it, especially Coldwood, which has long been eager to expand its borders. They'll quickly finish off the Great Meadows and attack the Empire when the strongest mage is executed and the country is in complete disarray. There was no need to guess. It was the perfect moment to attack. But His Majesty was reassured, because Havert Leon has not been the strongest mage for a long time. The strongest magician in Ivory Tower is Ian Page. And that's because he was the first to get 6th grade. Does the young man agree with that? The Archimage can take the place of the Tower Master, which means there is no problem. On the contrary, the Emperor thinks it's a great chance to raise the Tower's rating and reputation on the continent. Isn't he right? Let the heir not be silent. The prince thought about it and agreed after all. Ian Page can bring the new to the tower. However, the master has strength and experience proven over the years. If the latter were to team up with Ian, the tower's blossoming could happen much faster. And that's not all. If one were to put a young and talented mage to an experienced and older one, they would both be able to become better. Also, they would constantly control each other, which meant it would definitely fall off the shoulders of the Imperial Palace. Wouldn't that be profitable for them? The young man's words were certainly reasonable. However, the Emperor continued without letting the heir get a word in edgewise. The Tower Master used forbidden dark magic and researched it, though it could hardly be called simple research. The ingredients for his experiments were the mages he had to protect, and also soldiers who had done no harm to anyone. For the sake of his experiments, Havert was ready to sacrifice them without remorse. The prince did not dare to put a word in his father's speech. In the Emperor's opinion, this was too serious a crime. The pursuit of the goal froze in the old man's eyes. The Tower Master was willing to kill countless innocent souls for the power he wanted. He was also willing to use Ian Page to try to win him to his side through dark magic. The prince's young heart couldn't hold back the tears slowly streaming down his face. But after all, the Tower Master is an important representative of the Empire. The young man agrees that Havert is wrong. However, dark magic could benefit the Empire and become a strong weapon for defense. Since the old man needs ingredients for it, why not just use criminals? They could at least do it for the good. His Majesty didn't let him finish and shouted at the heir. That's the whole problem with him being Ragnar. The young man bounced back a few steps, genuinely perplexed. This is why the Emperor will never choose him as his heir. Dark magic is pure evil that darkens the soul of the one who uses it and the rest of the world. The founder, Michel Greenriver, worked so hard to make it disappear from their land for a reason. But has Ragnar forgotten that? His Majesty knows what the prince is thinking. He knows his character and ambition. The young man is capable of many things, but unfortunately he lacks the most important thing. All this time, the heir has been skillfully hiding this gap in himself. But in times of need, that's exactly what he lacks, just like now. The most important thing in politics is the pursuit and realization of justice. The ruler of an entire country must always remember that justice works the same for everyone. If the prince thinks some people will come off as expendable, that's the end of it. But suddenly, even to the emperor himself, the young man laughed. His Majesty's words are not true. This is not the reason why his father can't choose him as the heir. The prince's elder brother is the son who received all the love and care of the imperial family, and he is a son born only to maintain his Majesty's influence among the aristocrats. Isn't that right? That's the difference. If the emperor knew how hard the young boy was trying to get his recognition just once, is it so hard to pay attention to a boy just once? Is it so hard to treat him and love him like one? His Majesty would probably agree to let the Tower Master go if his brother asked for it. But the time for the monologue came to an end. The emperor did not tolerate such a tone and slapped his son and then swung for another, but in a moment realized that it would be enough. The next blow did not follow. What a fool the prince was. The wounded young man did not turn to face his father as he left. After leaving the hall, the emperor sent Domphilius to Ragnar's house and instructed him to keep him there and not to let him contact or meet anyone. The knight understood the order and confirmed the task with words. As a matter of fact, the day did not come to an end there. The next day started brighter than usual, if it weren't for a series of events following one after another. There was a knock at the 5th Crown Prince's room. Salga informed His Highness that Archmage Ian Page had arrived. The news made the young man tense, but he quickly regained his composure. Let the magician go. The prince does not wish to see him. Before the heir could speak, the door opened. He'd said it. It was Ian himself, not the servant, as he might have thought. There was silence for a moment in the great hall. The heir had already realized that this was an order from the emperor. The Archmage added, his purpose was to see if the prince had been influenced by the dark magic inflicted by Havert Leon. To which the man was indignant. Today is the execution of the Tower Master, and this is the day they decided to check if he was alright. How can you show such disrespect to the heir? Ian calmly explained that this was a routine inspection for the entire Imperial family and castle staff. Nothing more than that. The prince shouldn't be angry about it, to which the young man only sighed heavily, but then carelessly grabbed the edge of his chair. Let the Archmage hurry, please. Patch said it wouldn't take long. The heir might feel nauseous or dizzy, but those are just signs that he's fine, no need to worry. And that's when Ian uses the big cancel. The prince immediately coughs, and his appearance leaves a lot to be desired. He was fine. The Archmage began to worry, and the young man in turn shared only that it was a very unpleasant sensation. Patch tried to calm the one, because he found no traces of black magic. If the heir felt bad, it was better to rest until he came to his senses. That was the end of the examination. Ian bowed before turning around, about to leave, but the prince decided to ask one question. The thing is, there's something he's curious to know. Page stopped and listened without turning his head. Why is the Archmage serving the 5th heir's brother? He's a smart man, and he should understand. He is not fit to be the emperor of this country. Doesn't the Archmage know that many aristocratic families are also against him? Page laughed for a moment, but then he said confidently he doesn't serve the counter-prince. It was as if Ragnar had not expected to hear such an answer. The young man got up from his chair, wanting to continue, but the Archmage interrupted him, saying goodbye. That was the end of their dialogue, and Ian found himself on the other side of the door. He, the Mage of Ivory Tower, does not serve Hayden Greenriver. In this world, Page had sworn allegiance to one determined and power-hungry man. It was as it is now, and the memory can no longer be erased. So the Archimage's actions now could be seen as revenge, or treason. But either way, a shining moon rose over the city. Someone knocked on the Crown Prince's door again. This time the door was opened by Damfield. A lone young man sitting at the table, shrouded in a pervasive disorder, appeared before the knight's eyes. His Majesty is only interested in one question. Has the master of the tower been executed? The man dryly replied that yes. It happened this afternoon. In public. The execution took place in the main square of Green Riverium. That's what the prince thought. The knight could be free. But he, in his turn, asked the young man not to kill himself so much, which caused his interlocutor to laugh hysterically. Damfield moved forward in defiance of the order and placed a small paper on the table. He did this on purpose in front of Ragnar's face, to which the latter would obviously react. The knight said he had better familiarize himself with it personally. Actually, the soldier will not disturb the 5th prince anymore, so he leaves him alone with the letter, the text of which turned out to be surprisingly interesting. And the main thing that the young man realized, they still have a chance. Right now all the survivors of Havert Leon's secret laboratory are being treated in a safe place. Ian and other magicians are analyzing the readings of those who are in good health or recovering their memories. And returning many stolen treasures to, well, the public treasury. People who have had close contact with the tower's master are being tested for exposure to black magic, and no trace of which had yet been found. The emperor thanked the Archmage, calling him a great man. His Majesty had no idea that Havert was so crazy. The ruler had a great responsibility on his shoulders for not suspecting it sooner. Ian also admitted that he didn't immediately realize the old man's atrocities. Still, the Tower Master had an excellent reputation and was universally respected. Who could have known that behind that smiling face lurked a true tyrant? The Archmage will report on the results of the black magic checks and further investigation. The Emperor was fine with that, but he had one more topic to discuss, if Page didn't mind. Ian prepared to listen to him carefully. So, what does he think about the Crown Prince? The young man's eyes went wide. He didn't quite understand the question. His Majesty sternly replied that he understood. Then there was silence in the meeting room. The Archmage really can't pledge allegiance to the prince. Such an answer stunned the Emperor. But Ian will do everything so that His Highness can quietly take his rightful place on the throne. In the future, Page is always ready to help the heir. He wants him to become a worthy ruler for his people. His Majesty could hardly understand the logic of the magician's words. But weighing all the decisions among themselves, the emperor deemed it sufficient, and at the same moment he invited the servants to enter. The courtiers carried a large box in their hands. "Let Ian take it." This staff was left behind by Havard. The Archmage must understand how difficult it is to choose a new master of the tower, and while it is clear to everyone who should take his place, there are still many nuances. Normally, the Imperial family chooses the tower's ruler. But in this situation, His Majesty has decided to dispense with the formalities. He wants to appoint a new master as soon as possible. So now the Tower Master's staff belongs to Ian. Also, the Emperor has a favor to ask of the Archmage. The one sat at full attention. So, the ruler is sure his son, Ragnar, will not give up his plans, even though he lost a serious ally. His Majesty knows better than anyone how great the greed in the young man's heart is. If Ragnar ascends to the throne, many unprecedented lives will be lost. Ian understood what this was about better than anyone else. The Emperor had decided to confess that he himself was to blame. The prince will hate him until the day he dies. Could Paige try to stop him? And if he succeeds, to guide him to the right path instead of His Majesty. To which the Archimage touched his new staff and spoke the next word. The will of the ruler shall be done. The Emperor hopes for it too. Ian Page, Master of the Ivory Tower. After some time in the abode of magic, the door opened at the mere command of the staff. These were his first steps in his new position. Oh, Ian Page, let it pass. And the young man knows, he too had once wished to be a hero. To save the empire from destruction. To be a wizard who would save many lives from harm. With his power, he could command many people. He could give this empire and its people a happy life. Many would say that this is power. Ian wanted to protect her enough to kill him. He doesn't want to be a hero anymore. He has only one wish. To kill Ragnar Greenriver. He wants him to die a horrible and dishonorable death, so that his name will fade into oblivion for all who live now and after. He lives and endeavors for one thing and one thing only, revenge. In this story, the fifth prince has one ending waiting for him, only it remains to be seen when his hour will come. The crown prince is very happy to see the master of the tower, how Ian likes it. The mage hasn't been officially appointed yet, so such treatment is inappropriate. Even between the two of them. Who knew the little boy Paige first met 6 years ago would hold such a high position? The prince is so pleased to follow Ian's personal growth. As the young boy sees it, the Archimagus is very busy checking for black magic. He checked the air first, so if he has no complaints, Paige will remove himself. It made the counter-prince upset, and there was nothing wrong with him, just a headache and blurred vision. But Ian was quick to convince him otherwise. Paige's suspicions hadn't escaped him either. The chance that the Tower Master had used magic on the Crown Prince was high enough. Helping Ragnar reach the heights is easy if you manipulate his main opponent by making him look shallow. Although, if you think hard and remember the past, the young man himself is not very bright. But the Crown Prince had a question. After all, wouldn't Hailey be the next one to be tested? And he was right. Then he had one piece of information for Ian. The girl has been asking and talking about him a lot lately, wondering how Paige was doing, what was keeping him busy, what his favorite food was, and so on. Max seemed to be very embarrassed. Even though the prince is close to him, he still found nothing to answer the lady. So let the new master of the tower do that when they see each other. The girl would be glad of even a little information. After these words, the heir closed the door behind him, and here was and still standing in a daze for some time. How quickly they grow up, thought the mage. The prince is all grown up now, his character has improved, and he himself is moving forward with confidence. Patch is increasing his knowledge and improving his skills, and he's sure he could make a decent one. Someone knocked gently, rather even gently, on the door. The girl stepped inside and said hello as befitted a lady. First they exchanged compliments with Ian, and then the mage invited her to sit down, something she obediently did. Silence, the girl said in a barely whispered voice. The familiar sound of the spell echoed throughout the room. Paige was genuinely surprised at Hailey's abilities. Had Her Highness really reached second class? Oops, the girl stammered heavily. But then her palm showed as many as 3 neat fingers. At least that's what the young lady's teacher said. Ian had no choice but to praise Hailey again. She wanted to tell the mage something so badly that she had to use even Silence's spell. The girl had one question. What would she do in this situation? Paige asks to tell more details. But for Hailey it turns out to be not so easy. Then the Archimage decides to start first. Why is the girl hiding the fact that she is a mage? The lady's hand shook and it became hard for her to pronounce the words. Tears rolled from the girl's eyes. All because it's her father's orders. At the age of 12, Kevin had her tested for mana, thus learning that the princess was a mage. He reported to her father before informing the Tower Master. Ian himself must know that if one becomes a mage, he must renounce any titles, desires, and become a servant of the ivory tower. Accordingly, this applies to princes and princesses alike. The emperor wanted his daughter to remain a princess, not become a mage. So Kevin, on his orders, hid the truth about the girl's magic, and she continued to live her life as before. But one day Haley realized that the magic in her was bursting out. It became clear to Paige. All this time the lady had been studying spells and now she came to him for advice. Kevin is one of the few followers of the crown prince from a past life. The archmage was lucky. Before, the girl just wanted to help her brother because he didn't have proper support. But things are different now. Her brother has Oliver and Mr. Ian. And the prince is on the right path. So Haley doesn't have a purpose anymore, right? Paige asked carefully. His Highness is afraid of becoming a hindrance to his brother since he studied magic secretly. The Tower Master only smiled kindly at that. It's as simple as that. Ian came closer and knelt down in front of the girl. Let her live her life, that would be enough. But the problem is, she doesn't know how. Neither does anyone else, Ian added enthusiastically. But if you live only for the sake of others, you'll live someone else's life instead of your own. Over time, the princess will just lose herself, and then she'll be stuck in emptiness and anxiety. So Haley must make choices for herself and decide what is important to her. Mr. Page is sure Her Highness will find her way of life. As for him, gently asked the girl, if the archmage had found his way. The thought was deeply lodged in the mind of the new master of the tower, and tried to say something, but in the end only a short, I don't know came out. Perhaps he had crossed the line in his expressions. The princess should forgive him. But Haley, on the contrary, is only glad of it. The archmage is the first person to say such a thing to her. The girl had always lived with the idea that her life was that of a princess of the empire. She never even thought of other options. She was grateful to Mr. Ian for instilling confidence in her. And such warm words touched Paige. If Haley continued to study magic, no matter what path she chose, it would be of great use to her. The more so, if the princess could improve herself so much in such a short time, she would have a great future. But still, the girl had one last request. Haley, she's shy to talk about it, but could the Tower Master teach her magic? To which the latter was genuinely surprised. Wasn't it Kevin, the girl's mentor? But the answer was even more surprising. The fact was that the young man said that he had nothing more to teach the princess. He's a second-class mage, after all. Then the lady clasped her hands and asked very, very strongly to let Mr. Ian become her mentor. Yes, the mage was faced with a daunting task, so how should he go about it? Haley definitely has talent, since she had reached the 3rd grade with so little ability. And not many people know that the princess is sensitive to mana. If she becomes a top-class mage, it will definitely be useful to Ian in the future. The last Imperial blood mage was Michelle Green River, a 5th-class mage. The Tower Master is willing to take on the training of the lady, but on one condition. When the archimage needs help, Haley must provide it. The princess literally glowed with happiness. Of course, she agreed to go along with it. Patch, of course, found himself embarrassed by such a serious statement from the lady. And how did he deserve it? All because the girl believes him, said the one in a sweet voice. She even put Ian in a bit of a stupor. Even serious high-level mages apparently have a knack for embarrassment. The Tower Master uttered his awkward thanks, but since they had decided, they would discuss the time and details of the lessons later. Right now Paige wanted to run a test on the princess, if that was okay with her of course. As expected, no traces of dark magic. The lady can get up. She might feel dizzy, so it's better to move carefully. Haley agreed with Mr. Ian's words, but didn't have time to finish them, collapsing her entire frail body into the archmage's arms. Perhaps she needs to call for help or get a maid? The Tower Master asked excitedly, but the girl asked not to worry, she was fine. An awkward silence caught the couple by surprise. Right, Ian had forgotten to say something. Usually after working in the tower, he went home and read books and studied magic in the lab. Lately he's been drawn to alchemy thanks to Douglas, who lives with him. The archimage doesn't have a favorite dish, but he can't eat spicy. What does that tell Paige? Haley really doesn't understand anything. Then Ian kindly shared His Highness's request. The princess almost squealed with indignation. Had her brother really told about this? It seemed like someone shouldn't have said it out loud. The girl looked silently into the mage's face. And then she wished Mr. Page a good day. The door slammed as loudly as if a hurricane had blown through the room. I don't understand and, well, did I say something wrong? Rumors of the incident between the 5th grade mage and the Tower Master, Havert Leon, quickly spread throughout the empire. Ruler Terry Greenriver personally warned everyone about the dangers of using dark magic and asked them to report any suspicious cases. The newly appointed young master of the tower, Ein Page, conducted an investigation into the incidents. They were related to black magic, all to appease the enraged populace. In the history of the empire, Havert Leon's name would only be associated with horrible crimes committed against the people. Many of the aristocrats who supported him and the fifth prince turned their backs on them. Afterward, they turned to the side of the new master of the tower. The weather outside the window was beautiful. What could possibly interrupt the tea party? On the tray were invitations for Mr. Ian's receptions. They hadn't finished all the checks yet, and why were people so careless? The Archmage was indignant. Isn't the man going to read them? The alchemist turned to the tower master. Could Paige at least take a look at what's in there? There's the engagement proposal, for instance. Yes, Earl Gerard proposes that Ian marry his eldest daughter in 5 years' time. She's already 12 years old. How old? 12? Are you out of your mind? But Douglas kindly reassured the wizard. After all, such offers were not surprising for a young man of age. And there will probably be more and more of them. So Mr. Page is the youngest master of the tower. But the Archimage had already realized the catch. These aristocrats just want to use him to increase their status and influence. I'm surprised they're willing to give up their young daughters to do so. It's hard to believe. Here the alchemist agreed with Ian. He must find a worthy companion. Then Lidio will say no to all of them. He had a lot of things to do, including inspections. As he listened to this, Page thought hard. He had never been able to thank the man properly. The alchemist finished his speech and smiled pleasantly. "Thank you so much for protecting Mother," Ian said. "Bow your head." Apparently, Lidio hadn't expected such sincerity, otherwise how could one explain his surprised look? Though, let's be honest, it's nice for anyone to hear compliments. The tower master shouldn't have been so nice, the alchemist remarked kindly. And come to think of it, it was the manotraps that saved them. And the man himself had promised to protect Ian's mother at the cost of his life. That's exactly why Paige wants to help him. Who was the mage who led Lady Omana into the body and poisoned it? Name, appearance, anything? The master of the tower promises to find the culprit and punish him for what he has done. The man understood the statement, but unfortunately he doesn't remember anything. It was a statement that literally stunned Ian. In fact, it all happened late at night. In his youth, Lidio had studied alchemy in the capital, which meant there were plenty of mages who could hate him. He really felt disgusted by the Pocusadal and wanted to kill, well, when he thought he'd have to leave Douglas all alone. Many times due to mana poisoning, the man was on the verge of death, but now, having met Mr. Page, his life is no longer in danger. Now the lady wants to focus on her son's future, not on hatred and revenge. In any case, the alchemist will remember the tower master's warm words, and the man's speech made the mage remember the past. He had never seen his father's face. Before Ian was born, he had disappeared without a trace, and no one knew if he was alive or not. But through living with Lidio, Page realized if his father had been around, Ian's life would have been the same. It's obvious to the Archmage why Douglas has such an active and cheerful personality. Also, Mother was only able to recover thanks to the alchemist's elixirs. And he's sure he'll be away from home a lot longer in the future. All hope rests with Lidio, and the man is glad of it. The tower master is sure he'll be here soon. Who are you talking about? But the question was interrupted by a loud shout. "Captain, the elixir of mana poisoning from the flowers of Landiora is finally ready. What's his father doing here?" The alchemist stood up and said he was going to surprise the young man, but apparently it didn't work out. Mana poisoning treatment? What the hell is going on here? Lidio was paternally indignant in response. It turned out that the Archmage had found this recipe in the Tower Master's library. To create an antidote from Landiora's flowers, you need to use high-level time-stopping magic. Good thing it works on plants too. The alchemist silently walked over to his son and looked him in the eyes, not hiding his emotions. Thank you, Mr. Ian," the man tearfully said, and then hugged his most precious creation. Douglas would become an alchemist who would create elixirs against complex diseases, also that no one else would suffer. For this, the boy thanks his captain, Paige. He seems to be the only one left. The world where humans and Draconians exist will soon close its doors. The Draconians have brought chaos and destruction to the universe. The toll of this act is too great. Winged will have to pay for the sins of his race for the rest of his life. From now on, he is forbidden to leave this place. The pact is sealed once and for all. Twilight was closing in on the palace. Ragnar hadn't expected to see one. Indeed, it was like 2 drops of water. The letter said the prince would be expected, but he didn't think he'd see this. So how does he get out of here? The magicians represented by Ian Page are watching this place from the outside. Could they pass somewhere unnoticed? Ragnar's copy asked not to worry about that. The clan leader is much stronger than the tower master. It seems that the young man hadn't heard of this figure yet. He'd better see for himself, the replicant said, and then opened the book prepared for this purpose. Immediately, a portal materialized in the center of the room. Apparently, the prince had not expected such a thing, because he was greatly surprised. The passage led outside the capital. Ragnar should not linger. It was spoken by Sir Damfiel, extending his hand from the other side. Either the crown prince will make up his mind now, or there will never be a second chance again. Without thinking long, the young man held out his hand, and in a moment he found himself in a quiet place in the forest. "Let Ragnar not be greatly surprised," said the knight. Did he really think that Havert Leon had achieved the position of Tower Master on his own? Despite the power he had gained, the old man dreamed only of his own self-interest. It was even good that this weak link was eliminated without their participation. The young man thought about the words he had heard, and in complete silence Damfiel continued. "The world is so great, but it belongs to the chosen few, which is the prince. Ragnar can make a choice that even the ruler has not gotten. The clan leader believes that the heir will make an excellent emperor of this country. A man who will easily get rid of the old ways and confused idiots. A man who will bring new rules to this world. The young man has the blood in him to open new paths. The clan leader has long awaited his arrival." Ragnar was worried sick about what was happening. Could there be anyone stronger than Ian Page Havertalion? The prince knew that there was a sect that did not obey the Imperial religion, but he had no idea that the Tower Master and the captain of the Imperial Guard were members of it. The clan wants to change the state religion, and they need a representative of the ruling power. This is a great chance for the young man. One must seize it and become stronger. Ragnar is ready to go to any lengths to get the throne that is already rightfully his. After a short journey they came. This was kindly announced by Sir Damfiel, pointing to the Gothic building in front of them. The prince could pass inside, and the picture inside was far from pleasant. The eerie room was illuminated by chaotically placed lamps with candles. Draconians used to live here, the captain explained. 300 years ago, the Tower Masters sealed the place and made it disappear. It was only recently that the humans managed to find it again. Ragnar still did not understand why he was here, and waited for the answer that followed Damfiel's brief silence. They had come, the rest of the comments were unnecessary. People in similar red robes greeted His Highness. These faces the prince noticed. He knows some of them are aristocrats of the Green River Empire, those close to the heir. Damfiel had summoned the best of that country to found the new world. But they did not forget the main thing. Ragnar intervened with a stern voice, to tell him why it was necessary and why he was here. The captain assured the prince that everything would be clear soon. Their lord is behind that door. Without a moment's hesitation, the heir to the empire stepped forward. But afterward, he was frantically horrified by what he saw. The winged creature stood in the middle of the hall inside the demonic circle, and its statuesque appearance gave me goosebumps. Everyone who entered immediately bowed to the last dragon descendant. Long live the leader of the clan. Now it was clear to Ragnar who it had been about all this time. Maybe the fifth crown prince knows who he is and why he was called here. The creature with the wings was none other than Evantus, the last draconian on Earth. The look on the young man's face made it clear. This was something he had not expected to hear. Hadn't those died out over 300 years ago? Draconians possess strong dark magic. In appearance, Evantus does resemble them from history. That's why they call him the last descendant of the dragon. The prince is so confused. It's funny. They really died out 300 years ago because of humans. Except for him, no one survived. Ragnar's ancestor, Micho Greenriver, used his magic and sealed Evanthus in that place for years. He's waited so long for this meeting. The blood of that bastard, the Tower Master. The blood of Micho Greenriver's descendant. The blood that flows in the prince. The Draconian needs to destroy the magic. But then why doesn't he just kill him? Ragnar asked, genuinely not understanding why he wanted to make a deal with him. How narrow-minded the young man is. If he makes the heir ruler, he'll reap far more benefits. The last dragon descendant wants to destroy the old ways and establish a new world. This deal is great for both of them, for the peace of the humans and the Draconians. So Vantus just wants to use the prince, and if he refuses, kill him? And he must have options to replace Ragnar. Then the last dragon descendant smiled. He's not going to kill the heir. If he refuses, the Draconian will erase his memory and he will remember nothing. But Evantus had chosen Ragnar precisely because he would certainly not refuse the opportunity he offered. Then the crown prince rose from his knees. Let the one promise him that he would make him emperor and not betray him. The Draconian confirmed his words, gritting his teeth in pleasure. Then Ragnar does so, the blade already lying at the ready. Slashing his palm, the crown prince agrees to the deal. The blood from his hands spurted downward, straight onto the magic-enchanted circle that immediately began to glow and shine beneath Evanthus' feet. The charms once cast had lost their power, and the last dragon descendant felt it, whereupon a chuckle erupted from his mouth, followed by a full-blown laughter. "Thank you, Prince. You are such a good boy. But it is time to dress up in modern fashion, Ivantis realized, and in a single movement of his hand he created an elegant suit. Ragnar's face is contorted with fear, and the man can feel it, but it makes no sense. The Draconian isn't going to kill him. He even thinks they'll become good friends. Well, but now the clan leader has to go. It's time to go out for the first time in a long time, isn't it? The girl is so excited. Why doesn't he come here? Could it be that he had forgotten about the arrangement altogether? The maid decided to cheer up the princess, suggesting that the master was busy researching dark magic. That was all. That calmed Hailey down a bit, but for how long? A maid suddenly bursting through the door interrupted the girl's thoughts of sadness. Why are they screaming? What was the matter? The thing is, he's here. It's time. Finally, right here. He came in a suit instead of a cloak. The maids shouted with one voice. Mr. Ian Page has arrived. The princess suddenly froze without uttering a word. It was only after a few seconds that the lady spoke. It was something unequivocal and excited. Girls, help me. Hailey's palace looked stunning, as befitted an heiress to the throne. Dressed in a beautiful gown, she waited to meet her guest at the door. The princess didn't realize it was so difficult. Her hair was fine, nothing sticking out. The maids stood by their lady. She looks the most adorable today. She really does. After hearing what she wanted to hear, Hailey made up her mind and took a step towards the new experience. The Tower Master also looked gorgeous, and the first thing Ian did was to greet the princess appropriately. The Archmage's words alone made the girl stagger. Why did she feel shy now? And Hailey had already thought that Mr. Page had forgotten about her, but in fact it turned out to be different. Anyway, the princess was grateful to Ian for coming. Also, that suit really suits him. The Tower Master was flattered by the compliment, but first he suggests moving to a more appropriate place to study. There were too many eyes in the castle, and there might be gossip about their meeting. Hailey lowered her head sadly, but agreed with the wizard's reasoning. Ian would help the princess move with him, only for that she must take his hand for one moment. But the lady, without hesitation, agreed. But afterwards she interrogated that she was holding hands with Mr. Page? Well, yes, it's only for teleportation, the Tower Master answered fearfully. Then Hailey understood. The girl remembered that this is the magic of moving in space. Especially they have no other options, and do they need them? The mage warned that the princess might feel a slight dizziness. He slowly and carefully gave the princess a hand and asked her to hold on tight. The beauty of the mountains around them was astounding, and absolutely not a soul but them. Hailey, too, reacted enthusiastically to the picture she saw. Lady, remembers them? Yes, the mountains around the capital, finished Ian. People don't visit this place often. He chose it because a 6th class mage's teleportation has a limited range. Also, it's free and quiet, which is great for practicing magic. The princess's face, on the other hand, remained steadily inspired. At first, it even frightened the Tower Master, until Hailey told him that it was the first time she had ever been outside the castle. The girl was beginning to think that she would only be able to go outside in her dreams, but taking Mr. Ian's hand, her dream became a reality in a second. Magic is truly an amazing thing. The Tower Master looked into the girl's face and wondered. He visualized this picture for real. Nothing could be more terrible than being imprisoned in the captivity of his room. But then he replied that Princess Hailey was indeed right. Of course, magic is marvelous by nature. So Mr. and saw the lady studying in the temple of the palace? Yes, it so happened that the magician was looking around then and went inside, and when he saw that the princess had come, he decided to hide. But how did he do that? There are guards everywhere, aren't there? The tower owner couldn't give a definite answer, which made the girl laugh. In fact, as a child, Hailey had also liked to go to forbidden places with her brother. Her Highness would try to turn a blind eye to this unauthorized entry into the temple. It's only fair since Mr. Page has turned a blind eye to her study of magic. Then I guess they have something in common then, don't they? By the way, there's a reception in 10 days to celebrate my brother's birth. Hailey wonders if the Tower Master will come to it. The Archmage, of course, received an invitation, but he doesn't think he'll go to it. Lydia was shocked by the word she heard, but then Ian decided to clarify his position. Only the most noble should attend the prince's birthday party. He may be master of the tower now, but he's still a commoner. His appearance there could make a lot of noise. Besides, the Archimage realizes that the ties that the past master of the tower has built up are not easily broken. And until the last prince strengthens his position in the eyes of noble society, until he successfully accepts his claim to the throne, Ian should mind his own business. Well, at least now Hailey was clearer. She too must try harder as a princess so that no one can say a word against her brother. And of course, she will continue to study magic. Thanks a lot to Mr. Ian, her teacher. The girl can call him that when they are alone, right? Of course she could, the tower master didn't mind. Soon it was night, but no one slept in the palace of the fifth crown prince. The enchanted guard faithfully served their master, Evan thus. This is Ragnar's plan. He suggests that before dealing with Ian, the crown prince should be taken out. Many aristocrats and powerful people are now scrutinizing Page's actions. He is a powerful mage, but he is still very young. He has no experience or title, so he is a nobody in the eyes of the aristocrats. Many are dissatisfied with even his very appointment to this position. If the crown prince falls away, no one will support her page either, and then they will easily get rid of him. Sir Damfiel suggests that someone be brought in to carry out this plan. But Ragnar had not yet made up his mind. Then the captain put forward his own candidacy. He knows someone who could solve their problem. Now the matter rests on the knight's shoulders. Leaving the minions, Ragnar goes to the room of the clan leader. Well, it's time for Evan thus to start acting too. But before the prince decides to ask, the last descendant of the dragon listens attentively. So, the heir is still tormented by one question. The Draconian's power is enough to change everything in their empire without him. Ragnar is sure he has plenty of others who could play the young man's part in this endeavor. So why did Evantha's choice fall on him? The clan leader is searching for the last creature of its kind, a golden dragon that controls time. It's a very important ally for the Draconians. And the prince thought it was the stuff of fairy tales. But Evanthus convinced him otherwise. Whatever people may think, dragons still exist. They are only visible because they dwell in places beyond human reach. But when a new truth and chaos begins to come to their world, the dragon will definitely show itself. Chaos, Ragnar repeated, waiting for clarification. And he did not have to wait long. With anger in his heart, the last dragon descendant said, "War," and then it became clear to the prince. A draconian battle that had happened 300 years ago. It was held to summon the golden dragon. Evanthus still remembers how the man decided to give a hand to the humans rather than them. It was foolish to think that Mitchell Greenriver alone was able to destroy both dragons and draconians. Ragnar was truly surprised, for he had not even heard any mention of them. They had been taught that Mitchell Greenriver was able to deal with them through magic. You know, the one he was developing in the tower, because that man could cover his tracks as if nothing had happened. Evan thus said angrily, but draconians with dragon blood in them can clearly sense that dragons are alive. So the clan leader wants to start a war, Ragnar summarized. And he was right, but it would not bring the young man trouble. Wouldn't the prince's ancestors have wanted to unite the three empires on the continent? If war breaks out, the dragon will appear and bring chaos. We must find it. And what would happen after the capture? Ragnar asked with certainty in his voice. But he never got an answer. The conversation had gone on too long. Let the young man take care of himself. Evanthus was sure that their joint plans would coincide. The town hall of the highest ranks of the Imperial Knights. The vice captain can't believe it. But yes, he is indeed expected in the office of the captain of the first squad. And why did that creepy Sir Damfiel call for him in the first place? Well, in any case, the knight may be free to go. The one is grateful to have been given the assignment. With that, the vice captain walked out and the door to the office slammed shut. But the servant remained meekly standing in place with blood-colored eyes. After walking a few corridors, the young man found himself at his destination, knocking gently on the door of the senior officer. He wished nothing had happened. Adam Phil invited the man in, and let Sir Paul Rance come closer. The captain of the first squad had heard that the mage Helena was under the influence of dark magic when she attacked the prince. After that, the guards were reinforced and no such incidents happened. That's right, they had beefed up the guards and increased the personal guards of the Imperial family. But they could have done it sooner. After all, those people are the future of their country. Sir Damfiel has already spoken to Captain Oliver, but with Paul he discusses it for the first time. The young man has been in his position for a very long time, so the knight worries whether he holds a grudge against him. But no way, he is completely satisfied with his position, and the captain of the first squad is glad to hear it. They say that in terms of skills Paul Rance is the best after Captain Oliver. That's amazing. Such abilities should be noted by the ruler, the crown prince, and Captain Oliver himself. The young man even blushed with embarrassment. He still had a lot to learn. In response, the senior officer asked the vice captain not to be modest, for he had achieved such a rank through his own labor. When Captain Oliver proposed to Sir Damfiel that Paul Rance, a commoner and orphan, be made vice-captain of the second knight's troop, the man thought he had lost his mind. Indeed, how could such an important task as guarding the Imperial family be entrusted to a man from the street? Appointing an ordinary peasant to such a high position was completely ridiculous. After saying that, Paul literally fell into a stupor, but that would end today. Before Sir Damfiel could finish his speech, Evanthus appeared behind him. Then the vice-captain tried to draw his sword, but his body wouldn't listen. The black magic was binding him tighter and tighter. Tonight, Paul Renz would be sacrificed. And all in the name of a new empire. At the same time on the training ground, and the Crown Prince is holding up pretty well, even has the ability to attack back. Oliver only has to give advice, control his position and speed of attack. The young man asked the captain to stop, but did not take into account the main thing. In battle, the opponent will not give indulgence, and the sword of His Highness flew a few meters away. Their training is over for today. Why is the Crown Prince so bad at swordsmanship? But the captain immediately assured him otherwise. The young man is more talented than any ordinary man. He's even faster than Ian, the Tower Master, who, by the way, was also Oliver's apprentice for 5 years. Patch is a great magician, it's true, but he's not much of a knight. Only it's a secret, and I think His Highness is pleased with the news. Ian isn't perfect at everything, so the Crown Prince might be better at something too. Then he would train even harder until he was better than Sir Oliver. But suddenly the young man's attention was distracted by a figure off to the side. The vice-captain was standing under a tree, as still as a statue. Could Oliver know something about this? Paul had not spoken to His Highness much lately, and was walking about as if he were in the water. And the captain, unfortunately, noticed it too, but after contacting him personally, he received a reply that everything was fine. The heir here thinks that maybe he should ask again. All the more reason not to be shy or harsh. That's Oliver's job as a leader. And maybe then the bad thoughts will leave His Highness' head. I just wish all was well with Vice-Captain Paul. His Majesty's Imperial Palace, a hall decorated in the latest fashion of the time. The court servants are busily preparing to receive their guests, and the captain reminds the Crown Prince that the reception is about to begin. Of course he is aware of that, he replied, greeting Oliver in fine attire with a robe around his shoulders. The young man is always so excited at such events, for they must make a good reputation for themselves through their own efforts. It's a pity John won't be with them, he's so busy. But the prince is in charge today, so he shouldn't worry. It's the aristocrats who should be worried at the sight of him. And the captain's warm words made the young man smile. It's true, it's just the way it is. Besides, with His Highness the Sword Lord, his friend and reliable support. But it seemed like suddenly someone called out to him from outside. It was Princess Haley. She too had come to the reception, so also in an incredibly enchanting dress. This outfit is really special, and all for the Crown Prince's birthday. And the one is a bit sorry that Ian cannot come, because he could have seen the girl in such a beautiful outfit. And what's her brother's point? And why is he telling everyone about the lady asking about Mr. Pagey? Does he have any idea how embarrassed she is? Anyway, Princess Haley wishes her brother a happy birthday. The girl is really proud of herself for trying so hard here. And let him not worry if anyone speaks ill of him, the lady will personally destroy that person. The prince, not holding back sincere emotions, thanks his little sister. But now it's honestly time for them to go. After all, the guests shouldn't have to wait long. Please welcome Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver and Princess Haley Greenriver. The attendees kindly lowered their heads down, all because the couple in front of them had already entered. The conductor immediately waved his wand and classical music played. Everyone wishes your highness happy birthday, they are very happy to meet you. And the prince, in turn, graciously thanked the guests, hoping that the reception would be a success. And then the typical small talk of such events began. Captain Olver could only watch Hayden's passionate conversation. Suddenly the master of ceremonies was distracted by a voice from outside. Turning around, the servant's face was instantly covered in sweat. Why isn't he announcing yet? His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. An excited roar rumbled through the hall. It seemed that the prince himself had not expected to see his father today. But how could he not show up? It's his son's birthday party. It is the duty of every ruler to congratulate his child. The Emperor is very proud of Hayden Greenriver. And he does not just say that, he says it from the bottom of his heart. After walking to the wide table, the Emperor begins his speech. Many have gathered here today to congratulate his son. After a heavy rain, the earth always becomes stronger. So he hopes that after all the hardships, a dawn awaits their empire. As a father, he is very pleased to watch his child grow up. He hopes that everyone present will be able to appreciate the Crown Prince's achievements. When he was about 5 years old, he ran after His Majesty during a walk in the garden. And the man asked why he was doing that, to which he received the answer that Hayden would go wherever his father told him to go. Even though they were just words, the Emperor felt he could provide his son with a reliable support, and show him the dignified path that the prince would take. It had been so long ago, but Hayden patiently and persistently followed him. The father is grateful for his son's trust. He truly believes he can make it all the way. His Majesty asks them to raise their glasses. Let them drink to their empire and the prince's happiness, to the stable future of his people. And lastly, he once again wishes his son a happy birthday. Hayden could not find words at this touching moment, only to say words of gratitude to his father, which were drowned out by the Emperor's bloody cough, and the glass with the drink slowly fell to the floor. The prince seemed dumbfounded by what he saw. What had just happened now? And the guests, absolutely everyone present, no one understood what was happening. And poor Haley, she is still so young to see all this. The first person who had to and who did was Captain Oliver. He immediately ran to his emperor's aid. Can we call it a coincidence? But the sky that evening was covered with storm clouds. The crown prince sat alone in his chambers, detached, contemplating what was about to happen. Could it be his fault? But there's a sudden knock at the door. Your Highness, Captain Oliver Raywood of the 2nd Imperial Knights asks for an audience. As soon as Hayden heard the familiar name, he jumped up from the couch and begged to be called sooner. Such excitement, their meeting hadn't happened in a long time. How's it going? What's wrong with him? How was his father feeling? And in truth, they had managed to avoid lethality, but the emperor was still in critical condition. All the doctors and alchemists of the palace are trying very hard to... But the prince interrupted. Did they find the person who tried to kill his majesty? Oliver looked worriedly into Hayden's eyes and immediately said, they caught the culprit in the act, and he confessed to what he had done at once. It was the first time in all his years that the prince had been struck with such a nether rage. Let him answer at once. But this time, the captain paused. Apparently gathering his words, his highness's hands shook right on the knight's body. But why did he remain silent for so long? A conflict broke out in the meeting room. How could the vice-captain of the 2nd squad of knights do such a thing? After all, he had been one of the captains and the crown prince's closest confidants for several years. How could his majesty and Sir Oliver Raywood not recognize such a dangerous criminal? The other man, on the other hand, is convinced he didn't act alone. We need to find everyone involved. Paul Rance is known to have bitten off his tongue during questioning. Now he won't tell them anything. Wasn't the young man an orphan from the northern regions? That's very close to the Cowwood Empire. We must remember that 6 years ago, there was an explosion on the palace grounds. It turned out that the Ivory Tower mage, the castle maid, and the palace secretary were all spies. Paul Rance may have been able to earn the title at such a young age, but you can't forget his controversial background. And to deny that he too could have been a Cowwood spy. The man in the brown suit tried to interject, but was immediately overruled. Now it's about Paul Rance trying to poison his majesty. And he says nothing about his accomplices or his motives. They should have taken a closer look at the young man's background. They should immediately remove him from his position as the captain of the 2nd Imperial Squadron and then execute him for attempting to assassinate his majesty. Most of the people present were in agreement with this opinion. It was up to the new master of the tower to find the answers. After the meeting was over, Mr. Ian went for a walk outside the palace. But then a voice responded. It seemed to be just what Paige had been waiting for. Captain Oliver was hiding behind a thick robe over his suit. He wondered, Paul Rance, how he was doing. The mage replied that everyone mistook him for a Cowwood spy. And the knight could not contain his emotions and raised his voice. There's no way such a thing can happen. This is nonsense of some kind. There is no spy here, which the tower master agreed with. The vice-captain was willing to lay down his life for the crown prince. He was excellent at his job, despite his background, and he was also an excellent and loyal knight. That's the kind of Paul Rance Ian knows. But the verdict is in, and even Mr. Page can't exonerate him for what happened. The former vice-captain continues to keep silent, so they do not know why he did it and who was his accomplice. The tower master really wants to know why it happened, but he also wondered how his highness was doing. Oliver replied that the prince had locked himself in his room, not eating or drinking. He probably blames himself for what happened. Understandably, this is generally a standard human reaction. Oliver also thinks that the Archimage is already aware that all the knights of the 2nd detachment are forbidden to leave the capital, and soon they will be interrogated. As captain of the squad, the man will take no liberties. It's very hard for him to say this, but the only person Oliver can ask for help in this situation is Mr. Ian. Please let him reveal the truth. However, the tower master did not recognize the lie in the vice-captain's words. Just as there's no sign of outside influence, Paul Rance is going to jail tonight. That's where Paige will visit him, and then she'll go to Sir Oliver's house. The captain needed no further words, but let everything happen as planned. Toward evening, the Empire was in the midst of a downpour. The prison, which was not far from the capital, was no exception. What a lulling effect the sound of drops hitting the ground has on people. And it doesn't even have to use magic. The master of the tower arrived on the spot. The height of the iron bars caused genuine shock. But for a 6th class mage, even that was no barrier. Quietly opening the door, Ian stepped inside, drawing the vice-captain's attention to himself. A thoroughly tormented Paul Renz could only open one eye, that one recognizing who was now in front of him. But the young man only continued to stare down in silence. The Tower Master would never have believed he would dare attack His Majesty. The Vice Captain knows he is not a spy. He has sworn to defend His Highness to the end, so it is not clear to Mr. Ian why Paul Lorenz would do such a thing. The Archmage will now visit the young man's memories. He asks that he be allowed to do so. An invitation to Sir Damphil's study, strange speeches, contrary to regulations, and then an unexpected visitor, seemingly out of nowhere. And finally, the dark enchantment, the face of the captain of the first squad, the last thing Paul remembers. He wasn't moving of his own accord, so someone had cast black magic on him. But suddenly Ian heard a familiar voice. I was too naive. I should have been careful, because the worst enemies are the closest. The Vice Captain. The Archmage sees him as if he were real. Oil waited for him to come and held on for the sake of meeting the Tower Master. Let him wait a little. Almost now he will remove the enchantment. But the young man's hand stopped him. He wants to know how His Majesty feels now, and he will help him now. Thanks to the Vice Captain's memories, Ian will be able to prove his innocence. If they find the instigator, Paul will be exonerated. But no, that's impossible. The young man said through gritted teeth. Even if they did, the Vice Captain would not be innocent. After all, it was he who poisoned the ruler's wine, and Paige won't stop giving up. If he does, Paul Rance will be remembered as a potential assassin of the Emperor. But to be honest, he doesn't care. He had sworn to protect the Imperial family, so simply forgetting about what had happened was not an option for him. If the perpetrator goes against His Majesty, then he will also go against the Crown Prince. And the situation with the Vice Captain is just the beginning. And, unfortunately, hardly the end. Paul no longer wants to be a danger to Coronia. But the Tower Master can tell His Highness and Captain Oliver. And what? His apology and gratitude? It's the last thing a young man can do to protect His Highness. He begs, he pleads, let Mr. Ian protect the prince. And with those words, the Vice Captain pushed the Archmage away, seemingly as much as he hoped to learn something more. Hayden could definitely bring light to this empire. That was the last thing Paul Rance said. Waking up, Paige clutched his chest and screamed. It seemed he had never felt so shitty in his soul before. The great undoing. The first thing the Tower Master did. It was all done in the hope that it would work. But how wrong was he? Vice Captain, hold on a little bit. He's going to destroy those spells right now. Let him wait, he doesn't have to suffer anymore. But it was only after a while that Ian realized. His efforts were utterly useless and pointless. For Paul Rance's wounded body was no longer moving. No words could help it. And Paige bowed his head silently before his friend, comrade in arms, and just a good man. The rain was mourning the soul of the deceased with the world, and it was a deep, dark night outside the window. But only Oliver Raywood was awake. The captain is thinking through all possible variants of events in his head and waiting, as suddenly some noise made the man distracted and grabbed his sword. Ah, thank goodness, it seems to be Ian arriving. Opening the doors, Sir Oliver is greeted by the Archmage. But the man's dejected look makes the man tense. Was the Tower Master able to meet with the Vice Captain? How is he? Maybe he found out something, about Sir Paul Rance? That's exactly what happened. Sir Paul Rance died today in his prison cell. Oliver was stumped when he heard the news. How could this have happened? Unable to bear the blow, the captain drew back, leaned one hand on the table, and stood there in silence for a few more minutes. They had first met in the north, at the orphanage run by the Raywood family. Paul had always been the good kid who looked out for the others. Oliver's father immediately recognized his talent for fencing. From then on they practiced together. Rance was the captain's best friend, who constantly supported him and stepped forward with confidence. He didn't deserve to die like this. Ian he was able to see Paul's memories before he died. Oliver immediately rolled his head and looked at the Archmage. Did he recognize something? Yes. A few days ago the young man was found by the captain of the first night squad, Sir Damphil. Someone along with him had used black magic on the Vice Captain. Was it still there? Oliver had many new questions. And who was with them? Unfortunately, the Tower Master couldn't say that. It was a man with long hair and a pale face. Even in his past life, Ian had never met him. In any case, Sir Damphil was definitely connected with the case, as was a certain high-class magician. And when the captain asked how high, Paige was able to answer that the purification magic used on the Renzi field hadn't worked at all, which meant that the mage was above Ian's level. The Tower Master has a suggestion of who that person might be, but he's not sure. Besides, it's unknown if anyone else is helping them. He needs to do a more detailed investigation. Oliver is horrified by this story. How dangerous was that man if even Ian's magic was weaker? If the Tower Master fell under its influence, the Empire would be finished. But here Mr. Page was unperturbed, and then pulled a fine piece of jewelry from his breast pocket. It was the necklace the captain had given him 6 years ago after training. Yes, according to Oliver, it belonged to the Empress and contains magic that clears the head. But apparently it's not that simple. This necklace contains a very expensive gemstone, the Eye of the Dragon. It can protect against the effects of dark magic beyond the 8th grade. Now the captain realized how amazing it was. If Ian keeps it with him, then black magic? But suddenly the Tower Master turned his head, which even embarrassed the cautious Oliver a little. Not many people know about such ancient magic. Now it is only he and the man, but for others it is a common trinket. So let the captain promise not to tell anyone what Ian is about to tell him. The knight agreed without a second's hesitation, and their dialogue dragged on for another long time, where Sir Oliver mostly listened attentively. And one thing Mr. Page said to him managed to penetrate deep into the captain's subconsciousness. The rain continued to pour down and didn't seem to be letting up, and the clouds covered the palace of the 5th Crown Prince. Paul Rance had died in prison. That was the first thing the dom file that came in said, and Ragnar, as befitted his character, was indifferent to it. The captain had been told that a rat had been in the dead man's cell, and most likely, he had learned that black magic had been cast on Paul. The Crown Prince also agreed with this. Still, Ian Page doesn't know about the Draconian yet. He can only suspect and try not to be influenced by black magic. Let Havert with his 5th grade could not influence Ian, who has a 6th. But Mr. Avantis is a higher level mage. By human standards, he's now at 8th grade. Of course, his powers aren't restored yet, but even so, he's stronger than Ian. And I'm sure Page has already realized that there's someone stronger than him. Isn't the young man afraid that he'll run away with his tail between his legs? Ragnar smiled as he picked up his mug of tea. The Tower Master was not such a man, and his path was too difficult to retreat. The Crown Prince doesn't know what the man is really thinking at all. Even 6 years ago, when he came to the palace, Ian sided with the Crown Prince. But he also said that he did not serve him. Ragnar feels that he is hiding a lot, and that he knows much more about him than the young man can imagine. It feels as if they have known each other for a long time. Well, it doesn't matter, for now it's just worth watching. Finally the unfortunate night came to an end. It felt as if it had lasted for ages. Ian wants the letter sent to Pyrick in the east as soon as possible. And what about the letter to Lord Morrigan? According to the report, it will arrive soon. The butler has sent a messenger who can be trusted. Well, that's good enough for the Tower Master. Here, let the servant take it. It's a pass issued in the name of a member of the Merchant Guild. He can disguise himself as a merchant and leave the capital. And he hopes the courtier knows what he's talking about. When he packs his things, he will gather all the maids and his mother at sunset and go to Morrigan Manor in the north. Most likely, the Lord has already received a letter from the Tower Master and will be happy to receive guests. Suddenly, a woman ran into the office and looked at Ian with a frightened face. The woman was none other than his mother. She wondered what was going on. Why are they leaving so suddenly? But unfortunately, the Archmage couldn't answer that. It's hard to explain, but the capital is in danger now. Page had already sent a letter to the Morrigan province. The Lord would help them, and the woman still stood her ground. If her son stayed, so would she. But Ian said not to worry about him. He was an adult after all. He was a mage, and he could really defend himself. But he's only 18, and he's her only son. What are we talking about? Why is Paige always doing weird stuff? The girl can no longer just watch when he puts himself in danger. But Ian loudly interrupted his mother's words. Ian's rough voice even made her shudder. He asks, please let her trust him. If something goes wrong, she might get hurt. And after saying that, the mother looked silently at her son, who managed to cheer her up by taking her hands. The Tower Master relies heavily on Mr. Lidio. If even Ian asks him to tell him where his mother is, he doesn't have to answer. When the time comes, Paige will send a letter to Lord Morrigan himself. But suddenly Douglas stepped in with a wish to stay. He doesn't know what's going on, but he feels he should definitely be of use. The Archmage is certainly pleased to hear that, but the matter is more dangerous than it seems. He'd better go. Also, Ian doesn't want Douglas falling into the wrong hands. The Archmage stepped to the center of the hall in front of his desk. When everyone has left the manor, he will erase some of his memory to forget where he sent everyone present. It would be up to them to remember what he had asked them to do and where he had sent them. No one resisted, agreeing with the Tower Master. But the hardest of all, of course, was his mother. But that was the way of things. Ian stood alone in the middle of the hall, pondering his next steps. Opening a small box, light poured from it. All that was left was this dragon eye necklace. And also at this point, the Tower Master reached into his pocket for a beautiful-looking potion vial. The Crown Prince spends all his time in the palace. According to his personal maids, he is not feeling well. His Majesty has received proper treatment and is now in a stable condition, but he is still unconscious. Even if he wakes up, he would have to deal with the many effects of the poisoning. Such an outcome did not suit the 5th Crown Prince much. If the best one was missing, it could ruin their plan. But Sir Damfiel has enlisted the help of one of the alchemists. They should take action in this situation. Many aristocrats have doubts about Prince Hayden. They believe that in critical situations like this, he won't be able to take the reins of power with dignity. And the 2nd troop of knights is being interrogated. Sir Oliver Raywood is personally supervising. Evantus decided to enter abruptly. A smile never faltered on his face for a second. Things are generally going smoothly, they can just wait until the throne passes to Ragnar. But the Crown Prince is only embarrassed that Page is doing nothing. He would hardly wait, but suddenly a servant came with news. Sir Damfiel told him not to be disturbed. What is it? The hooded man, panting, relayed. The Tower Master is now heading towards the Imperial Palace. Absolutely no one was prepared for such an abrupt visit. Then I guess they'll be done with their discussions for the day. Let Mr. Evantos erase the traces of his presence and leave immediately. The Draconian did not resist, for the time had not yet come. Arian walked faster and faster towards the doors of the building. And this time he would have many questions. Well, the next part is going to be insanely awesome. If you want to see part 8, write the secret word in the comments. Poison. That way I'll know you've seen it to the end. Also, let's get 500 likes on this part so the new part comes out as soon as possible. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. See you later and bye-bye. Your Highness, Ian Page, the Tower Master, has arrived. Ragnar coldly asked to be let in. It didn't take long for the Tower Master to arrive. It's been a long time since I've seen him, the 5th heir stated, meeting the mage's stern gaze. For the first time since Havert's execution, to be precise. Ian must have heard that a lot of terrible things have happened in that time. Ragnar can't even believe his father had to go through such a thing. How infuriating that it was so late to find the person responsible for poisoning the Emperor. I wonder why the Master of the Tower came to him at such a difficult time. The thing was, Ian was curious about what he intended to do, and Ragnar pretended not to know what he was talking about. But that didn't stop Page. Paul Rance had fallen under the influence of dark magic. It was all because of the Crown Prince's encounter with the captain of the 1st squad of Imperial Knights, Damfiel. The Tower Master also knows that the leader of the Order of Dragons is connected to the case. And all this time, Ragnar himself has been by their side. And it is clear that the heir is planning something terrible, to which the latter only waved his hands. The magician doesn't even have proof. If Poiler Ian was under the influence of black magic, doesn't the Tower Master need to find the one who cast it? And then there's that Order of Dragons? Or whatever it is. This was the first time the young man had ever heard such a thing. How would he be able to team up with them when all his movements are controlled by the tower? And because of his father's condition, he didn't leave the castle at all. Most likely, as the Tower Master, Ian should understand this better than he did. But that's where Page's patience ended. He can use the magic that defines lies. But even without that, it is obvious that His Highness's words are not true. Ragnar knows about this Order of the Dragon and even personally knows a mage who is a master of dark magic. He is also the leader of the Order. That is his conclusion. Unexpectedly, even for the Tower Master, the 5th heir switched to informal communication. Afterward, he couldn't help but smirk. Ian really is dumber than he'd imagined. What will he do? Ragnar thinks he'll just get scared and run away. Page, does he have any proof? The person responsible for poisoning my father is dead. The Tower Master saw for himself that he was involved. Paul Rance is dead, he's paid for his sin. It's a wonder Ian comes to the Crown Prince with accusations afterward. The Archmage has lost, but Ragnar now has a choice. Mr. Evantus, the young man said. Then a male figure with white hair and a perfect red tailcoat appeared behind the Tower Master's back. Page immediately reacted and turned around, remembering at once that it was the man from Paul's memories. He was already smiling, watching the new head of the tower. Ian's arrival here had made their task 100 times easier. The Draconian managed to notice he had been wearing that cape for quite some time. Evantus never thought he would see it again. It was unforgettable. Now Page clearly understood who he was. The heir to the dragons. Did the prince say he wanted to make the mage his pawn? Ragnar, without a second thought, confirmed what he had said earlier. Then the Draconian snapped his finger, and the Tower Master was restrained by the bonds of black magic even stronger, after which the color of his eyes changed and his body apparently stopped obeying the one. Ian Pagey was no longer restrained by anything. It ended as it was supposed to. Nothing had changed in appearance. The prince noticed how suspicious he was. Then the Draconian turned to the mage in a commanding tone. Kill yourself. From such an unexpected order, even Ragnar was covered with sweat, and in an instant asked him, Don't wait. though Ian's hand was almost thrusting an ice spear into his neck. "Stop!" the Crown Prince shouted, and the mage immediately froze like a statue, a few drops of blood dripping slowly from the sharp tip of the weapon. Ragnar saw the eyes of death for the first time, and he almost fell into a daze. Now the young man could use the Tower Master as he wished, and now Ivantis went to rest. At the same moment, his physical form dissolved into a cloud of dark magic and disappeared from sight. The Crown Prince was alone with his enemy. A distrustful look made Ragnar turn to Ian. He asked who his true master was. Immediately the mage fell to his knee, uttering, "The highest son of the Empire, 5th Prince Ragnar Greenriver," and a crazed look took over the young man's face and thoughts. A knock on the door brought the air out of his thoughts. "Your Highness, it's time to prepare for today's meeting," the butler said. Then the young man remembered that it was time. The time had come. It was a ceremony to honor Ian's appointment as Master of the Tower, and the prince should not show himself like that in front of him. After that, the young man asked the servant to help him with the shell. When the guests began to gather, the weather was still clear and sunny outside. This time there were almost more people invited than the last time. But there's one question on everyone's mind. This is the first ceremony to be held by the new Master of the Tower, and it seems that the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince will also be attending it. And it seems like it's time to talk about about which one of them will take the throne. Mr. Ian is definitely in favor of the Crown Prince. They say he chose his side long ago. One of the guests shook his head defiantly, which drew the attention he needed. They say that Paige recently visited the 5th Prince at the palace. A lot has happened lately, hasn't it? The Crown Prince did not show himself in the best way. Perhaps Mr. Ian had changed his mind, and it was only as he stepped over the threshold from the hall that the direct heir to the throne noticed his friend. Paige looked back at the young man in his natural way. It had been so long since they had seen each other. "How is the Master of the Tower doing?" The prince ran joyfully toward the man. It had been a long time since their last conversation. It was a pity. If Ian didn't mind, it would have to be after the reception was over, and when he reached out to touch the mage, he sharply moved his hand to shield himself from his touch, causing the Crown Prince's eyes to widen in confusion. Pike didn't look like himself, especially the stern look in his eyes. The Tower Master apologized, but he had things to do after the ceremony, and His Highness would not understand for some time. So then the next time Ian was sharply called from behind. A servant asked him to go into the hall, which Paige promptly did, and did not even say goodbye to his friend. The Crown Prince took it as an insult, as he realized it was at his own expense. "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for making me happy with your presence today," the new Master of the Tower began his speech. "Our empire is currently undergoing a series of trials. Due to the assassination attempt on Paul Renson, the Emperor, His Majesty is still unable to take over. Even if he recovers, we cannot guarantee that his health and ability to rule the empire will remain intact. The time has come to make a decision, and everyone seems to understand exactly what the Tower Master is saying. They must become stronger. The enemies are just waiting for the right moment to attack. Many fear the outbreak of war, but when the empire is in such a terrible state, an important decision must be made. A decision as to who will be the next ruler, and that person must be a worthy candidate. It needs a strong personality who can restore the empire's prosperity and settle with 3 neighbors. A man who will put the Green River Empire back on the pedestal of history. A man worthy to wear the crown by birthright and by human factors. He, Tower Master Ian Page, right now wants to support the 5th Prince Ragnar of Green River as the potential ruler of their empire." There was a long rumbling in the back of the room, and those present stirred, looking around. The Crown Prince was especially surprised, but not the smug Ragnar, who knew the outcome in advance. The direct heir to the throne could not stand his friend's betrayal and jumped out of his seat, stomping his foot loudly. Then he reached for Ian, grabbing him by the robe in surprise. The Crown Prince could not believe how the man could, but for what? Fury moved the young man, and swinging his fist, he slapped the Tower Master across the face, causing him to soon fall to the dirty floor and only stare at the air in silence. "Stand back, get His Highness out of here," was heard far away from the hall. The next few hours, in fact the entire evening and the beginning of the night, the Crown Prince spent the next few hours in complete apathy. Not even thoughts wanted to enter his head, until one moment forced the young man back into the real world. "Your Highness, this is Sir Oliver." The Crown Prince, hearing the familiar voice from the street, immediately jumped up on the bed and then opened the door to the balcony. "But why is the captain here? Shouldn't he stay home on probation?" But there was no time to answer. The Crown Prince needs to dress warmer, and they leave. While the young man was trying to figure out what was going on, Sir Oliver, completely ignoring his words, continued. "There is a secret passage through which they will leave the palace and remain undetected by the guards. It was made for emergencies. The knights of the 2nd Imperial unit are already waiting for the Crown Prince. The young man opened his mouth in surprise, but the captain threw his robe over him, and after realizing that action was not enough, he knelt down and said, "Your Highness, we really have to go." Sir Oliver's outstretched hand waited for a response, and in the end, after a brief moment of thought, the Crown Prince did agree to participate in a plan unknown to him. In the meantime, the street had managed to sink into the deep night, in which the fugitives still managed to escape from the palace. Suddenly the Crown Prince was called out to him, and not by anyone, but by his longtime familiar knights, and you could see His Highness wasn't prepared for it. They had missed him so much. The prince had gotten even cooler. The first order of business, understandably, the heir turned to the captain. What on earth is going on? Why is everyone here? The obvious questions popped into the Crown Prince's mind. Sir Oliver, surprisingly, was brief and as serious as possible. The castle and the capital are no longer safe. The squad is going to transport the young man to the province of Pirek for his own protection. The heir to the throne had heard of this place, where Ian had become a mage. But why there? The captain promises to tell us on the way. Please let the prince follow them. Suddenly, the heir to the throne gestured to stop the group of knights. If they disobeyed the order and left their home, they could be seriously punished. They could be charged with treason and even executed. Sir Oliver asked only one question. Who gave this order? They are the Crown Prince's knights and will only obey his orders. Why would they do someone else's? They are not going to do anything that will harm the Crown Prince and his father. Their purpose in life is to protect the young man from all evil, and the knights will fight for him to the end. So the captain asks that they be given a chance to prove their loyalty to the true heir to the throne. The Crown Prince did not expect such an emotional speech at such a moment. Of course he agrees. Then the knights should try to explain to him what's going on. The next morning came in the capital of the empire, and the first news Ragnar heard proved problematic for their overall plan. The Crown Prince had gone missing at dawn. A second detachment of Imperial knights had also escaped. They headed east, anticipated Damfiel's question. If the 5th prince wished, they could send a unit after them. But Ragnar thought otherwise. There is no need for that. They are moving towards the province of Pirek. The road there is dangerous and full of monsters, but they can easily overcome it with Captain Oliver and the 2nd troop of knights. But they could not quickly replace such warriors in the capital. Then Damfiel began to think about other options. But Ragnar sharply ordered them to be put aside. First he'd better find out where Vanessa Page was. This cunning magician knew they could cast black magic on him, so he hid it somewhere. But the 5th prince has no way of knowing where. Ivantasan's magic definitely worked. Ian must have cleared his memories beforehand. The captain of the first squad can't understand why Ragnar would want the Tower Master's mother. After all, she's just an ordinary woman. But the man didn't consider one simple thing. This ordinary woman is Page's weakness. The strange thing was that the one didn't know that black magic would be cast on him and still came anyway. He must have something else in store for them. That's why we need to find Vanessa. Sir Damfiel needed no further explanation and left the 5th prince alone with his prickly toy. But for the young man, it's a challenge. He can't stop worrying, it's all going too smoothly. Ian Page, what are you up to? The castle had the coat of arms of Pirek province on it, and the day was slowly coming to an end. His Highness chatted with the boy until he was sharply called from behind. Was he doing well? To which the prince apologized for the sudden visit and thanked the Lord for his kindness. It's always a great honor for a man. Frankly speaking, he was very surprised when he received a letter from Mr. Ian. What happened to the Emperor is appalling, and I wish he would get better soon. At Mr. Page's request, they will now work together with His Highness. The prince need not worry, his safety is being given special attention. And after the welcoming words, the men and their first servant left. Why is Lord Pyrick a good man? Loyal and open-minded, remarked the young man. By the way, isn't Oliver related to him? The Crown Prince turned out to be right. It's the captain's distant uncle who taught him swordsmanship as a child, so he must have calculated this too. But the prince is troubled by one important question. Does Sir Oliver know if Mr. Page is really under the spell of black magic? Or is the fact that he's gone over to the 5th prince's side a game? Ever since he was a boy, Ragnar has been better than the heir in every way. I hate to admit it, but he was. Had Ian realized this and sided with him, and the captain listened carefully to the Crown Prince's thoughts and only then spoke? No, that's impossible, Your Highness. 6 years ago, Mr. Page said something to Oliver during training. There's no way I'm going to side with the 5th prince, so the young man should just trust. And it's probably part of the magician's plan. The captain, as he does now, remembers that rainy day. He asked Mr. Ian to repeat it again. When the Tower Master met with Ragnar, the latter cast dark magic on him. His Highness will try to forbid him to go, so Oliver must not say anything to the Crown Prince. To the obvious valiant outcry of danger, Paige calmly replied, Ragnar will not kill him at once. He is far more useful to the Fifth Prince's purposes alive. As a Sixth Circle Mage and Tower Master, Ian's position allows him to influence diplomacy and politics. Ragnar will definitely want to take advantage of that. Of course, he wouldn't want to fall under his influence again, but it's the only way Paige can find out what he's up to and stop him. If Ian betrays the Crown Prince, the captain will need to send him to Lord Pyrick. The Tower Master would warn him in advance by letter, and Oliver knew what that would mean. But they'd need a magician who could cast a spell on Mr. Page. And there's no magician of that caliber in the capital, or they wouldn't be able to trust him. To which Ian just smiled contentedly. There is one, and Ragnar certainly wouldn't think twice about him. One very loyal and strong mage. The Emperor is still in a coma as Haley tells him the story of recent events. Mr. Page has gone over to the Fifth Prince's side, so his brother has had to leave the palace. Ragnar is already preparing to take over the throne and overthrow the prince's crown. And the girl has never had it so hard before. What can she do now? Who can she trust now? Could Mr. Ian's words have been a lie? It hurts to admit, but even at a time like this, Haley wants to trust him. Come on, father, he needs to wake up. But the Emperor's daughter's grief was interrupted by a knock on the door. Your Highness, it's Kevin. The lady motioned for the man to come in. But what's wrong? Why does the young man look so agitated? After hesitating for a bit, the one spoke in a quiet voice. Princess, can we talk to you in private? And after stepping a little aside and making sure no one was around, Kevin held out a small box to the girl. At first Haley staggered with surprise, but the young man made it clear. A few days ago, the Tower Master had asked to give the princess this item. Trying to say Ian's name, Kevin stopped the girl with a sharp gesture. It must remain a secret. Nothing else stopped the young man from being together in the same room with Her Highness. And then he left as quickly as possible, leaving the lady alone with her new gift. Without a second thought, Haley started unpacking. Inside the neat box was a pendant, a vial filled with some sort of liquid, and a piece of paper, as it turned out, which was the letter the lady had decided to start with. Princess, I am sure you are very surprised. If you have received this letter, the Tower Master has already had dark magic cast upon him, and he is writing to you to ask for your help. Captain Paul Rance of the 2nd Night Squadron was also under the influence of black magic when he made that assassination attempt on the Emperor. The people behind this call themselves the Dragon Association. Their head is one very powerful mage. The Fifth Prince has allied with them to claim the throne for himself. We need to prove his guilt and the guilt of this sect. That's why Mr. Page will become a plaything in their hands. This pendant was given to the Tower Master by the Emperor. It contains spells above grade 8 that can remove black magic. The princess will need to put it on Ian to dispel the effects of black magic. Page also put an elixir made from the mandrake flower. It destroys the mana in a person's body, so it is lethal to mages. If the pendant doesn't work, Haley must use the elixir to kill him. And as soon as the princess finished reading as she left the study, she immediately met someone she had begun to despise. It's been a long time since they've seen Ragnar. Is the young man going to see his father? But this time, the Fifth Prince behaved even more proudly and confidently. Partly because he was no longer in custody and therefore should behave like a worthy son. Haley understood everything and decided not to ask her brother any more questions. But as for the Tower Master, it had been a long time since the lady had seen him. Ian kindly inquired about the princess's health, which caused an even greater stirring in her chest. Haley wants to talk to Mr. Page alone. Could Ragnar leave them alone? The Fifth Prince didn't see a catch in this and only asked the Tower Master to come to his palace after finishing. After these words, the heir to the throne left the room, and the excited girl asked Ian to come with her. The place of seclusion was a quiet room inside the large hall. No one should hear them here. Haley missed Mr. Page, even though she knows he isn't here. However, does the man remember his request? The princess came to return the item to the mage. Would the Tower Master bend over? And without further ado, Ian fulfilled Her Highness's request. And around his neck turned out to be a neat enchanted pendant, which Haley is really counting on her. Otherwise she would have to. But immediately the inexplicable happened. Mr. Page was enveloped by a black aura, causing him to fall to his feet and cough. There was blood coming out of his mouth, which he covered with his hand, and the lady was forced into prostration by this. Could it be that the Tower Master is about to die? And was he all right? The girl lowered herself to the exhausted mage, but he only continued to cough heavily, and only after a while did he manage to take a deep breath. Why does Her Highness look like that? Before Anda could speak, Haley threw herself into his arms. But what's wrong with her? How could Mr. Page write such a thing? Would she have the power to kill him? And then the wizard realized. The magic elixir. The Tower Master knew he could trust his life to the princess. It was a good thing he'd gotten rid of the black magic, because Ian hadn't counted on the pendant working. How could he be so stupid as to rely on her? Paige just believes. Sometimes stupidity is the only right thing to do, and can even give you life. He is heartily grateful to Princess Haley for believing him. The lady couldn't hold back her tears. She was so happy to have Mr. Page back. She still had so many more questions. The Tower Master recognized something. Ian nodded affirmatively. He hadn't expected the Dragon Association to be such a large sect. Havert Leon held a rather important position there, and many aristocrats with high titles are members of this community. Dame Phil Moret, who served as the captain of the first Imperial Knights for many decades. He also turned out to be an active member of the association. The ladies were genuinely shocked, and the head of the clan is a draconian who everyone thought had died 300 years ago. He now exists in human form and is an 8th grade archmage. Mitchell Green River was able to seal him up, but the 5th prince helped free him. Now the princess realized what dangerous business her brother Ragnar had gotten himself into. But the Tower Master is sure this is a plan he's been hatching for a long time. Their goal is not just the throne and the emperor's seat. They want to start a war and take over the whole continent. The entire palace is already under the influence of the 5th prince, and the crown prince is not the only one in danger. That's why the girl must trust no one and protect his majesty. As for himself, Ian plans to stay near Ragnar and pretend to be under the influence of magic. He needs to find the spell that Mitchell Green River used to seal the Dragonborn. It wasn't in the Ivory Tower library, but it might be in the castle. After saying that, Her Highness thought hard, as if trying to remember something. Afterwards, she beckoned Mr. Page to come with her. The girl wants to show him something. After a few long corridors, they found themselves in the princess's office. Haley walked over to the table looking for the item she wanted. Here it was, the item the lady wanted to give to the Tower Master. This is the treasure her father had given her, the Book of Mitchell Green River, the first emperor to wield magic. It's supposed to be a diary he kept while he was alive, and this book has a seal that no one has been able to break yet. We know from history that Mitchell Green River was a 5th-class wizard, but this seal is of a much higher level, and perhaps Ian would be the one to take it down. Taking the first emperor's work in his hands, Page promised to do his best. If he let his mana into the book and tried to use the spell, suddenly the Tower Master saw it glowing in his hands. It's dragon speech. The seal on the book began to fade until it disappeared along with the protection spell. Mr. Ian did it. Let him open it quickly. It's really an ancestor's diary, Page noticed. On the first page is the date of the end of the Draconian War. It tells of the memorial funerals of the knights and mages of the Empire, about plans to build a new ivory tower, and also notes about researching magic spells. And that night, the Tower Master dwelled on this point. Fran, why is his father's name here? That night, Fran found him. He told him they would never see each other again, to which he swore to protect for the rest of his life their pact with him. He leaves his last words on the dragon speech right here in this journal. Ian immediately read them as best he could, and at that moment the world around him, time seemed to stop. The Tower Master felt as if he were inside a painting. Everything looked artificial and inanimate, and as proof, the motionless figure of Her Highness, who did not respond to Page's speech. The light and the time on the clock all seemed to have lost their essence. Had Ian gone where? Where had he gotten to? Suddenly, behind the mage, against the grayness of the world around him, a door opened and a bright yellow light poured out of it. Without even thinking, the Tower Master headed towards it and pulled his hand, opening the door outwards, to the bright world beyond. Inside, everything was as before, intrinsic to the world. Green grass and bright beige clouds floating across the sky. Page genuinely couldn't figure out where he was, much less who that figure in the mantle ahead of him was. Maybe they knew each other, or maybe they had once been, but daring to, Ian moved forward towards the stranger. "Pardon me, aren't you?" And in response to the address, a faded face showed slightly from beneath the hood. The hooded man turned his attention to the mage, who asked his questions, where they were and who he was. The first answer was simple. It's a repository of time, a place outside of space. The tower owners seemed to be hearing about it for the first time. It's hard to explain in human terms. To put it simply, Ian, this place holds all the time from all the worlds where you live. But how does this man know the magician's name? How does he know it? Finally, the man introduced himself. Among humans, he did have a name, the first magician, the Golden Dragon. Then Page's eyes widened greatly. The Golden Dragon was a Time Lord from the famous legends, the first mage, the first human to learn how to control magic. So they're both the same person? If so, he must know about Mitchell. And the Golden Dragon continued talking. He didn't expect the latter to make such a big mistake and keep the draconian alive. The first mage sincerely doesn't understand why he decided to spare him in this world. Pity, desire for revenge, human emotions. They are too complex and changeable. The Tower Master immediately realized who he was talking about and asked a question. What does the Green River Sword have to do with the Golden Dragon? To which he heard quite unexpected words. It was the first mage who gave it the power to defeat the Draconians. But if all this was true, let the man speak. Why didn't he deal with it himself, but gave the power to another? It's simple. A long time ago humans were already affected by dark magic. Dragon power is the power to force others to obey. And dark magic was created to control that power. The dark magic of the Draconians is too unstable and dangerous. It has been destroying people's souls, destroying the balance of the world. It's a never-ending catastrophe, over and over again. And though the Golden Dragon saw the terrible suffering, he could not intervene. After all, dragons do not interfere in human affairs. This rule was established at the birth of the world. However, the first mage did not want to sit idly by. After all, the chaos began because of the power of dragons. And so he broke the rules and interfered in the course of human history. And he can't believe it. The Golden Dragon gave humans magic so they could fight the Black One. But it wasn't enough, the man continued. People needed a hero who could protect them from disaster in the future. That's why the first magician gave his power to a man. That hero was Mitchell Greenriver. He was a kind and sincere man of Imperial blood, but he cared about his people first and foremost. Mitchell put his life on getting rid of dark magic, but one mistake put an end to all the work done. That's why humans are imperfect. After interfering in the fate of mankind, the Golden Dragon lost his memory and trivially could not finish what he started. That's why he hoped that one day it would all succeed. That's why he sealed his remaining time in the body of a human. The first mage lost his memory, but continued to travel through the world of humans. You could say it was a very short period of his long existence, but it turned out to be memorable and full of life. One day the man met a girl, and he immediately shuddered. Vanessa? Yes, she was sincere, kind and beautiful. The time spent with her was the best in the first mage's long life. She had given him something very important, and the Golden Dragon always missed that. His dear son Ian. And Page tried with all his gut to push those words away. His father died a long time ago. The man continued. Fran Page is dead, but his essence remains here, having lost its physical shell. All this time the first mage has been waiting to meet his son. But this answer does not satisfy the Tower Master. He can't help himself. Why did he leave? Because of him, mother. And the man remained calm. Some goals are larger than life and arise time after time. As time passed, the first mage's memory began to return, and he realized what he had to do. He needed to destroy the black magic in this world. He wanted to protect the place where Ian Iwanis lived, but he was given too little time. So, unfortunately, I had to leave my family behind. In this life, Page also had a hard time. The first mage wished that at least now he could know true happiness here. Emotions overwhelmed Ian, but that wasn't what he had come to talk about. He needed the power to destroy the Draconian. The first mage had been waiting for that question, for the answer lay within the Tower Master himself. Before leaving them, the man had placed all his power within him. Ian Page thought he could understand and use dragon speech just because he was an archmage? And really, since when did Ian start to understand it easily? The Tower Master needs to awaken this power, but first, the Golden Dragon would like to test it himself. A life Page desires but can't imagine. Opening his eyes, Ian felt a lightness and freedom he hadn't experienced before. What was all this all around him? Young green trees dropping leaves. Where is he? He had just been with Fran, a beautiful lady in a meadow playing with a little girl. When Haley saw Paige, she turned around. As she came closer, she called him Sonia. It had been so long since they'd had a family picnic, and Ian had managed to fall asleep. Did he think he had taken on too much work? I'll have to tell the Crown Prince to take it easy on him. Your Highness sounded uncertainly from the mage's lips, which made the girl laugh coquettishly. Why so suddenly? You're not awake yet, are you? It's been a long time since Ian addressed her as a princess. That's so sweet. Johanna, Daddy's awake. Hurry up, little one. Let her run to them. And when the little girl heard the familiar voice, she turned around and saw her daddy. Her favorite daddy who woke up, running with all her might. The girl clung to his legs. And Ian genuinely didn't understand what was going on right now. Well, what's he standing there for? Let him hug his little girl. As if guided by someone, Paige's arms reached down and lifted the girl off the ground. The girl said the cherished word, Daddy again, which made the young man unable to hold back his tears. That moment was clearly etched in the mage's mind until the Tower Master returned to his body. Emotions, they felt real. Even his arms felt heavy. And to make matters worse, Ian's body began to shake. He saw a child, a girl with hair and eyes just like his. And Hannah, when they hugged, Paige could see that her weight, her warmth and laughter, it was as if they filled something important in him. But what was it? Love, the first mage said in a blissful voice. That simple word kept humanity moving forward. Many have given their lives for love, and because of it, they have the courage to go on living. That's what Anna wants. A life as great as it is simple. It's as if the Tower Master is hearing these words for the first time. Too peaceful a dream for someone like him. Is this really his future? The first mage smiled and then answered, yes and no. It would all depend on the choices Paige made. But now the man could let him go. It is necessary to awaken the dragon's power in the Tower Master, and the first mage hopes that thanks to it his son will be able to do what he could not. After that, Fran Page's memories were passed on to Ian. Let him remember, the golden dragon will always be there for him, and will always love him. In that second, his father's memories flooded into the mage's heart until he finally awoke from his sleep. Princess Haley was a little frightened to see if Mr. Ian was all right because he had his hand over his heart, but wiping his eyes, Max said he was fine. The Tower Master turned his attention to the pages of the book, the writing in which had simply disappeared. The lady remembered what was written there, and the girl called the page blank. So that was Mitchell's wish. So Ian had managed to find a way to destroy the Draconian. The mage nodded affirmatively, and at that moment the joyful princess took hold of his palm, causing a little embarrassment on Page's face. It was time for him to return to Ragnar, and let the lady watch over his majesty. There's nothing more highly needs for help. The Emperor's safety is all that matters, and the Tower Master will be fine. He will make the necessary preparations and return, and the princess will not forgive him if he does not return. She's waiting for Mr. Ian. Why won't he listen? Mr. Page, please come to your senses. Even if the war ends, there will still be occasional conflicts on the continent despite the unity. The Empire needs an 8th grade hero. As the Tower Master, he still has too much to do. How can you just throw them away like that? Besides, His Majesty wouldn't allow the Archmage to leave. But Ian was undeterred. Even without the Emperor's approval, he would leave the castle. Mr. Ronan was already ready to succeed him as Master of Ivory Tower. And the man couldn't believe those were his words. Page doesn't consider himself a hero of the country, nor is he an 8th grade mage. He is the truest monster. And after that sentence, the conversation was over. Walking through the long corridors of the castle, Ian entered the office he needed. Let the master of the tower pass. Ragnar read his letter and wondered, why was he suddenly leaving? Did the mage need a rest? So he can rest for a few months or a couple of years, if he wishes. The young man understands better than anyone how hard it was for Mr. Page to unite the entire continent. He'd do anything to make him feel comfortable, and someone else will take over the tower temporarily. If Ian suggests Ronan, then Ragnar agrees. They need to train a new generation to take on difficult tasks. The Archmage may rest, but then let him return. Page stood silent for a while longer, and then fell to the ground, addressing His Majesty. He would not return to Antiochia again. He has nothing more to contribute to the Empire, quite the opposite. Ian's stay here could be the beginning of trouble. He wants to leave his position and return to his homeland. Patch will stop using magic and live a quiet and peaceful life. But the Emperor has sternly disagreed. No, go back, that's what losers do. The Archmage has done more for the country than anyone else, so shouldn't he be proud of that? The Tower Master thinks the people don't realize that? No one would even dare to think that. And enough of this nonsense. But how can he forget it? His hands are already up to his elbows in blood, to which Ragnar called it forced sacrifice. True, but victims killed by Page's hands. And Mac can hardly forgive himself. He took their lives and he can't live with that. Please, the Tower Master asks His Majesty as a friend. May he allow him to atone for his sins? Ragnar's face changed. Ian really thought he could abandon him so easily after making him emperor. They had spent so much time together. If Mac really is his friend, why bark about this abandonment? His Majesty didn't expect Page to decide to throw away everything that was between them. The Tower Master had nothing more to say. He is sorry, truly sorry, and you're going to let him go? The remnants of Coldwood and the others are ready to attack the Empire at any moment. How precarious will their position be if they learn of Ian's departure? Perhaps the Archmage wants to help the rebels? Would he even have the strength to seize the Imperial throne? The people support him. Many say he is the one who deserves the place of ruler. His very existence is an opportunity to destroy Ragnar. If Ian Page is not on their side, he must die. After these words, the 5th prince woke up in a sweat, and heavy breathing haunted the young man for several minutes. What the hell was going on in his head? Is there anyone here? Have the Imperial alchemist Douglas Hammond summoned. The man asked how the new medicine was treating him. Still having trouble sleeping? The answer was dismal. Ragnar is even worse than before. He needs a stronger medicine. Then Douglas decided to warn His Majesty that this potion is made from an addictive plant, and the prince's health could deteriorate with frequent use. The medicine is a temporary measure. Tom needs to get to the root of the problem. The root of the problem, with the reason why Ragnar can't sleep. But the prince thinks it is unlikely that he will be able to do it on his own. The young man is afraid of a friend who abandoned him a long time ago. He is afraid that he will take over his empire. As long as he was around, Ragnar trusted him completely. But after leaving, he finally realized Leon Page is a real monster. Then the alchemist proposed the unbelievable. We should kill him. Kill a friend? Abruptly, the fifth prince looked at him. Douglas didn't think a true friend could be so frightening. And Ragnar got dramatically worse. He's an 8th grade mage. He can't be defeated so easily. It's unlikely that even all the mages in the tower could handle him. So what should His Majesty do? And after saying that, the alchemist offered a solution that shocked the prince. He could make a suitable poison. And so from a small house in the forest, a light burned. Only the heat from the fire could warm that night. Ian was sitting next to the fireplace, reading a book. Suddenly his attention was distracted by a knock at the door. But who could come at this hour? Without thinking, the magician went to open the door. What was Page's surprise when he saw His Majesty in front of him? It's been a long time since they've seen each other. Can Ragnar come in? And to Ian's surprise, the Emperor answered easily. Hadn't the mage promised even after he left to see him occasionally? The young man did not come to him as a ruler, but as a friend. After these words, Page invited him into the house. It was quiet inside, and the candles that stood neatly in the corners were burning. Ragnar didn't usually drink alcohol. Is there something wrong? Ian asked, to which the Emperor suggested to take it easy and have a drink for pleasure. Besides, he wondered how his old friend was doing. Let him take a glass and don't be shy. Then Page thanked Ragnar kindly. So, Ian, is he going to tell us? He looks better than he did in the capital. And the mage thought and remembering began to speak. He traveled through the United Territories of the Empire, saw the lives of different people. In general, he had a very productive time. And now he settled in his native land and learned a lot. It turned out that except for magic, he doesn't know anything else. After winter, when the snow melts, Ian plans to work in the fields. Just as you wanted, Ragnar remarked. The life of a hero of the Great War has become so quiet and simple. Yes, but the important thing is that he's happy. A lot has happened since Page left. The Emperor was finally able to put down the Cowwood Rebellion in the north, and now the country can definitely be considered united. The daughter of Duke Habinant of the Kingdom of Ro will become the bride of the Crown Prince. Through this marriage, Ragnar plans to make the Kingdom of Ro an ally. Amazingly, his young son has already become a grown man and is getting married. Now His Majesty understands his father a little. The Ivory Tower is not at its zenith of glory as it was under Ian, but new rules are being created there to exist peacefully under the ruling family. Recovery from the war is going much faster than everyone thought. All in all is well. The Empire is experiencing its best days. And then Ragnar put his glass on the table. All that remains is to get rid of Ian. This poison destroys the magic in the blood. The effect only lasts a few minutes. But in the case of Page, His Majesty had to use several poisons at the same time. And to the dying man's only question, why? Ragnar was ready to answer easily. Doesn't the Archmage know his power will be of no use to the Empire in the future? In the past, yes. But beyond that, Ian's mere existence will only make things worse. That's why Page has returned to his homeland to live out his days. Those are his words, aren't they? Doesn't the mage know what scares the Empire's ruler, Green River? His friend trembles with fear at the sight of him. Ian will forever be an 8th grade Archmage who can steal Ragnar's empire. How can the latter let such a monster live? My dear friend Page, please. His Majesty asks that he not be forgiven for anything. And that was the end of the guest speech. He turned around and walked towards the exit, leaving the backwater cottage and its master for good. And let the captain burn everything here, and the flames swept the wooden building with lightning speed as the Emperor slowly walked away from it. Now it was only a dry memory and a new chapter in the country's life. But turning around, Ragnar couldn't resist the sight he saw. Your Majesty, we are finished. You may board the carriage. After saying those words, the knight raised his head and was surprised, because tears were flowing from the Emperor's eyes. Ragnar did not think that they would say goodbye like this. This is indeed a terrible end. But more than that, the root of the problem is gone. And that means it's time to write a new history of the Green River Empire. Long live its Emperor. And here was the present time. After talking to the lady, Ian headed back to Ragnar, so as not to give the appearance of keeping His Highness waiting. Oh, the 5th prince just wanted to see him. What was the princess talking about? and Paige decided not to hide anything. The girl asked why he betrayed the crown prince. Yes, now Ragnar was curious about the answer here. But the master of the tower did not do it, didn't see the point, which made the young man laugh sharply and loudly. Poor sister, she's in love with Anna. Father offered to find her a groom, but she rejected all the candidates. The fool. How silly, what did she dislike about them so much? People like them only need marriage to strengthen their country anyway. Haley is deceiving herself and won't admit it, which is strange, because it's her only chance to strengthen her position in any way. When the time comes, Ragnar will find a wife and Iana. And soon the fifth prince will be emperor, and a much better one than his father. The first emperor to unite the three countries. He will make Green River the perfect place to live. It is bound to happen, the Archmage will see. In the meantime, he will help Ragnar in this. Paige now belonged to the fifth prince and would certainly not regret it. Pausing for a moment, after the vain words, the Tower Master turned to His Highness. He had already seen it as if it were real. Greatness united by the Green River Empire, led by the great emperor. The Archimage's raison d'etre in life was to serve his master and the empire. But in this life, Ian had found what he truly sought. Ragnar could not believe it. Had the spell fallen? The mage was sorry to say it, but in the past, present and future, the person he hated most, yet respected most, was him, his dear friend and his lord Ragnar. Have him find him in the old tower. Paige will be waiting there. After these words, the mage's physical shell disappeared, and the heir to the throne's entire body was seized by anger from head to toe. Why did he shake and bared his teeth? Ragnar's reaction was lightning fast. As soon as he stepped into the corridor to the servant, he immediately ordered him to call Sir Damphilis to him and assemble a party, and have them find Mr. Ivantis. The first snow was falling outside, but it didn't bother Ian, who was sitting on the ruined buildings. In his past life, the Archmage had been in this place for a reason. He'd always had his eye on him, had seen Paige wander the world without purpose. All his hopes and downfalls. He gave Ian a second chance to spend his life differently. His last legacy is a spell in the dragon tongue. Now I can see how he knows him, and now he knows how to use the power his father left behind. Everything went just as the Tower Master had hoped. A little while later, the Crown Prince and his troop appeared. Ragnar came with a specific purpose. His face did not hide it. Paige, as befitted his rank, greeted His Highness, to which the latter paid no attention, looking in the Draconian's direction. Mr. Ivantis, we need to kill Ian. Can you do it? The clan head looked dejected, but still answered, we could have done it much easier. Ragnar is only making things more complicated. In any case, the mage only has 6th grade. It won't take much time, except there was one problem. The 5th prince was very surprised, clearly not expecting to hear that word from a powerful Draconian. And the problem is that Ivantis has felt the power of the Golden Dragon. And by the looks of it, he's right there right now. Ivantis feels the power of the Golden Dragon. It's right next to him. The gazes of the mage and the Crown Prince cross, but their emotions gave away who was more worried. Ian took the first step. Come on, let Ragnar come to him. The young man's stern face changed abruptly to a mocking one. The 5th prince didn't remember allowing the mage to address him by his first name. Paige, you've lost. Does the Tower Master honestly think that the Crown Prince is capable of uniting the Empire? She needs a strong prince who's willing to make tough decisions. That idiot has no brains at all. Ragnar thought he realized that, so he would give up. But his father's love serves as a prop for the first heir to the throne to continue to cling to the throne. How can Ian not understand? For the good of the Empire, they must remove Hayden. There's no way the 5th prince will recognize him. He and only he deserves to be the next emperor. He should be the ruler. The Archmage's reply was calmly measured. As we know, dark magic takes over all people without exception. Ragnar has completely forgotten about common sense and is going after his desires. Isn't that right? And there's no turning back. But empty moralizing flew past the egotistical prince's ears. Let Ian say what he wants. Today is the last day he can do so, and after saying that, all Ragnar had to do was ask. Mr. Ivantis, as the clan leader, immediately spread his dark dragon wings and cast a spell of magic towards the Tower Master. He was not going to stand a chance. Maybe that was why Ian didn't move, but no, there was a devastating explosion, sweeping away everything in its path. They say Paige is a smart man, but he's not. He wasted his time, knowing that the dragon heir was behind everything that was going on. However, Ivantis' confidence in his victory was short-lived, because at that moment the Draconian saw before him an unharmed Archmage, whose face expressed unshakable calmness and desire for revenge. How? Was the only question on the clan leader's mind. But he didn't wait and sent waves of fire towards the Tower Master, which seemed to bypass the wizard. But Ivantis is much stronger than Ian Page. No matter how great a mage he is a draconian who has lived for centuries and trained his power. This time, the impossibly sharp spikes flew towards the Tower Master, and then almost stabbed him through, if only for one thing. Why didn't Vanta's attacks work on him? And that's not all the draconian felt. The power of the Golden Dragon is near. A mere mage of even high class is not capable of this. How can such power come from Ian? Who is he really? And the Tower Master felt sorry for the last draconian. He wanted the power of the dragons, so he exterminated his entire race. But in the end, he was left with no power and no family. Micho Greenriver chose the perfect punishment for him. The emptiness that Evantus had always been surrounded by. Hate, anger, sadness, helplessness, suffering from which there is no escape. The last draconian was a good man to survive such conditions, but the clan leader couldn't tolerate any more and ordered Ian to shut up. Evantus would make the pathetic little bug no more pain. But before parting interrupted his page, the Archmage would show the draconian's much-desired power. The power he had worked so hard to obtain. And for a moment, Evanthus' face creased at the power that spewed forth from the Golden Dragon's power. And when the clan leader realized it, Ian uttered, "Last of the Draconians, Evanthus, kill yourself." It was too late to think about that or anything else, because a huge, majestic spear was already sticking out of the fallen dragon's chest, and the fifth crown prince had witnessed the fall of his patron with his own eyes. But from where? Where did Paige get the power of the first magician? Ian remembers his first meeting with Ragnar. He doesn't know if it was a deliberate move, but those events meant a lot to him. They changed everything, and Ian is honored. The prince doesn't usually make an appointment first. Since he sees great talent in the young mage, he may help with Ian's research. Paige must watch etiquette and speech, be obliging. Perhaps now the magician would meet the future emperor. At this point, the Tower Master, along with Ian, approached the doors. "Your Highness, Havert Leon requests an audience with you." And after a clear agreement, the door to the prince's office opened and the pair stepped inside. The fifth heir to the throne greeted the Tower Master and Tower Mage Ian Page with surprising courtesy. Ragnar had heard about him from Havert. The young man had surprised everyone at the academy with his talents, and Ian immediately thanked the prince and pleased him with his correct manners. His Highness heard that a few days ago, the mage's mother died due to illness. Ragnar also lost his mother, so he understands Ian's feelings. The prince's words, of course, would not make it any easier, but let Page know he was sincerely sorry for his loss. His Highness then walked down the steps and addressed the mage personally. "Ian Page, raise your head. Ragnar would like to hold the meeting not as a prince, but as an ordinary man." The young man believes and sincerely hopes that they can become friends. The old tower had lost its former grandeur, partly because a fierce battle had just been fought here. Ian slowly approached the fifth prince, whose chances of escape were growing slimmer with each step. Without thinking, Ragnar made what he thought was the only right decision. He would not ask for his life, but let the mage just kill him. Better here than later in the square in front of everyone. But the Tower Master was adamant. He can't? Ian doesn't hate him that much. But what is that look? Does Paige really feel sorry for the prince? "We should have killed the Archmage back then. You monster. You're a monster, Ian Page." At these words, the Tower Master only lowered his sad eyes. So that's what Ragnar thought of him all this time. The mage had intimidated him that much. No matter, Ian has one last thing to show for it. He would reveal who he really was. A stream of bright and powerful energy flowed into the prince's head, and at the same moment filled the young man's consciousness with memories from his past life. The magician's first acquaintance with his Highness, friendship, companionship, the time of war and help in becoming emperor. Applause, joy, repentance, followed by anger and outright hatred. And then that fateful evening at Ian's house. And also Ragnar's last words. "Please never forgive me." Now the Crown Prince saw, but could not find the words to answer. And the Archmage's hand materialized a murderous spear, which immediately lived up to its name. The body of the fifth Crown Prince of the Green River Empire fell to the cold ground, but the Tower Master did not even move. It was a fate that had been awaiting Ragnar for a long time. After the death of the Draconian and the fifth Crown Prince, the examination of the dragon cult and its members began. First, the captain of the first Imperial squad of knights, Sir Damphil, was executed, followed by all of the fifth prince's associates who attempted the coup. Thanks to the princess's advances, Emperor Terry Green River came to his senses. Of course, the fifth prince's death left him dumbfounded, and Paul Renz was cleared of the charge of attempting to assassinate the emperor. His grave was given special honors, and he was buried next to the rest of the Imperial knights. The use of black magic to prepare a rebellion was new to the empire. It was decided not to divulge the existence of Evantus. As time passed, the death of the fifth prince ceased to be discussed in society. Thus, Tion's revenge and the suppression of the rebellion, which seemed impossible, was fulfilled. The capital of the empire, sometime after the recent events. Princess Haley sits outside the meeting hall with a serious look, until Ian, who approaches her, takes notice. And the girl seems happy to see the mage, but to be honest, she's really scared. When asked by the Tower Master if she regretted her decision, the lady answered in the affirmative no. But her trembling hands gave away the excitement in the princess. Haley won't keep it a secret anymore. She wants to help other people in her own strength. Ian smiled silently and knelt down in front of the girl. In that case, she had nothing to worry about. Everything would go well. Then the mage who had left the hall asked the Tower Master and the princess to come in. 3 high-ranking officials of the tower are seated at the head of the gathered audience. The trial of Princess Hallie Greenriver, who secretly practiced and used magic, was about to begin. Before the trial could begin, the Tower Master wanted to say something. To do so, Ian got up from his chair as chairman and walked out to the accused, then stated that he was related to the princess and could not be objective, so he would not participate in the meeting. Please, Mr. Ronan and Mr. Dakota, let them take his place. The Tower Master's statement shocked the entire hall. What is he talking about? But Paige went all the way with his hand on his heart. He is one of the teachers who helped the princess with magic. And now the colleagues became serious and asked Ian to tell more details. Well, 6 years ago, the alchemist learned about the girl's abilities by accidentally seeing her practicing. But he decided to keep silent about it, as he found the circumstances that forced the princess to hide the truth convincing. As everyone here knows, the Tower Master had to investigate the dragon cult. This group was actively working with black magic. One of their goals was to infiltrate the Imperial family. The Draconian seemed especially dangerous. His magical art could destroy an entire empire, so Ion had to act very carefully. But he couldn't do it alone. The Tower Master needed help. Help from someone with power, but someone he could trust. So the Archimage made a deal with the princess. In return for his help with his training and keeping her highness secret, the lady would help Paige deal with the dragon cult. It was only thanks to Princess Ian that the dark spell was broken and the Draconian was destroyed. And the rest of the details are described in his report on the 5th Prince's rebellion. That will be all. However, the judge had a question for Her Highness. Is the Tower Master's words true? To which she, without hiding her sincere joy, confirmed them. Well, then the princess will have a chance to defend herself. She can speak. And, very nervous, Haley looked back at her loyal subjects. And then her gaze shifted to Mr. Ian, who by his mere appearance gave the girl confidence. And then, having gathered her courage, the princess began her speech. Her Highness knows that by law she is guilty and is ready for any outcome. Haley and Green River are not asking for special treatment for her title. She will accept punishment according to the rules of Ivory Tower and the Empire. However, the lady asks that Mr. Kevin and the maids who knew the truth about the princess possessing magic be found innocent. They were just following her orders. The girl asks all the mages of Ivory Tower to punish only her for what happened. After saying that, everyone present heard a loud and distinct phrase. No, it's not the princess' fault, and the Emperor has entered the conference room. And he's feeling surprisingly good. But time is of the essence, as they say. His Majesty addresses all the magicians in the tower. The princess is indeed innocent. She was following his orders. It was the Emperor who asked the mage Kevin to watch over her, and ordered him to hide the truth about his daughter because he wanted her to remain a princess, not a mage. It was because of him that dear Haley was forced to hide her abilities from the other mages in the tower. All because of his great love for her and his careless decisions. His Majesty asks everyone to blame only him and let the princess become a real magician. And then the judges are faced with the hardest choice. But still the influence of the Master of the Tower on the situation cannot be denied. They will have to decide for themselves. Even though the panel of judges must condemn the girl for covertly using and practicing magic, they understand why she did so. Since the previous Master of the Tower was Havert Leon, associated with the rebel Ragnar Greenriver, one can understand why Her Highness was wary of them. Also, the court is certain that the princess did not use magic for her own gain, therefore will not accuse her of it. Considering that the lady is a 4th-class mage, the court will recognize the girl's skills that the Empire lacks. Therefore, Ivory Tower would like to give Princess Haley Greenriver a chance. They will replace her punishment with 5 years of training as a mage in the Ivory Tower. The girl will complete the tower's missions and receive individual lessons. The judges hope these 5 years will show that their decision was the right one. They responsibly declare that now Haley Greenriver is no longer a princess of the Empire, but a mage of the Ivory Tower. What beautiful weather we're having outside. It's been a long time since Mr. Ian has seen such weather. It would be all right if, but then the princess suddenly appeared behind the Tower Master's back. What an honor! and she asked to be addressed by her first name. She is a magician after all, which Mr. Page happily picked up on. How does Lady Haley fare in the ivory tower? And the girl, embarrassed, answered that it was strange at first, of course, but then she was made very welcome. Thanks to Ian's support, she was able to fit into the tower society, and she was very grateful to him for that. In fact, Ligaway came because she heard that Mr. Page was going to resign as master. Is it really because of her? She didn't ask for magic training because... But Ian stopped the girl's speech. His decision had nothing to do with her. Peggy has other things to do that he can't do while remaining master of the tower. The Archmage called towards the lady because he wanted to return this to her. In a neat box on the table was a magical cloak. Haley recognized it immediately. It was an item that had belonged to Mitchell Grand River, which she had inherited from the Emperor. And he wouldn't lie, the cloak was supposed to go to a mage of the Imperial family, and the Tower Master had only borrowed it for a while. It was time to return the item to where it rightfully belonged, and the staff that Master Page used, the staff of the Great Logs. It's made of rare materials not found in the Empire, and helps you use magic more effectively. It's very lightweight because it will be easy to handle. The lady seems to quickly find a connection with the new item. She likes this gift so much, which Mr. Ian is also immensely pleased about. Also, the Tower Master would like to ask Haley to fulfill one request. The eager girl listened attentively. Page is going to leave the capital, most likely for a few years. Please have the lady look after his family during his absence. But such news came as a surprise to Haley. Leaving the capital? Where would Mr. Ian be going? But the Archmage, alas, could not answer that, as he himself had not decided yet. There were still many dangers in this world, and only he could deal with them. A little nervous, the girl gathered herself and softly said, Mr. Ian, I have found my life's purpose. Lady Haley is going to help the people of the Empire who find themselves in trouble, and she's going to start a foundation with her brother. And her father rejoiced when he heard her plans, and said he would support it. So for a moment the girl took a pause. Kylie wished Paige was there for him too. Please don't go, Mr. Ian. But the magician had no choice but to ask him to forgive her. The palace of the Crown Prince of the Green River Empire. His Highness was also greatly surprised by this decision. Therefore, as soon as he was free, the first thing he did was to run to Ian. The Crown Prince had just received a letter about Paige's refusal to be the Tower Master, and he was going to abandon them. Everything had just gotten back to normal. I can see why Haley's always crying. Ian left her, didn't he? But Ian doesn't know what he's talking about at all. It's embarrassing for the prince to say this, but his sister is cool and nice. She inherited her beauty from her mother. She also has a good personality. In fact, she's a strong mage. Where else would Ian find someone like her? Yes, Paige agreed with every word the Crown Prince said. And the Archmage is sure the lady will find a worthy man and be happy with him. Oh, and why is Ian such a tightwad when it comes to relationships? Geez. Anyway, so what did he have to say anyway? After pausing and changing his tone, the Tower Master spoke up. Paul had made one request to him before he died. He asked that he convey to the Crown Prince and Sir Oliver his deepest apologies and sincere gratitude. It was all the Archmage could do. May the Crown Prince forgive him. But the man didn't even want to think about it. Ian, if it wasn't for his help, they wouldn't be here. Without the Tower Master's power, nothing would have changed in the Empire at all, and the Crown Prince would try very hard not to disappoint those who believed in him. Therefore, Paige would be sure to return when the time came. Let him promise to do so. Ian proudly accepted this heartfelt request, which encouraged the heir to the throne, who reached for his sword. In one easy motion, the blade was free. He's pretty good with it, isn't he? The Crown Prince has been training hard lately, and Mr. Ian was embarrassed at first, but His Highness set the record straight. The title of Eternal High Guest. This is his gift to the mage as a teacher and close friend. Archimagus Ian Page will always be welcomed with joy in the Empire. Should he require the assistance of the Imperial family or the Empire itself, that assistance shall be given immediately. This oath will be passed down from generation to generation. The Crown Prince swears on the name of the Emerald River that runs through the entire Empire. As a child, the young man had seen local lords do this, so he thought it would be a good idea. Well, have that initiation now. Come back, Ting. We'll be waiting for you. The Archmage couldn't stand the sincere emotion and covered his face with his hand. The day was slowly drawing to a close. But Paige still had a mountain of papers to wrestle with on his desk. If only there hadn't been a knock at the door. Oh my God, it's his mother. Why is she here? She should get more rest and recuperate. However, Ian noticed something amiss. She's fine, she looks very pale and her hands are icy cold. And the mother decided not to show any sign, but after a moment she fell into her son's arms. Now Paige is going to get Mr. Lidio and the doctor. But as it turned out, the problem was different. Mother just wanted to wish Ian a good trip, but when she saw him, she realized she couldn't. It made her son's face look dejected. Does he have to go? When the woman got back to the capital, they told her what Paige had been through. And she almost fainted. Why did her son have to go through all this? How can Ian survive in this world? Mother is afraid that this could have happened because of her. In Morrigan's province, she was so afraid they would never see each other again. If something happens to her son, she won't be able to move on with her life. The lady doesn't want to lose any more relatives. And Ian knew at once who she was talking about. Mother will find this hard to believe, but he met his father. And it's hard to explain, but Fran told him, even if he can't be seen, he's still always there for them. Ian hated him so much, but only with time did he realize that a lot of what he has is a manifestation of his father's love. And so the Archimage wants to try and follow in his footsteps. Patch wants to learn more about what it's like to protect the others though. So he asks his mother for permission to fulfill his father's first and last request. The young man has grown a lot, but to his mother he will forever remain small. After these words, the woman could not hold back her tears, and he immediately decided to cheer her up. Now they have a big family to rely on. Mr. Lidio is a very good man. Thanks to him, the Archimagus realized what it was like to have a father. Douglas can always cheer everyone up. He is a kind and intelligent child. Ian sincerely wants Mother to be happy. That's why he'll definitely come back. There was someone standing behind the ajar door. A large family indeed, all gathered together. The day had come for Paige to set out on his journey, and his trusty steed looked sterner than he did from an Old Spice commercial. Leaving already? A voice from behind disturbed the mage. It was none other than Mr. Lidio. The man wanted to ask if Anu needed anything for the journey, and remembered how they had left Lloyd's village together. The boy didn't even know how to ride, but he'd gotten the hang of it. And Paige respectfully turned to the alchemist. Let Lidio take care of Mother. He replied that he would give his life for her. Brother, came from behind the man. Oh, Douglas again, and he told him so. But a small pouch appeared in front of the Archmage. It contained elixirs and magical tinctures that the young man had made especially for Paige. These are much better than the ones on the market. They might come in handy. Also, Ian can always send a letter to the manor, and Douglas will make more. In a hurry, Mother ran up to the men with something that looked large in her hands. Here are some snacks for her son to eat on the way. And don't forget to keep healthy and send lots of letters. The Archmage reciprocated his mother's favor, and now it was definitely time for him to go. The neighing of the horse was the signal for all the people to leave, but he couldn't just leave, so he looked back. His home to which he could always return. How beautiful it was. And his family that is always waiting. With a lightness of heart, Paige set off on his journey. How are you, dear Captain? It's been 8 years since you left. A lot has happened in that time. Douglas graduated with honors from the Imperial Academy of Alchemy. He was able to invent a cure he'd been developing since he was a child. He was recognized and now works as an alchemist at court. The young man's father was also offered the job, but he declined. He says it's too much responsibility for him. But Douglas thinks he just didn't want to leave his mother. After all, they got married and are now living happily together. His Majesty never recovered from the poisoning 8 years ago, and now he's preparing to hand over the reins to the Crown Prince. And he'd like nothing more than to see him, definitely ready to become emperor. Most likely all thanks to the successful peace treaty that the Crane Prince signed with Cowwood and the Kingdom of Lo. Now, thanks to the advancement of trade and technology in the Empire, things have gotten better. Alidi Haley has successfully completed her probationary period of 5 years and is already working as an Archmage in the Ivory Tower. She started a fund for the poor, by the way, and she's a people's favorite. There's a chance she'll be named Tower Mistress. All in all, everyone is trying hard and moving on, and missing Mr. Page very much. Come back quickly, Captain. We're waiting. Douglas can call him brother when they meet, right? What a letter. After all that hard work, you can stretch out. If it weren't for one thing, the young man's father is waiting downstairs. It's done. As soon as Douglas changed his clothes and came downstairs, he was struck by the image of his mother. She looked gorgeous today, to which she thanked her son kindly for the compliment. And she really could go. Her husband did not stop insisting, because she had received an invitation personally from the new emperor, and the carriage was already waiting for them. It was time. Mother needed no further persuasion. She agreed. The weather outside the manor window was sunny and clear, just as it had been at the edge of the Imperial cemetery where Oliver was kneeling. The approaching night hurried the captain, who was completely lost in his own thoughts. Indeed, they must go. But Sir Oliver looked at the grave again. They had had a good time together after all. Rest well, dear and faithful fellow Polerants. In the Ivory Tower, preparations were also in full swing. Is Lady Haley ready yet? The girl promised to be out any minute. There was only one last, but not insignificant element left. The staff that Ian Page had given her. That's it. Now they can go to their brother's coronation ceremony. On this great, indeed, day, the entire capital was decorated and full of guests. Visitors had gathered here from all parts of the empire, and not only from Green River alone. And now, at last, came that holy moment when the emperor addressed his subjects with a solemn speech. Today, before us, he would like to pass on a great honor and a great burden to his son, Crown Prince Hayden Green River. His Majesty knows he must hold his office until his death, but he felt it was the right thing to put the reins in the hands of a younger generation, all for the good of the country. If the empire is to face the future with confidence, it needs a fresh set of eyes. Dear citizens of the Green River Empire, take a look at the new emperor. Without a second's hesitation, with pride in his face, Hayden stepped into the light, and then walked a few meters forward along the carpeted walkway to his father. Before he knelt before him, the emperor was proud of his son, as he did, to serve the throne, to make him even prouder. The solemn moment had arrived. The whole hall froze in anticipation. Finally, the emperor's crown was placed on the crown prince's head. From that second, at the ruler's command, the Green River Empire had a new emperor, Hayden Green River. The hall erupted in loud applause. At that moment, as if out of nowhere, petals fell from the sky. Both the new Emperor Hayden and his sister felt the presence of magic. Was it really a greeting from the dearest guest? And the young man noticed him. Welcome in the ballroom after the coronation ceremony. How glad he is to see him. Mr. Page is really here. God, how Hayden missed him. And his majesty is still the same. The mage remarked with love on his soul. May he accept his sincere congratulations on his coronation. By the way, his mother had arrived with her family. God, why didn't Ian give any warning that he was coming back? Is everything okay with his well-being? I wish he knew how much they missed him. Of course, the feelings were mutual. Douglas is a stepfather. His whole family is here. They're all here. And mother was anxious to know if Ian had done all he wanted to do. And her favorite son's answer was positive. The smile never left Page's joyful face. But at that moment he was distracted from his conversation with his family by the emperor. He coughed to get his attention somewhere else. Not far from the mage stood the lonely and beautiful Lady Hailey. It was exactly what Ian often thought of when he was away. God, she looked so much prettier over the years. It had been so long since they'd seen each other. How was the girl doing? The lady was embarrassed but replied that she was fine. How's Mr. Page doing? It seemed as if Ian had been waiting for that question. The life of a wanderer is always full of adventures. And Mac had heard the name Hailey even in the farthest corners of the empire. People say that there is a beautiful girl, the mistress of the tower, who looks after the needy and orphans. She's a great good girl. But then there was a sudden awkward silence between the pair. I suppose Hailey will go then? She wishes Mr. Ian a good evening. Why would she run so fast? What can I say? Women. The men are here. In fact, the emperor's sister is not yet betrothed. Doesn't she understand? Many people have tried to marry her, but she always said she was waiting for someone. Yes, but who could she be waiting for 8 years? But Hailey wasn't the only one waiting for Ian. They have a lot of work to do now. Mr. Page will stay with the emperor. And of course, there could be no rejection. As time passed, Ivory Tower was transformed even more for the better, thanks in part to its new mistress, who had other things on her mind at the moment. I should have talked to him longer. He probably wouldn't remember. No, she shouldn't expect anything. He just got back and he's already busy with work. Why should he take time for her? But suddenly, as it happens, Mr. Page was behind Lady Hailey. It startled the girl, but he apologizes, he really didn't mean to. The young man was acquainted with the Ivory Tower mages, and they all said that the mistress was now in the garden. All of them? All of them? What traitors? The garden was beautiful. It hadn't been like this since Page. The archimage took the compliment personally. When she became mistress of the tower, she began to pay attention to the garden. She wanted all mages to have a place to relax. It was an enviable decision, Ian remarked with a smile. If the lady doesn't mind, she'll give Mr. Page a tour. And walking through the garden, the voices of the couple were never silent for a moment. The Randiora flower is a rare plant in the empire, and that's why Ian was surprised to see it treated like a weed in Cowwood. One family had even had a hard time with the flower. Page heard that there's a golden-colored lake in the Kingdom of Lo. He went there to see it, and initially it seemed to the magician that it was an ordinary lake. But when the sunset began, it was colored with his color. Ian will never forget that beautiful moment, and Lady Hailey is amazed at how interesting Mr. Page's journey was. The girl can't even imagine how marvelous the Golden Lake can be. She could only hope that one day she would be able to see it too. And looking at the beautiful person in front of him, Ian promised her to take the girl there. And not only there, but to any place on earth. If she would take his hand, of course. The golden lake, the forest of spirits, the hot desert, and the vast sea. Wherever Paige went, he always thought of her, of Lady Hailey. He wondered how she would react if she'd been in places like this. These thoughts began to overwhelm Ian, growing stronger and stronger. It wasn't until later that he realized what the feeling was. Finished with his business, the first thing Paige thought of was that he wanted to go back to her, to Lady Hailey. And getting down on his knee, the man finally said, "Please become my wife and let me spend the rest of my life with you." And the lady was confused at the suddenness of the proposal, but she had sincerely thought about it all these past years, and it's not like he's going anywhere else. And no, he's not going to. The magician will always be by her side. Then tears of joy flowed from the girl's eyes, because she really missed him, Mr. Page. She's really waited so long. Of course Lady Hailey agrees to marry. And please let Ian be with her always. Oh no, I'm just crying. This wonderful story is over. Thank you to all those who have been with me throughout this time. I hope you will continue to be with me and we will see a lot more of this story. If you watch this video to the end, please write the secret word in the comments. Empire. Well, I hope you enjoyed it and my efforts were not in vain. Thanks again for watching. See you in new videos. I wish you all good luck and love.